Oh, what's up, everybody? It's the most Roguish of Heels, D-Rogue, coming to you live right here at twitch.tv and, of course, the YouTube. How's everybody going this beautiful Monday afternoon, late afternoon, mind you? As the title suggests and as the category suggests, we are playing Path of Exile. So let me actually open it up and capture it in the window now. Nice. I love it when it just works so easily too. It is the new season. It is Crucible. It is fun. We're gonna be playing hardcore. I was actually testing it out over the weekend while editing too. I'm still not done editing. I'm gonna try to get it done, have everything ready by tomorrow, have everything uploaded by tomorrow. So this was a hardcore character, then I died. So now we're gonna do another character. This is my ranged Templar character. I'm just dropping. I am a little baby bitch Templar that's just dropping fucking whatchamacallit, brands everywhere, shocking everything to death. It's a fun build. I liked it, but I want to play hardcore. So what we're gonna do is, I actually have a couple of builds up right now. I'm taking a look at too, and I think a Lacerate Gladiator is probably the area that I want to go into. I got the build up to. I even have the what's it called, the Path of Building program here too, that shows me all the points and everything too. I'm on PoE Vault. I'm looking at everything too, and I actually have everything like pulled up here, so I should be able to just easily go through the guild too, especially through level 12 too. What you really want is, I actually have most of these gems too, and I actually saved them into my stash, so I can easily just transfer some of this stuff over. So it should be fun. Let's see here. But, you know, we're just gonna you know, momentum support says too. Let's go take a look at another one too. So we're gonna create another character. So we're gonna play hardcore. Well, we did hardcore, right? Wait, hold on. Can I change? The thing is, I want this, like, what's it called? It's not barbarian. It's a marauder. But the thing is, you need to play like the meta build right now. So I think
you were born to be swift and strong. What did you do with your gifts, duelist? Squandered them on self-indulgence. Sin has led you here, your path inked in the blood of gratuitous murder. You have betrayed the Grand Arena.
Can you change leagues?
Last shall be your audience.
Impact? I don't think you can. Okay, so you can't change leagues. Okay, Crucible, because I was on hardcore Crucible, then I died, and then then I went into a standard league. Okay. So I guess I'm gonna be feeding this character too. Let us see. Let's go back to PoE Vault here. You got duelist builds for the Crucible, Slayer, Corrupting Fever Champion. I heard Lacerate Gladiator was actually really good. And then, let's see, the Marauder builds. It's all like Chieftain. That's the thing. Chieftain, Herald of Agony. You get down to the comments. This thing has 482 comments. You know what? Back. Herald of Agony build. So let's go ahead. And this is for Juggernaut.
Do you think you are savage enough to face the land of the damned,
Goddamn right.
Truth, yet still you clasped your superstitious lies. We offered you service, yet you wasted your strength in defiance. Waitlast offers you service.
Does he have
An education in true savagery.
I'm Ben myself.
Okay, because I actually do want to like play this stuff too. So here we go. Chat. I got dueling chats here. I got my Twitch chat and I got my oh my god, what is going on? Okay, there we go. We can put this here too. We put a little Ben Mycelis here, and then Ben here can, I gotta unlock it first, hold on. And then I can just drop him down a little bit too. And just keep him low. And we can get educated on the law and whatnot, what's going on. Okay. So Crucible, I do want to play Crucible. I do want to play a melee character. Melee characters are fairly challenging to say the least. In Path of Exile, from what I understand. I have played this game before. Past leagues have just not introduced me. I've never been like an ARPG guy except for Lost Ark. I probably will get back to Lost Ark sometime, but I've enjoyed the brand. But I didn't realize I was not playing in Crucible though. I just saw it was standard, and I thought I originally was playing in hardcore Crucible. I died and went to standard, so I guess this guy's just gonna be feeding my Crucible characters. So I think I'm gonna switch off between the Duelist and the Marauder here, but let me try the Marauder. So let me just take a quick look at this guy. We'll go ahead and play this video
from the Midas Touch Network. So Special Counsel Jack Smith got a major win last week in the DC Circuit Court of Appeals in connection with his criminal investigation of Donald Trump. We briefly covered what transpired in the Court of Appeals, but not within the context of how this is very beneficial to Special Counsel Jack Smith's criminal investigation of Donald Trump and ultimately what I believe are the charges that are going to be brought against Donald Trump. And let me just give you the background. So just first and foremost, the Court of Appeals decision that I'm referring to is that the DC Circuit Court of Appeals reversed a lower court's ruling. The lower court, a federal judge by the name of Carl Nichols, who was appointed by Donald Trump, who had previously made a ruling in a case involving 3 insurrectionists, that the Department of Justice could not bring charges in their indictment for obstruction of official proceedings. And Judge Carl Nichols gave a very tortured analysis of the obstruction of official proceedings statute, which could be found at 18 USC section 1512 C2, that's the United States Code section where this charge of obstruction of an official proceeding is found. And Judge Carl Nichols, again a Trump appointee, said that this specific section only relates to the destruction and mutilation of documents. Therefore, if an insurrectionist was otherwise impeding or preventing the certification of the electoral votes, but that the insurrectionist was not like physically destroying records and shredding records, Judge Carl Nichols said that you couldn't charge that insurrectionist with an obstruction of an official proceeding charge. And I think Judge Carl Nichols, again a Trump appointee, in making that ruling was really trying to do Donald Trump a favor. Why do I think this? 1, Carl Nichols is a Trump appointee. 2, his analysis was so utterly absurd. And 3, ultimately, who would be the beneficiary of perhaps the main charge that you would bring against Donald Trump? Obstruction of official proceedings. Now, if Judge Carl Nichols' ruling was affirmed and not reversed by the DC Circuit Court of Appeals, what would have happened actually is,
oh shit, I was not paying attention,
Justice not be able to charge the 3 very violent and despicable insurrectionists who were at the heart of the case where Judge Carl Nichols ruled the Department of Justice
died in the tutorial zone.
But actually the hundreds of other cases where obstruction of official proceeding charges were brought would actually be dismissed as well, and the Department of Justice would be prevented from bringing those charges.
I need like some sort of leech.
If the DC Circuit Court of Appeals ultimately ruled that the obstruction of official proceeding charge only related to the destruction and mutilation of physical records. Here, let me just pull up the statute so you can just read it for yourself, and I'll just explain to you why Judge Carl Nichols' ruling made no sense. If you look at the statute, 18 USC 1512C says the following: whoever corruptly alters, sub 1, alters, destroys, mutilates, or conceals a record, document, or other object, or attempts to do so with the intent to impair the object's integrity or availability for use in an official proceeding, or sub 2, otherwise obstructs, influences, or impedes any official proceeding or attempts to do so, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. And the Trump appointee in the federal courts in D.C., Judge Carl Nichols, unlike all of the other judges, basically ruled that C sub 1 is the only thing that controls here, and you just ignore subsection 2, which talks about otherwise obstructing, influence, or impeding any official proceeding, or attempting to do so, which is what the insurrectionists were engaged in.
Okay, hold on. Where is Herald of Agony? The Golden Wall, poison on enemy. So I'm using Cyclone, Hob, and Gem Links. Here we go. This is what I need. Oh no, this is here. Let me put this up here because I need to be able to see this. Sorry, I'm like looking at the, where's the POB? Okay, here's the POB. When I say POB, I'm referring to the POB file. So I'm going for basically all heavy armor, Cyclone. Okay, yeah. So we're not even going for fucking any sort of mana whatsoever. Okay. Oh yeah, I do want to work. So 20 armor, 16 life. Okay, let's go to town. All right, so I got the POB out. I got that I can look at too. So now I just need Divine Flesh, Gem Links, okay, I'm not worried about endgame right now. Gear summary, TLDR, place. The first thing we need to understand is how Herald of Agony works. All right, let's get the waypoints.
Fine work with Hillock.
Okay, see, this is the thing too. Pros and cons. Build summary, passes, place out. There we go. Leveling. Okay. In order to level this build as a Herald of Agony build, you need to make your way to level 16. To be able to use a gem, you'll need a Quill Rain for the most optimized HOA leveling. Okay. So, cool. If you're not planning on getting Quill, you want to wait until level 28 when you can get Cyclone. So you can get Cyclone at level 28. Getting the Brutus for the league you want to start. You will want to start out by buying 2 axes from the vendor. Okay. Let pick up a Molten Strike or Perforate as a quest reward. Okay, so first off, Ground Slam. Oh my god. How about Molten Strike, Shield Crush. So you want to pick up a Molten Strike. Do I have?
Stay sharp out there.
I thought I had like, so my stashes don't. Okay, I thought oh, he's in a standard league. Okay.
Welcome. Founded by
Okay.
the Eternal Empire.
He's in a different league altogether. I fucked up. That's fine. Let's get 2. That's 2-handed. I need 2 smaller axes. Yeah, I'll just keep that there. Driftwood Club. Okay. Sell items. Corroded blade. So you want to start buying 2 axes from the vendor. Up a multi. Okay, so just proceed as normal.
Stay sharp out there.
5%, 1.5. I'm probably thinking like too much. Ruthless support, cost and reservation multiplier. So let's get Molten Strike. With this, we'll go ahead. Mana cost 7. That'll be Heavy Strike. We'll just keep that out because then we don't have any other abilities there. Okay.
A mighty Marauder. Tarkling. Arrow.
Talamoana. Lion-Eyes what? Talamoana. The Merry Gull. Tarklees is good.
So what do I got? I don't have... let's see. Wands, rings, intelligence. Don't need that. Don't have any orbs. Okay.
Yes?
What are these belts? Resistances. Okay.
Take care.
Let's talk to
A
Bestel.
hop, skipping up. Poor Nessa.
Travel to Tidal Island. Get the vest. Over there. Okay. So that's all we're doing right now is this.
And the court said, really, no. What really controls is just subsection C1, which is the altering, destroying, mutilating, or concealing a record or document. And the Court of Appeals
We're probably
ultimately
gonna. We could
reversed
probably
that
just put it.
ruling.
I'll put it right here over the
It was a
chat.
very close call, though. It wasn't a per curiam or unanimous decision by the Court of Appeals. It was a 2-to-1 decision, and there were actually 2 Trump-appointed judges on that panel. And so I was frankly a little bit nervous what that D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals was going to do. But ultimately, you had a Democratic-appointed judge, Judge Florence Pan, who convinced one of the Trump-appointed judges on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, Judge Justin Walker. Judge Justin Walker, very, very young. He was born in 1982. He's already on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. He was one of these, and I think he'd admit it, less experienced lawyers who Donald Trump put on the bench because they were very young. I don't think he had any trial experience. But the other judge, the third judge, Judge Gregory Katsas, basically ruled the same way Judge Carl Nichols did, that you couldn't bring an obstruction of official proceedings. So it ultimately was a split decision, but a split with the majority in favor of the fact that you can bring this obstruction of official proceeding. And if you read between the lines in this order, Judge Florence Pan, the Democratic-appointed judge, ultimately convinced Judge Justin Walker that, hey, it's going to look ridiculous. And you're a young judge, and your entire judicial career is bigger and broader than Donald Trump. So you should make the right ruling here. And obviously, it doesn't say that in the ruling itself, but if you read between the lines, that's likely what took place behind the scenes here. Now, ultimately, the insurrectionists can try to appeal this to the United States Supreme Court, but it's hard for anybody to rule differently than just literally what the statute here says that I just read for you. So this is a very bad decision, though, for Donald Trump, and a very good decision for Special Counsel Jack Smith.
Yep.
Why?
Sorry about that, folks.
Because the obstruction of official proceeding charge carries with it a 20-year prison sentence, and undoubtedly it is likely going to be one of the charges that ultimately Jack Smith charges Donald Trump with. It is clearly one of the crimes that is being investigated, and Donald Trump attempted to obstruct an official proceeding through multiple methods, whether it was through fake electors, whether it was through inciting the insurrection, whether it was by calling and threatening state and local election officials, whether it was by
Oh, do I have a level 2
and
gem?
unlawful
Yeah, that's a level 2
conduct
gem.
that he was
That's a level
engaging
2
in
gem.
through his various political action committees and arms. His whole goal, his whole design was to do just that, was to obstruct an official proceeding. So you go back to Judge Carl Nichols and you go, what a weird ruling for Judge Carl Nichols to make. Like, what a tortured analysis. Why would Judge Carl Nichols, a Trump appointee, make that ruling? Well, Judge Carl Nichols was trying to, I think, remove one of the main charges for the person who appointed him. He was trying to remove one of the key charges that Donald Trump could ultimately be charged with.
And that's one of the issues with like running a melee
Nichols
character in
had
this
a
game.
great deal of love for these insurrectionists, although you never know with all of these
not like-
MAGA Republicans who are now singing in the January 6th choir with the terrorists. They're putting out songs and CDs with the January 6th terrorists. But just so you know, like, I'll give you an example of one of these insurrectionists. This individual, Joseph Fisher, belonged to the mob that forced Congress to stop its certification process. On January 6, 2021, he encouraged rioters to, quote, charge and hold the line, had a physical encounter with at least one law enforcement officer, and participated in pushing police. Before January 6th, he allegedly sent text messages to acquaintances stating, if Trump don't get in, we better get to war. Take Democratic Congress to the gallows. Can't vote if they can't breathe. LOL. I might need you to post my bail. It might get violent. They should storm the Capitol and drag all the Democrats, he spelled it DEMOCRATES, into the street and have a mob trial. And so that was one of the individuals who Judge
Oh, I'm about to get
Congress threw
fucking
out
destroyed here.
the most powerful of the charges against him. The other charges still remained, but the obstruction of official proceeding charge was thrown out, and then the Department of Justice ultimately appealed that.
I have like no mana.
So you see what was really kind of taking place, and this is why I want you to think about the broader context of these cases and the various kind of machinations behind the scenes, because in many ways this appeal was one vital to making sure the Department of Justice could continue to bring obstruction of official proceeding charges, and that all the other obstruction of official proceeding charges would not be reversed. What a disaster that would be if all of the insurrectionists who were convicted and pled guilty already would have those charges reversed because a Trump-appointed judge ruled that you can't bring those claims. So the good news is that those claims and those charges from those indictments are not reversed, but kind of the proxy fight, if you will, here was the bigger battle. Donald Trump. That special counsel Jack Smith is criminally investigating Donald Trump's obstruction of an official proceeding, and here the Trump judge was trying to knock out the
Back
ability
here.
of Jack Smith to do that, and Jack Smith and the Department of Justice were fighting for their ability to continue to bring that charge through all the insurrectionists, including all the way up to the top. And you know, look, this is why I say, while I agree with everybody who wants this process to move along quicker, it takes time.
I need that
because
item
you
manager
have
up, too.
all of these impediments and roadblocks, not self-imposed by Special Counsel Jack Smith, but are being put up by the forces of authoritarianism, by the, Trump supporters, by people who would look at a statute that you saw right? 1512C2. I mean, you've seen what it literally says, and basically come to a conclusion that that's a charge that the Department of Justice can bring. It's also why elections are so important, because remember, the appointment power of judges is with the president, and the Senate confirms. And so Donald Trump, he was able to put in power people like Judge Carl Nichols, people like, for example, the 3 of the right-wing Supreme Court justices, which is the reason why Roe v. Wade was overturned, not because of Democrats, okay? It was because 3 right-wing justices Trump appointed to the Supreme Court, because that's the president has the ability to appoint. You want to talk about Judge Kaczmarek, the judge from the Northern District of Texas, a Trump appointee who just ruled that the abortion pill is unlawful and issued a nationwide injunction. Fortunately, an Obama-appointed judge from the state of Washington, Eastern District, said, "What are you talking about? No, I'm ordering the FDA to keep the abortion pill legal because it's been proven to be safe and efficient since the year 2000. What in the world are you doing, Judge, in the Northern District of Texas?" But it's why elections are important. But it's also important why we here on the Midas Touch Network talk about these different maneuvers going on behind the scenes, so as you fully understand the process. And not just you, because you, by watching Midas Touch Network and Legal AF and all the shows, get it.
I was
So you
almost
can
dead.
Explain to friends and family members and coworkers and colleagues and neighbors what goes on, so because it's not a both sides issue. Thank you so much for watching this. I'm Ben Mycelis from the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. We're on our way to 1.5 million subscribers thanks to your incredible support. So please hit subscribe right now. Also check us out at patreon.com/MidasTouch. We have lots of great exclusive memberships there with exclusive content. We're not funded by outside investors at all. So our whole funding for this whole operation is through Patreon mostly. That's like one of our main sources. Also, the merch at store.MidasTouch.com is an example. But it's free to subscribe here. It's free to subscribe to our audio podcast when you search the Midas Touch podcast. So check us out. Until next time, I'm Ben Mycelis. Thank you.
You
so
gotta
much
show,
for
Ben.
watching.
Make sure. I'm not gonna lie. I actually like some of their merch, to be honest with you. Indictment 45. It's hilarious. It's clearly like it's brothers too. I think like all the principal actors are like brothers too. And this guy. Yeah, let me go ahead. Come back here.
Greetings! That hat best. Nessa's the one keeps the rest of us.
Okay. I'll take the increased armor.
Stay sharp out there.
Oh no, it's this way. So we go away to the mud flats, get all that done. There's like a leveling guide too that makes you like go through this like way faster. So we're just running through this now.
Khan's canoe struck this sand with the force of destiny. At his back, the foremost street tamed the wild sea, their canoes coupling with the land one by one. Lion-eyed gemlings met us with shining metal and bold words. Hyri's arrows withered their pride. Khan's axes silenced their disdain. Brave to the last. Khan honored with a place on his belt. Khan has shown Rayclast our cardinal strength. Khan will teach Rayclast cardinal way.
Okay, here we go. Look, I'm looking for this.
Show me the way, Khan.
You might be asking, what's the story for Path of Exile? I got no idea. Tidal Island. We'll go to Tidal Island first, and then we'll go into the Mudflats. Oh my god, that should be so helpful. Yeah, there's definitely like a slowness to this character.
I cannot carry this.
This I don't care about. Sharpo 616. And I'm gonna assume it's going down to this node. Some more life and armor. And then we're going life and armor more, life and armor, warrior's blood. And we're getting boom, 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 boom. Oh god. Iron Greaves.
The Empire's citizens decorate our meeting houses with their heads. Our warriors build homes for our families. Our families till the earth, fish the waters, fill the air with song. The Cardwe Way is yet a seedling here, but it grows, gains in pride and power every day. Khan has kept his promise. The time of the Cardwe has come.
What is this? Superior corrupted blade. Global accuracy rating. They said so I get better axes. I'll go ahead. All this other stuff I can just want to kill everything here, get as much XP as possible. I think that's it. Here, I get some stuff on this side. Oh no, down here, unless that's all water. That probably is all water. Wasting my time. Oh, a teleport scroll. Go to Wise Watch.
Welcome.
Okay.
Greetings.
See, purchase items. Two-handed, two-handed. These are his two-handed stuff. 25. 27. Humming crude bow skill adds 2 lightning damage. What do they say in the guide again? Hold on. They said, getting to Brutus and Merville. You will want to start out by buying 2 axes from the vendor. On top of that, pick up a Molten Strike or a Perforate as a quest reward. After you run the Mudflats, you'll proceed to kill Hellrick in the Tidal Island with Perforate or Molten Strike. From there on, you'll be able to pick up your first Quicksilver on Ancestral Call. Your quest chance to bleed onslaught support. Molten Strike link should look something like this. Molten Strike Perforate, Ancestral Call support, and chance to bleed support or onslaught support, both if using Perforate. Killing Brutus, you'll be adding and added to your Molten Strike or Perforate, link replacing the chance to bleed support. Alright, and then after that, you need to get Quill Rain. It's important to know that Marauder doesn't get a lot of skill gems required for this leveling process. Therefore, in a solo self-found environment, you'll have to progress to Act 3 library in order to buy them from a vendor. If you're playing Trade League, you can obviously ask someone in Global, a friend, or in worst case, just go buy them on the official trade site. Okay. The reason why the transition becomes so much easier when you have a Quill Rain is the base attack the bow offers. Because of its insanely high attacks per second, keeping up virulence and stacks will become really easy, even at low levels and low increments on attack speed. You're going to use Rain of Arrows to maintain stacks, as it can hit a single enemy multiple times and thus generate multiple stacks per attack. Okay. In the case of a hail of arrows link, it will obviously only be possible to add the 4th gem when you obtain a 4 link. Do not worry too much if this is not yet the case for your character. Cyclone. Okay. I mean, there's a reason why, like, I'm looking at all this stuff here, only because, like, I'm just, like, not that knowledgeable.
We'll start off with that. 2 competing rulings by federal judges could see the Supreme Court take up another abortion case. On Friday, a judge in Texas overturned FDA approval for the most commonly used abortion pill, while a judge in Washington state protected that same drug. NBC News correspondent, White House correspondent Ali Rafa has the latest.
I just, like, don't understand why sometimes Pip picks this up and other times my Pip capture doesn't pick it up.
Battle lines drawn.
I'm very worried about the women who need this medication.
We applaud the judge's action to issue the stay on the chemical abortion drug mifepristone.
After the most consequential abortion ruling since the reversal of Roe v. Wade, a Texas federal judge suspending FDA approval of the most commonly used abortion pill, giving the federal government 7 days to appeal before the ruling goes into effect.
We intend to do everything to make sure it's available to them, not just in a week, but moving forward, period.
Health and Human Services Secretary Xavier Becerra vowing the Biden administration is considering all legal options.
Well, we've already filed an appeal of this court's ruling.
The issue will likely be decided by the Supreme Court after a federal judge in Washington state ruled to protect the drug in more than a dozen states. One Republican lawmaker threatening cuts to FDA funding if the White House fights the Texas ruling.
That may come a point where House Republicans on the appropriation side.
Jesus Christ, man. You guys are going. I don't understand. You guys know,
some
like.
Healthcare providers are now stockpiling the pill, fearing an all-out ban, while some Democrats urge the Biden administration to go even further.
I believe that the Biden administration should ignore this ruling. It is up to the Biden administration to choose whether or not to enforce such a ruling.
HHS Secretary Becerra not committing to that specific option.
Every option is on the table.
NBC's Ali Rafa with that report. And let's just break this down. A new piece in Politico notes how abortion was, as you said, a 50-50 issue. Now it is Republican quicksand. Senior campaigns and elections editor Stephen Shepard writes in part, conservatives are finding out the hard way that abortion isn't a 50-50 issue anymore. Janet Protasewicz's 11-point blowout victory this week for a state Supreme Court seat in Wisconsin was just the latest example of voters who support abortion rights outnumbering and outvoting their opponents. The Supreme Court's Dobbs decision last year has exposed Americans' broad opposition to the strict abortion bans adopted or proposed in GOP-controlled states. After the Wisconsin defeat, along with numerous others, including abortion-related ballot measures in red states, such a strict prohibition runs headlong into national public opinion. And it raises the question, how, if at all,
even amongst Republicans,
are Republicans going to find a message that puts the party more in line with the median voter? The Roe v. Wade framework making abortion
not with the people that they've like gone to bed with.
Imposed modest restrictions is where the majority of American voters are. From the midterms to Wisconsin, potentially to the 2024 elections, they are continuing to punish the party that is straying furthest from that.
Email authenticator.
Editorial page who last week told Republicans you need to get abortion right. At the same time that you have people like Ann Coulter saying Republicans, you have to get sane on abortion or you're going to keep losing elections. This is what the Wall Street Journal editorial page said today. There's a political gift to Democrats that they want to keep giving, which explains why they almost were gleefully furious on Friday after a Texas federal judge overruled the Food and Drug Administration's approval of the abortion pill. A conflicting order by a lower court means the Supreme Court will be handling the issue again. The court's Dobbs decision last summer handed abortion regulation to the states, but many on the anti-abortion right and abortion rights left are trying to nationalize it again via the courts. The justices in Dobbs sought to extricate themselves from regulating abortion, but partisans on both sides don't want them to let them. Anyway, it goes on and on. This is a long way. Charlie Sykes, I'll go to you. The kicker here is Wall Street Journal editorial page for I think the second time, maybe 3 weekday editions, are telling Republicans
one chaos
you got
orb.
abortion wrong. You're going too extreme on abortion. It's going to keep costing you elections. And here they say courts should stay out of what the FDA does. Regulating drugs isn't the business of the courts any more than abortion is. Wall Street Journal editorial page. And Charlie, I come to you first, only because I know your experience is like mine. You probably live with or surrounded by. Go to the grocery store and see, go everywhere you go and see Trump voters, Republicans. That's what, everywhere I go. Man, the last 2, 3, 4 weeks, what a massive change. I'm hearing it from family, from friends, from everybody. A sheer exhaustion with Trump. But I think what shocks me even more is this abortion issue. People have called themselves pro-life their entire lives, are now saying, yeah, pro-life, but, especially the women, pro-life, but I don't want the government telling me what to do with my body. It's not always that simple. It's not always black and white. And you can just see for the first time in 6 years, not small cracks, massive cracks in this coalition that just, my God, I think this decision this weekend is just going to expedite.
I think they said get bleed support, right? Yeah.
So the Republicans are trapped by their own base on all of this. I mean, they know that they need to pivot on the abortion issue, but they can't do it because they are beholden to the more extreme elements. And look, there's a division in the pro-life movement between people who will say, we ought to fight this out in terms of hearts and minds, convince people to make different choices, versus the more dominant faction, which says, no, we got this win, and we need to go to ramming speed, as many punitive pieces of legislation and court rulings as possible. And so the pro-life movement could have taken the Dobbs ruling and said, hey, we got to win. Let's chalk it up. Let's advance more pro-child, pro-family pieces of legislation. Find ways to find where the sweet spot in public opinion is. Instead, they have decided to double and triple down, and you saw that in Wisconsin. You're going to see it in places like Florida as well. And so you're absolutely right. There are a lot of people who have called themselves pro-life, but until the Dobbs ruling, there were no actual live bullets in the gun. They didn't have to work out exactly what does that mean. Does it mean exceptions for rape and incest? What do we mean by the health of the mother? And are we going to try to legislate women's access to pills that they take in private? And I think this is where you have the line where a lot of people on the right who spent the last 2 years marching around saying, my body, my choice, the government should not mandate what I can and can't do, now are pivoting and going, well, wait, what? Now I can't even get this pill. I can't even get this treatment. And in Iowa, they're no longer providing emergency contraception to rape victims, the new Republican Attorney General. This is not the way to pivot and to appeal to the vast majority. But again, I'm sorry to go on so long, but this is one of the consequences of the gerrymandering, where a lot of these Republicans no longer feel that they have to appeal to swing voters. They are simply appealing to their base, and the hardcore base is the one that is driving them, and so they're trapped by this.
So, and it's not just the concept of abortion. Someone getting an abortion because they don't want to have a baby.
Dude, he hit so slow.
health. And you're seeing these stories play out across the country. People deciding to stay in certain states because of these rules. There's a woman in Florida who has been denied an abortion. Her baby is going to die, and she has to go through the entire pregnancy and watch her baby suffocate to death after she gives birth because she's being refused an abortion. It's a Washington Post piece. And Jen Palmieri, this is the Republican Party has the albatross of Trump. And I'll quote Chris Christie, who I think was dead right in one instance here, where he said, you know what, an indictment, no matter how big or how small the case, is never good. So he's already hurt by an indictment and possibly more coming. And then the party overall has this abortion issue. I don't know how they think that they even have half a chance in 2024.
I see two big phenomenons here. One is on just the stress test of American democracy continues unabated. So you have, with the abortion issue, you have there's some heavily red states, there's some heavily blue states, and then you have the states in the middle, places like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. We've seen in both Wisconsin and in Michigan in the last few months, votes that suggest abortion rights is such a huge issue. You know, Gretchen Whitmer won there by 11 points. The ballot initiative to overturn an abortion ban passed by a huge margin as well. The Wisconsin Supreme Court justice race, the woman won by 11 points. That's a huge victory in a state like Wisconsin. So issues like abortion, issues like democracy, protecting the right to vote, in the few states that we have, there's still swing states, are such a big deal, and voters are turning out in huge numbers to support women's rights, to support democratic rights. It's hard to see. I mean, I don't ever discount the power of Trump, but it's hard to see how he can, in the end, work it so that he's going to be able to get the 270 that you would need when they just continue to push on abortion that is just alienating the voters, particularly in these swing states.
That's true. God damn. Okay. $32.11, $32. Fuck. I can see why, like, casters, melee builds are, like, so rough in this game, man. Damn. Alright, I gotta clear these guys out because they're gonna be, like, a pain in the ass. I mean, holy shit. Dude, this thing, he hits so fucking slow, dude. How do you play these characters? Like, Marauder's just not fun. This, maybe like a bleed build would be better. Yeah. He is so much more fun too to play. I don't know if I should be doing like that, the Crucible stuff there too. I think that's intended for, I just don't know. I'm not that familiar with Path of Exile, so I don't really know how like the leagues work and everything too. I feel like that's like higher level content that I'm not capable of doing. But like these melee characters are like fucking horrible, dude. I won't delete them, but Blade, Chieftain build, Righteous Fire, Blade Blast, Chieftain. Okay, so disclaimer. Dune. So this is another Marauder. All right. So let me go ahead and just save this build. So this is Juggernaut. This is what? Herald of Agony Juggernaut. Okay. Tixby's Herald of Agony, Juggernaut build. Okay, this is a Velnia build, and she actually does like a good job like putting everything together. Okay, this is the thing I don't like. Okay, so it says here, do the Mud Flaps and Tidal Island quest with a Templar first. This gives access to Arcane Surge support, which we wouldn't get otherwise. The extra Quicksilver Flask plus free Holy Flame. Okay, so why then am I... Oh, yeah, fuck it, delete. So why then? I actually had a lot of fun playing that like Templar, so I think I might just go back and play like Templar. But I want to look at this too. This Marauder was not fun, man. I'm like dying way too easy. Let me try a Duelist. Like this Templar build, I know it was like Standard League, but I was having so much fun playing as a Templar. Let's see, Lacerate Gladiator.
You were born to be swift and strong. What did you do with your gifts, Jeanist? You squandered them sin has...
Okay, leveling. So get rusted sword. Chance to bleed, multi-strike, brutality. Okay. So you need a shield.
Even the dead rise to challenge me here.
Oh my god. This feels so much better.
My spirit is spent.
Oh my god. He was not fun to play, man. I understand like those mobs are a little bit tougher. Maybe I'll pick them up in my off time. I don't like any build where like I have to play like another character. That really annoys me. I just don't find that fun. I don't want an ult just so I can play a character. Like, that's not really respecting my time. I understand like ARPGs, MMOs don't really respect your time, but come on, that's a little unreasonable. Let's try not to die. Okay.
It's nice not to be dead yet.
Shoes, get rid of that. Corroded blade. Unidentified. Rusted sword. 4-9, 4-9. Do I have? Yeah, I'm not really using any blues, so I can get rid of this. Evasion. Might be some more things here. Oh, open the pat. Jesus, okay. Alright. PoE vaults. So Lacerate Gladiator. I think this one I'm gonna have way more fun with. Okay. The Duelist. So obviously going green for Dex. Also increase attack speed and accuracy rating. I actually got food downstairs. I might just like step away and eat that real quick and then come back. So it's this armor evasion life. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we're gonna actually. Nice little break.
Alan of Theopolis, you have transgressed against your god and your fellow man. You have been a willing vessel for the following sins. Unlawful avarice.
Now there's a face I know. Lion Eyes what? Farewell.
A dashing duelist as an island. Come to hear you.
Fine work with Hillock.
Cleave, Molten Strike, Galvanic Arrow, Perforate. Okay. Let's go back. Splitting Steel, Perforate. So, Molten Strike. Blood and Sand, Lacerate. So start out with Perforate.
Founded by Marseille. I've seen many an exile. Ness is the one. That hat best.
So are all of them in exile then? If that's the case, they're all in exile then. Okay. So it's a reminder. So I would Perforate, which you should use until level 12 when Lacerate can be acquired. Okay. Perforate, edge. Create 7 spikes. Perforate. Then add chance to bleed to that. Okay, let's see.
Welcome.
Purchase items. I got a couple of scrolls here. evasion, energy shield, 1 armor scrap. So we can go ahead. Level 5. Let's see, gear. Okay, so this is the gear. So this is the gear page. Gear summary. So okay. So we should have a shield here too. Okay. Let's see. Armor and evasion. Apocalypse cloak. Oh wow. Orb of alchemy. Don't have that, so I'll take this instead. Keep that free. That's level 2. Block evasion 14. I think I can probably get 1 out of that one. Wrap mitts, energy shield. Requires level 5. Energy shield. Any better? Rusted coif. We'll do that. Two. Sell items.
Farewell.
Yes?
Just to get a little bit ahead of the ring there. We got 2, let's see, warrant. Ooh, I got 1. Okay, take that. Let's see. And these require enough lacerate, chance to bleed. So this is going way better.
Pleasant of arenas, but it'll have to do for now.
Much better.
My spirit is spent.
Oh, do I really have to like over here? So keep this, they said keep preferate to level 12 and then I can get lacerate after that. Okay. Why is the duelist so much better than essentially the barbarian? Nice little conal damage in front of me. We got a little bit of... We'll just put that there for now. I don't have... There's reduced speed on dueling too from what I read, so... Okay, so you cannot use that ability when you have 2. Okay.
Seems this new arena suits me.
Okay. Okay. P. Let's go here. Oh, okay. Ooh.
Spirit is spent. I believe in traveling light.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me with this bullshit, dude. Okay, get rid of this. Get rid of this. And then I can take the wool shoes, put that there. I can take the vine circlet, put that there. I can take the scepter, put that there. I don't think I can take the vest of this. Oh man, I really hate the... Okay, so be the increased attack speed. Perfect. Long stare into the camera. Look at this. Look at this, man. Look at this nonsense. Perfect. Got a nice little tower shield. Come on, boys. All right, let me go to the waypoint that's right there. This is such a better like experience. Go home.
Welcome.
Can you like shift over this stuff? So 24/9. Yes, please. Don't have anything better. Apocalypse, 1 orb of alchemy. I'll take this. That's for the stats. Purchase items. See, do we have like a better sword? Rusted sword with this. Squire's rusted sword of the cloud. Okay, I don't believe I would have 1 armor scrap, iron helmet, iron greaves 7, iron hats 9, reinforced iron greaves of thick skin. That's 2 scrolls of wisdom. Okay. Okay.
Stay sharp out there.
All right, I'm gonna be back, folks. Let me go eat my sandwich. I got a sandwich downstairs, and we'll be doing competent Path of Exile gameplay. Okay, be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, the most Rose of Heels has returned. Waifus burn the crucible. Jesus. These sick degenerates, man, and their waifus. Okay. We're back at it, ladies and gentlemen. But that also means multi-strike support. We got this. Abortion, man.
Okay, guys.
Alright, we got a Papa Gut video that's gonna play for a while. So let's go ahead.
Ethan uploaded the video on his Ethan Klein channel. I'm not sure why he didn't talk about it on his actual podcast, although maybe he did. But he posted this yesterday, and it's called BBTV, which I don't even know what that is. We're gonna educate ourselves.
TikTok's growing, man. People liking those videos with prepared videos. I gotta do more.
$620,000 from me. Wow, what is this? Some kind of provides end-to-end
Strike
solutions
gave
for
me a
creators
like.
of all sizes to grow their audience. Interesting. What the hell does that mean? Okay, well, let's see what we got here.
All right. Well,
oh, it says in his opinion, by the way. So,
I never thought I'd be the last idiot to get ripped off by an MCN, but here I am.
What is MCN?
You
What is
know,
that?
I've always been so skeptical of MCNs.
Oh,
and a lot
you know
of people
what?
don't even know what those are.
Yeah, what is an MCN?
Are anymore.
Like a
They're called
marketing thing?
multi-channel networks.
Oh.
Back in the day, they were kind of more like management companies. They could.
My understanding is that aren't those the things that basically like when YouTube didn't have ads on it, they would provide you with money, right? Isn't that how that works? Oh, what is this?
They would essentially do
that's
the
what
business
it is.
side for you,
I
for everyone who
think so.
doesn't know, for like YouTube.
They could even get you like guaranteed ad revenue deals. A lot of them were involved in facilitating shows and big sponsorships. So back in the day,
Think of
they were a
Machinima.
big deal, and they were kind of important to have. But as time went on, and there was more scandals with MCNs, the way it works is that when you sign up with the MCN, YouTube sends all of your ad revenue, everything you make via YouTube, to them. And then they send it to you. Now, back in the day, they would take a cut. Let's say they would take 10%. And so they would take the whole payment, and then they would pay you 90%. Now,
That sounds like a terrible deal. Why? And I'm assuming it's part of the contract, but why not just like say, hey, we'll pay you 10% instead of having it go through them? Interesting.
let's see, I joined them in 2017. And the deal we had with them is we would get 100% of everything. Basically, if they brought us like a sponsorship, like let's say,
so then what value are they getting?
Nike was like, hey, I want to put an ad. I want Ethan to read an ad in his video. So if they brought us that, then they would get a cut of that. But everything we made through YouTube, 100% of YouTube revenue came to us. The reason that this was convenient for me is because when we first made our AdSense account, we were in Israel. Now, there's a rule about AdSense accounts. You can only have one at a time. And because it was in Israel, they don't let you change your country. So this whole time, my whole career,
I don't know
I've
if
been
they've
using the
changed
same
that policy.
AdSense account
That's the only thing too. Ever since like some of the AdSense rules over time has changed. I don't know if they've changed that over time too. That's the only thing too. Maybe if you had like a legacy account, they wouldn't let you change it because of how old your account is. But like, I don't know if like nowadays if they let you do it. Like, I'm not monetized. Soon I will be because the Heal Nation is growing. But I don't know now if you have an AdSense account too. That's why I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're gonna like start making money off of YouTube, like, and you see like actual growth, you really need to start looking into like the business side of things, especially if you're like a small creator. I understand like on the creator side of things, you just want to create content, but you need to, even if you're, this is just for like anyone who's starting their own business, you have to like really start getting into like the financial side of things too, so you don't get fucked over. Like Ethan here is going to talk about it a little bit more too, and it gets pretty screwy, and you know the history of Machinima and a bunch of other things too. You need to like be able to protect yourself and understand like what's going on the financial side of things. But nowadays, like, a lot of the information's out there. A lot of people have already done the work for you, and it's negligent on your part if you don't take the part. In my opinion, this is literally to pick yourself up by your own bootstraps, like argument, part of it anyway. You need to be able to like do that for yourself too. Like, you don't need to like talk to all the experts and everything too on some things, not all things, but on some things you don't have to talk to them on, but or the other way around. But you should be able to like do a lot of this stuff like on your own too, like form your own LLC and stuff like that. That's relatively easy. And with the AdSense thing, like if you're going to be in the United States, you should make your country of residence the United States too, unless you're gonna have like a permanent move. Like, you need to think about these things. Like, I understand for like younger people, you guys don't think about it, but like you should start thinking about it too, especially if you start growing on like YouTube and whatnot. Bro, I had a great steak and cheese sandwich, man. Oh my god, I couldn't finish it. That's how good it is. When a sandwich is so filling, and it's just like, I devour that first half of that sandwich. The other half is like still there too. I'll eat it in like a couple of hours, but like, oh, it's so good. So simple too, steak and cheese.
With living in Israel, and the only way that I could,
you can't just change your You can't just like change that? Why wouldn't you be able to talk to YouTube and be like, oh, we moved to America, we're gonna change that?
Actually get paid.
That's the thing I don't get.
If I connected to a network and YouTube sent the money to them, and then they sent us the money. That was the only way.
Is that sounds untrue? I mean, like I said, he would know better than me, obviously, but that just sounds not true to me. Am I weird for thinking that? Because that sounds weird. Why wouldn't they let you change the country that you're in? Is that really something that they don't let you do? That's fucking bizarre.
Just to be clear here, because the AdSense account was made in Israel, we could only pay it to an Israeli bank account, which we don't even have anymore because we live in the United States. So the only way to get that money paid to our American bank accounts was to send it to the MCN first, which is crazy, right? And I've been exploring how to disconnect from them on my own. And the part that I was really afraid of was essentially that
How? That's
it
weird.
could take a while to get a new AdSense account approved and to get it all connected and running. Like up to 2.
You can change. Somebody said, I don't know if this is true, but somebody said you can change it. They just didn't want to lose AdSense while they switched over. Oh, okay. If that's true, interesting.
2 weeks, maybe more, right? So that would be 2 weeks of our channel, of our membership.
Is Israel a special case? Oh, okay. It would take
no
2
revenue.
weeks.
Everything's turned off. So for me, I was like, I don't want to go through that. I guess what happened recently.
So it seems like specifically you can change it, but you'll lose 2 weeks of revenue. I could see how that'd be a problem, and you'd be like, well, fuck it. Okay. I get it.
If you
now.
run
That
like
makes
a
little
company
more
like
sense.
Ethan, I can understand.
Damn, YouTube kind of sucks though. They couldn't help somebody. That's a little rough. I guess I'm staying in America, guys.
Is that I got my payment stub from them like usual, which shows basically how much they paid us.
Okay.
And when I went into YouTube Analytics, I noticed it was like significantly off. And I was like, this is strange. And I asked our accountant or head of finance for our businesses to go look back and see if there's discrepancies. And as far as we could tell, they had skimmed $620,000 at least, right? That's just from what we can tell, from specifically the membership money.
Oh. Oh, okay. I could be wrong, but okay. All right. I think I hear what's happening here. Now, I could be completely wrong, but what it sounds like to me is that they had a deal from a long time ago before memberships, right? I don't know when they exactly added memberships. We should look that up really quick. When did they add YouTube memberships? 2018. Okay. And he said he made this deal in 2017. So what it sounds like happened to me is that they had made a contract that says they keep 100% of YouTube ad revenue, right? And then when they made memberships, they decided
Memberships
to
are
take some of
great
that membership
thing.
money because technically they'd be able to take it. Now I understand. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it sounds like to me. And they got hit a little bit that. So that's what I would assume that they're gonna do is like, well, we said we wouldn't take YouTube ad revenue, but memberships aren't ad revenue, so we're taking a percentage of that. Okay.
Oh, and that especially ticks me off because these is people coming to us to show us their direct support. Like that was the whole point of this program. And what happened was we started really investing in the members program recently in the past year or two, like heavily, to the point where it's one of our main sources of income now in terms of what happens on the podcast. People have been so gracious, so supportive, so amazing. And part of what really pissed
So what you're saying, Ethan, is that you put a lot of work into your memberships, and then people subscribe to your memberships. You didn't tell people that you'll put more work into it if they subscribe first. Interesting. Boogie. That's. Sorry, I've never heard that. I've never heard of that before. But
This little.
Have you ever thought about maybe? I'm sorry. This is old news. I'm being a little rude.
pisses me off is that they went after that money. Now, I'm an idiot for letting this go on for so long, right?
Yeah.
Part of what happened was we had our old accountant lady who was with us for a few years. Before she started, I used to every month go over the receipt, check it against YouTube, and make sure it was 100% correct. Now, it had never been wrong.
Okay.
In all my years of being on YouTube. And when she started, I outsourced it to her because it was tedious. It was taking a lot of my time. And this is part of what growing a business is outsourcing this kind of tedious tasks like that. And so I outsourced it to her to check that out. And well, she left about 3 months ago, we got a new
Yeah,
person.
that was my fault. I wasn't paying
and
attention.
It turns out that she wasn't checking it at all, in fact. So this was the first time that I really noticed it. I thought that she was doing it, which is why it went on for so long. Now, what's really interesting about this is when I first...
Damn, I feel bad for that, bro. We've all had our rough tax agents before, I'll tell you that. I'm there too, brother. I'm there too, brother.
That happens, man. A lot of people like kind of blame. I know with some of the Discord, a lot of people blame Ethan. Oh, you need to be on top of it too. But like, let's be honest. Like everyone does it. Even I do it like every once in a while too. Like I'm not making anywhere near the type of money. Like I'm not making any money doing this. Like just like in other things. But like yeah, we all get like a little bit lazy, and like when you're like kind of working on like content, you kind of like just want to concentrate on that too. I'm not saying that's an excuse, but that's just, you know, that's just how it is. And I know how that sounds. That's just I don't know what to tell you. That's just like how it is though. Right, so gear. So what do I want? So you want the jack axe, Val hatchet. Where the fuck do you get the jack axe? Okay. Boots, weapon. So what I want, one-handed axe. Okay. So right now. Okay. Jack the axe. Okay.
Dollars.
I gotcha.
I was like, man, maybe there's just a mistake, right? Maybe they don't know, because in our terms, let me tell you, it was very clear that this was a 100%.
5 to 11.
Now, I want to show you. First of all, this is the contract we signed back in 2017, I'm pretty sure. And YouTube, the membership program, didn't even exist at this time.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we go to, and this is the important parts, Google net revenue, of which we got 100%. Okay, it says BB.
Okay, you earn 100% of Google net revenue received from BTV from your videos on your YouTube channels. Yeah, that's what it. So what I said, I think, is correct. Okay, so if I was gonna lawyer this up, BBTV will pay you an amount equal to 100% of Google net revenue received by BBTV from your videos on your YouTube.
Destiny
channels.
went over this too yesterday. I was watching.
This is obviously open to interpretation, and you could probably sue for this. But the way that they decided to interpret it is memberships don't come from your videos technically. It just comes from people subscribing. Now, obviously, you have to you were not going to subscribe unless you watch their videos or something. But so their thing is like, well, that's a video. Memberships aren't a video, especially if you look at somebody's specific tab, and then all of a sudden we got like a whole fucking mess. Okay. You look here and it's like we have a home page, and you got videos, shorts, and live. These are all different things, and then now things start to get a little crazy. That's exactly how they would have decided to interpret it. He should have caught that sooner. I wonder what percentage they took.
TV will pay you an amount equal to 100% of Google net revenue.
It happens, man. I don't know what to tell you.
BTV from your videos or on your YouTube channels.
Oh, on your... No, it's not or. It doesn't say or. He injected the word or.
Okay.
So
by BBTV from your videos or on your YouTube channels.
It doesn't say the word or. It says net revenue received by BBTV from your videos on your YouTube channels, not or your YouTube channels.
Okay. So it says BBTV will pay you an amount equal to 100% of Google net revenue. Memberships is paid to me from Google.
I know, but like again, if you read it, this is open to interpretation. This is what lawyers are here for. It says from YouTube, from your YouTube videos on your YouTube channels. It doesn't.
And that's the sticking point too, because they're gonna make the distinction. I don't know if they're gonna like really like fight this too. From what I understand, it's like over $600,000, so they might fight it. Like technically, that money, if I was arguing this, is separate from like the money you make from your YouTube videos. Is people directly like giving you money through your memberships, which according to that clause would fall within that clause. So it depends on how like the lawyers are going to argue and how the judge interprets it and whatever like relevant law that there is. Because it seems like I forget what it's called in like contract law already. When you have two parties are looking at like a specific term in a contract, and apparently they're interpreting the contract in like that term in two different ways. There's like something that like a court can look into. I'm gonna imagine there's probably already case law on something similar to this, because I doubt this is anything like novel in like contract law, especially with involving like MCNs and content creators. So I imagine since memberships came about, there's probably like a case somewhere. I know Ethan's out there in California that like addresses this already. But like that just seems like fairly, but like, you know, he could argue like it's fairly ambiguous too. But like the thing is though, at the time of the contract though, when he signed it, you had a lawyer review it, and he probably thought too, you know, that would be separate. Like memberships like to a channel would essentially be money that I fully get 100% of. Like I wouldn't have to split that money with you. Do you know what I mean? But
100% of Google net revenue. It says you get 100% of Google net revenue received by BBTV from your YouTube videos, specifically videos on your YouTube channels. So we're gonna give you 100% of every video you make.
We'll see what happens
on your YouTube channel from videos specifically. So, that's how they got them.
100% of Google net revenue.
Yeah.
Membership.
Like I said, I wonder if there's any like case law specifically like involving that though. That's like the only thing. You know what I mean? 6 to 11. Squires Rusted Sword of the Cloud. Plus 11 quality. 2550. Attacks per second. 155. Weapon range. 14. I wonder. Yeah. That's a white. Let's get something like a little bit more unique.
Is paid to me from Google, from YouTube.
Yeah, he got
same bucket.
I don't know,
we get from the ads, as we get from, you know, YouTube Premium. It's all coming from Google, so that's 100%.
Right, but those aren't considered
now, when
videos.
I talk to them, they pointed out this, and I'll get to all this stuff. But you guys are gonna love this. They go, okay, well, they says there's a clause if you go to other payments. Now these guys had the fucking audacity to come to me and say, well, if you look at this section, your revenue, and you look here, it says 70% of other net revenues.
Okay, I gotta read. I don't think I was gonna see if he was gonna read it. In addition to the amounts set by the cover sheet and subject to BBTV obtaining your prior written approval to use your content in a manner described below, BPTV will also pay you, in accordance with the terms of this agreement, an amount equal to the following. In the event that you provide your prior written approval to BPTV to use your videos on a BPT channel, 75% of Google net revenue received by BPTV from such videos distributed on such BPTV channel. Okay, so I'm assuming that means that he'll get a percentage if they put it on the specific BBTV's channel. 75% of other platform ad revenue received from BPTV, okay, from your videos on related other platforms, and 70% of other net revenue, or as the parties may agree upon in writing on a case-by-case basis. Yeah, it sounds. Well, do they get 70% or does he get 70%? Either way, yeah, they got him with the contract. This, it sounds like he didn't get. They didn't steal the money from him at all. But he got, I feel like it's still kind of like a ripoff. It's one of those things where you got to be careful with contracts and lawyers and shit. Like the second they did YouTube memberships, he should have been like, okay, we got to get a lawyer and we got to renegotiate this contract. You know, I guess he's wishing that he took that 2 week of less revenue now, huh?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that makes sense. Unfortunate.
Revenue. And you look here, it says 70% of other net revenues. And they're like, well, memberships is other net revenue.
That's true.
And therefore, we are entitled to keep the $620,000 that we've essentially, I want to say stole. That's my opinion.
Yeah,
obviously,
I
the
feel
court
that,
will
but
decide. Obviously, we're suing them. Now, they must think I'm a fucking idiot, right? Because they continually says, or as the parties may agree upon in writing on a case-by-case basis. Now, what's interesting about this, there was no writing.
Well, there is no conversation about it because, like, there was no conversation about it because you guys didn't. Like you said, you started in 2017, and then they didn't implement the YouTube ad revenue until 2018. So he gets 70, they get 30. Okay, but still, my point stands. Damn, over 5 years. So this is 30%. How much money did he make then? Like, holy fuck, like $1 million plus? Damn, good for you.
There was no case
that 5% is pretty big.
Case basis. This was them silently.
Wait, Trisha, you got to sue Ethan because that means that this part of this money is yours too, because you're supposed to get 50% of all.
Don't
of that.
give him
And
any
if they're
ideas,
taking it,
Papa
that
Gut.
means that like they were actually supposed to give you more. Think about it this way. This is my understanding. Okay, Trisha, listen, this is like half of a joke, but like almost serious. But okay. They had a 50-50 split on ad revenue. Ethan would get 50, Trisha would get the other 50. That's my understanding, specifically on ad revenue. Or maybe it was 45, whatever. I don't know. I know that like he made 5% more, but I think that she got a 50-50 split on memberships. Either way, we're going to keep it simple for me. Okay? Now, if they're taking the 30%, that means that only 70%. If BBTV... okay, is taking 30%. That's the way I understand it. That means the only thing that's left is 70%, which means that Ethan and Trish are actually only getting 35%, and BBTV is getting 30%, right? That means Trisha is entitled to another 15%, okay? Realistically, this split should have looked Ethan 20%, okay? 50 for Trisha, and 30 for BBTV. Okay? Okay, I get it. She had 45%. He had 55. You understand my point, okay? I kept it easy because math is not my strong suit anymore. I'm old. I'm 33. Ethan owes Trisha money, bro. Okay? I don't know if any of this is true. But isn't it funny to think? Okay, isn't it funny to think? Trisha, I will become your lawyer. I am 25% Jewish. I'm sorry. That is my father's part Jewish. Ethnically, sorry. Yeah, this sucks for Ethan, but like I could see what happened.
He's saying, oh, there's this huge new revenue stream coming in. Let's fucking steal it secretly, silently, and hope they don't notice. So this is what they're saying. They're saying, yes, it's other revenue, but it doesn't even count as other. I mean, they define Google net revenue here in the contract. Google net revenue.
No, but they said Google net revenue that comes from your YouTube videos on your YouTube page. They didn't. You're missing most of it. You're missing most of what they said. Like, like the contract said is Google net revenue from your videos. Their argument here, and they could be wrong. If you win, good for you. Is that this is not revenue from a video? This is revenue from the channel. Okay.
For any period means revenue earned and actually received by BBTV in such period from Google Ads and Google subscriptions with respect to your content on.
Where does it say Google subscriptions though? They didn't say that you would make money from your Google subscriptions. If that was in there, you wouldn't have that problem. But there was no description.
This huge new.
Why are you bringing up subscription revenue? It is irrelevant to the original bit. 100%. Yeah, like I said here, BBTV will pay you an amount equal to 100% of Google net revenue received by BBTV, right? So you get the revenue goes to BBTV. That's specifically from YouTube videos on your YouTube channels. So it's only referencing YouTube video revenue. So the subscription, this is irrelevant that this exists here. What you're doing, I know this really makes sense what you're saying right now.
YouTube. Then they even define Google subscription.
It doesn't matter if you could count memberships under YouTube subscriptions or under Google subscriptions because there's nothing in there for Google subscriptions in his contract. So it is just that. He just showed us that.
Which is exactly what membership is. It says Google subscription.
It doesn't matter.
The subscription-based service on YouTube, offered or facilitated by Google, whereby end users may access your videos, the timing selection of which is at the end user's discretion, and for which the end user is charged a predetermined periodic fee to access such content Google as often as the end user selects. So on both of these clauses, they're dead wrong. I mean, it's like obscenely, unethically.
It doesn't seem like it.
Ridiculous for them to have the ball balls, the audacity to get on the phone with
sucks still
and try to justify it. Here, let me run you through this whole thing. So, first of all, I noticed this 3 days ago, and I wrote them all an email. I said, "Dear BBTV officers, I hope this email finds you well. I am writing to you today to address a pressing matter that." Did he add that to the background? Okay. "Has come to my attention, which requires immediate action from your end. On reviewing our financial records, I have discovered a significant discrepancy in the sponsorship revenue that has been remitted to the H3 podcast. It appears that Broadband TV has been withholding 30% of the sponsorship money going back as far as December 2020, possibly even earlier. The total amount withheld from us, as our records allow us to track, is $619,000, $101.06. As you are well aware, our agreement with Broadband TV, which was
the music
established
is
in
like just so
2017,
out of
clearly
place.
states that 100% of all revenue would go to the H3 podcast. The only exception.
If that's true, how come he didn't show that in the original thing? Because what he showed us is at 100% from videos. So
this would be
I love you, but I'm an attorney, and you're not right, bro. I mean, I imagine different attorneys would agree differently. I don't know what it is that I'm wrong about. First of all, you're a woman, which means that you can't be an attorney. I'm just kidding. But also, basically what we said, like, it makes sense why they would keep the money. I would still fight it, but
Broadband TV directly brought us a third-party sponsorship, in which case your company would receive a cut of that specific revenue. It has become apparent.
It doesn't matter how they define Google. You're going to make me fucking tear the remaining hair. It doesn't matter how they define Google ad revenue, because from what he showed us on the contract, I feel like you're fucking gaslighting me, is that they will pay 100% of the Google net revenue received by BBTV from your YouTube videos. It's so specific. You can listen, I hope Ethan wins, but fuck, it says from your videos. The way I'm interpreting this is 100% makes sense. They got him because they didn't add memberships until a year later. This specifically says the Google net revenue or Google net revenue received by.
I wonder if they knew ahead of time, or if like I gotta remember, I gotta look at like some old videos, but I wonder if they knew that like Google was planning on adding Google memberships or YouTube like memberships for like YouTube channels, and they purposely left that out, knowing. But you would have to prove that in court though. But I wonder, just out of curiosity, if they knew that. That is like incredibly interesting. That is actually very interesting. Oh.
My spirit is spent.
Uh, 25%, 33. The only thing is,
I believe in servant light.
so let's see. Plus 24 armor. Okay, path of building. And then we're gonna go here, attack speed, then art of the gladiator.
BBTV from your videos on your YouTube channels. You only get the move. They could go as far to fucking take his live stream shit if they really wanted to. He should look into that, because the way that they define different things are they're categorized differently. I'm just saying that the way that we're reading it, I could see where they're coming from. God bless Ethan. Hopefully he gets his money. But this is what I'm talking about. Okay, you're just like, I don't know. I guess if you're a lawyer, I'm better at semantics, I guess. Okay, I don't know. All right, I'm a lawyer too. I'm just kidding. But anyway, that's what I'm saying. I'm just reading what's in front of my face. Okay. No, they don't go on to include Google subscriptions in the definition. Holy fuck, I swear to God, you're triggering me. I think you're doing it on purpose. I think you're trying to trigger me on purpose. I think that you're actually trying to trigger me. They don't go on to say that. He goes on to define this of like what Google net revenue is. It doesn't matter what they define it as. Specifically, it's the net revenue exclusively from the videos. I don't know what to tell you. It's good that there's attorneys on Ethan's side, and I hope that Ethan wins. But again, the interpretation, and that's how contracts work, is they're open to a loose amount of interpretation. They're going to be
not
able
really.
to get their shit.
It depends.
I understand that Ethan, like people who are fans of Ethan that are attorneys are interpreting it one way. I'm just telling you from an unbiased perspective. I was like, that's how they are.
Not really. Contracts shouldn't be. Contracts generally aren't like open to like that much interpretation to the benefit of one party. Maybe when you're dealing with like MCNs and things like that, and they kind of know like how things are gonna go, and they're dealing with parties too. But like if it's like pretty plain on its face that the contract's like unfair goes one way, courts will like rule that. Would rule in favor of like, let's say like the plaintiff, like in that case too, who would generally be the one bringing the suit. Contracts aren't like open to interpretation like that too, and generally the contracting parties, even if the person's trying to fuck the other person over, you don't really want the contract to be open to interpretation. So like I said, like the court can rule like against you, like in that regard. That's the only thing. I understand where Papa Gut's coming from too, but it's just there'd be like too much money at stake, especially when there's like well-known differences in like in the contracting power of the parties. Like if Disney, for example, is like fucking over people with their contracts, and they kind of do, to be honest with you, then especially the actors too, then a court can rule against them, like at least pay out like damages to like the party too. All right, more on Papa Gut getting triggered by random chatter.
Interpreting it. That's how they're going to interpret it. That makes sense to interpret it like that, but I hope Ethan gets his money. Saying that he's right and wrong is silly because it should go to litigation, and then the judge will determine who's right and wrong. Okay? I'm just letting you know. I know that you like Ethan a lot, but I'm just saying, based on this, that's why they're interpreting it like that. I don't really care. You could say I disagree. There's lawyers that disagree with you, but go to litigate. Let's see how it goes in the courts. I'm not going to go like, no, if he wins the money, I'm not going to go, no, Ethan shouldn't win. I'm going to go, okay, good. I hope he does, because he's getting fucked. But the problem is that they had a contract in 2017. 2018 rolled around. And then they decided to be like, hey, let's just take this money, because technically, by our interpretation, with our team of lawyers, I'm assuming that this BBTV has a whole team of lawyers, will be justified in taking this money because they didn't renegotiate the contract, and bada boom, here we are. That's where we're at. Okay, stop telling me that I am wrong, because you don't actually know dick worth of shit. I could be wrong. The interpretation makes sense. We'll see how it goes in court. But you're triggering me on such like a dumb thing. I don't even know why I'm engaging with this. I'm gonna go fucking crazy. I go crazy over the dumbest shit. It just bothers me.
You do, actually.
Incorrect? No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Making jokes to calm down. But it's like you're gaslighting me. Like, I'm literally just reading in front of me. Like, no, you don't know how to read. I know what I'm reading is correct. I can see this. I can see how I'm reading this. Okay. All right. I'm just telling you. This is the contract that they have. Ethan even injects the word "or" into the contract as he's reading it. Okay, I'm just letting you know. Okay, letting you know.
By the way, like those, like
I didn't misunderstand.
those words like or and like whatnot too, it does matter in like contractual language, as silly as it sounds. As silly as that sounds, like things like that actually do matter in like contract law. Chance to bleed. So 6 runes. Okay, there we go.
Understand it. You're wrong. I'm not being rude. I'm just telling you that you're wrong, and then you're constantly like, no, you're wrong. I'm sorry that you're getting offended by what I have to say, but I don't know what you're. But like, I'm interpreting it normally, and this is how they're interpreting it. That's it. I'm sorry that you feel like I'm being rude. Okay. This is how this is the interpretation, very basic interpretation. It makes sense. BBTV, this is the contract he showed us, will pay you an amount equal to 100% of Google net revenue received by BBTV from your videos on your YouTube channel. Okay? Ethan injected the word or in there magically, maybe intentionally or not. So if you're going to criticize anybody, criticize him for having this preconceived notion.
Alright, you need 3 links
in there. Now, if it goes to court, it's going to be a conversation. How courts work. They will have conversations about it, and they'll figure out what they feel is legally acceptable. Okay? But that's how it is. Then, this is 2017. In 2018, okay? In 2018, they implemented YouTube memberships. They never negotiated that contract. So that what happened is they're like, you know what, fuck it, let's just take the money. That's it. Good. I hope I'm being kind of rude. I don't give a fuck. Okay? Don't say you're wrong. Say I disagree with you. But you guys come in here like, no, you're fucking wrong. Probably shut up. Just say like I disagree, blah blah blah, and then I'll be like, hey, here you go. This is like the 4th time I've re-explained this. If I'm getting kind of rude, it's because you just keep saying that I'm wrong. I'm a lawyer. Oh, I'm a lawyer. I know. There's so many lawyers that are gonna disagree with you. That's how lawyers are. Half the time, lawyers don't even fucking believe what they're saying. I'm just telling you. So stop saying you're wrong.
He's not wrong about that too, by the way. They get paid.
Okay, I don't care if I'm being a little rude.
He's not wrong about that too.
Okay, I'm also going.
They'll never admit that out loud, but
calm down a little bit.
Let's see. You got auras, ancestral protector.
Okay, but I'm not wrong. Doesn't mean that I'm right. This is open to interpretation. That's where it's at, and that's why lawyers exist. Okay, I am right. Why not rewatch where the misinterpretation? There's nothing. I have it, bro. You're gonna make. I'm gonna jump off a bridge. You can't be saying why not just rewatch where the misinterpretation is. I'm showing you on the TV where Ethan shows us the literal contract. What do I need to rewatch? It's on the screen. You're right. Maybe I misinterpreted it. Yeah. It doesn't matter how BBTV defines Google subscriptions. What are you talking about? None of this. What are you talking about? How they define Google subscriptions? Okay, let me read it. Google subscriptions means a subscription-based service. Is this how they define it? Why would this be in the contract?
Hold the stream coming in. Let's fucking steal it secretly, silently, and hope they don't notice. So this is what they're saying. They're saying, yes, it's other revenue, but it doesn't even count as other. I mean, they define Google net revenue here in the contract. Google net.
Why would that be in the contract if there was no Google subscriptions at the time?
I don't know if it was ever like talked about beforehand, or like that was like in the wire. Like I would think like some MCNs would probably know.
Stay sharp out there.
Whether or not some things were like down the pike, you know what I mean? I would imagine like that's the case, but you never know. That's the only thing. It could have been like they would have known that some of these things were probably going to happen, but it also could be like, hey, probably they didn't know. See what happens, you know what I mean?
Where end users may access your videos with timing selection. YouTube Red. What does this have to do with anything? How does defining Google subscriptions matter at anything? How does this make any difference from the way that they describe this? I don't even know why. I'm getting sunlocked. We're gonna move on.
That this understanding has not been respected, and I'm deeply concerned about the implications of this breach in our agreement. I'm currently assuming that this discrepancy is the result of an honest mistake, and they will not need to escalate this situation any further. However, I must stress the urgency and gravity of this matter. It is of paramount importance that we resolve this issue quickly and amicably.
Is this like Ethan like adding his own thing to it? This is hilarious.
On how Broadband TV intends to rectify this situation, including the reimbursement of the entire amount withheld from us, $619,000, and any other discrepancies that may be discovered. I expect to receive this plan of action by end of the week. Friday, that was today. Failure to do so will leave me no choice but to consider alternative courses of action. I appreciate your prompt attention to this matter and have faith that we can reach an agreeable resolution. Now, I sent this to you 3 days ago. I attached every officer in that company, including the CEO, and they ghosted me. For 3 days, they ghosted me. Okay. No response. Last night, they said, okay, let's jump on a call on Friday to discuss. So after the podcast, I had this fantastic podcast with Terry Joe, and it was so good. It was so wholesome. It was great. I was feeling good. And then I call these guys.
Well, listen, okay? The best time to feel bad is when you're feeling good. Let's be real, okay? You know, I know how it works sometimes. You're like, I'm having a really good day and something bad happened. But imagine you're already having a bad day and then something bad happened. Maybe that's the way it should be, okay?
Work. And actually, I recorded the whole thing. They are in Canada, which is a one-party, consent territory. So I'm pretty sure I can release the whole phone call, which I plan on doing. We just need to make double check with our...
I mean, is California? They probably are.
I think it might have to go with the party that you're going to be like leaking.
California is an all-party consent state. It is legal to record a confidential conversation, including private conversations or telephone calls, without consent in California. I wonder how that would work legally. I would have talked to a lawyer first, but okay.
Our attorney that it's kosher to do that.
Do they say it is? Or?
But there are some great moments. Double check with our attorney that it's kosher to do that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, you know.
But there are some great moments here. So he gets on the phone.
I'm going to watch the update, yeah.
And he has the balls to be, we've worked together for a long time, and we really want to figure out a way to make this work. I said, cut the shit, dude. Just tell me, are you paying us back? He says, at this time, we believe that by the what the contract says, we are justified in keeping this money, and we will not be paying you back. He goes, yeah, it's in other revenue. I says, okay, my dad just gave me $100. Do you want $30 of that? Me and Theodore were playing Monopoly. Do you want 30% of my Monopoly money?
I imagine it refers to YouTube stuff, but okay.
Like other revenue, what is that? I mean, well, other revenue. And I go.
Yeah, it sounds like other revenue is defined as anything but video revenue, right? That's what it seems to be. Yeah.
Give me a break. I go back and look at the contract, and sure enough, they're full of shit. Right. Full of shit. As I showed you guys. And then this was my favorite part. This is how he justifies it. He says to me, to my face, over the phone, he goes, okay, then, let me ask you this. If you care that we've been taking this money from you, then why didn't you just leave? When I joined BBTV, they were the biggest MCN at the time, and they were a big company. They were publicly traded, super reputable. So I never thought, like, these guys are going to be stealing money from me. And then coming on the phone and spitting in my face with that shit. Why didn't you leave?
He's editorializing just a tiny bit, but I'll go ahead and let him do it.
I didn't expect you to just silently steal my money? So yeah, he tried to justify it. They says, no, we're keeping it. And so now, as you guys may have noticed, some of y'all may have noticed that our memberships program, a lot of you got emails saying the membership program is paused.
Damn.
And the reason for that is because now
oh
I need
my
to make
God,
this horrible move that I've been putting off for so long,
Damn, he paused the whole membership program? Jesus.
Feel sorry for the members.
That 30%. That's the kind of petty that I would engage in as well, honestly. I know it's his.
I'm not gonna lie too. I would do that too. Like fuck those guys.
Overall, from that, since you paused the membership program, but I would do that too, bro. Fuck that shit.
That I have to create a new AdSense account, and to do that, I have to erase my old AdSense account. By the way, I did this all with someone from YouTube.
Damn.
This is, according to YouTube, the best way to do this.
So is this
That's kind of crazy to me.
Is this who owns this channel then? I wonder who owns this one. Damn, is he taking the loss on this beautiful video? I got 400,000 views in a day. Shit.
So when I canceled my old AdSense account that was in Israel, so I could leave BBTV and get paid directly from YouTube, Now the monetization on all of our channels, the podcast,
Damn, this
the
is
Clips
fucked
channel, even H3 Productions, everything is zero monetization. Everything is
Jesus,
off. Memberships
dude.
is paused. It's all
okay. Never mind. I'm an idiot. It's fucked out, dude.
And this is the best way to do it.
Okay.
With YouTube on the phone.
Would there not have been a way to like transfer the money to your wife, like have her make her own AdSense account and then like have her own it or something? I mean, I guess he would have. Okay, I guess he would have figured that out, but could you not do that?
And so I created a new AdSense account. I am waiting for it to get approved. They don't work on the weekend. You know, I just love that. YouTube doesn't work on the weekend. I go, yeah, that makes sense. People don't post videos on the weekend, so why would you need anybody there? CEO is...
No, yeah, it makes more sense to live a couple weeks of revenue than like 30%. Yeah, no, I thought that like he would have... I didn't realize he was going to make a new AdSense revenue account when he first said that. So that he doesn't need to use them. I forgot about that part.
So trashy, you know. She wouldn't even get on the call with me. She sent her little underling to call, who's like the, I don't know, the head of partner scams. I said, does the CEO know that this is the decision you're making? I just want to make crystal clear y'all know what you're doing. You're saying that this is your money, the $620,000, and you are not giving it back to us. And he goes, this was in consultation with her and everybody and lawyers and legal. And I said, okay, dude.
Well, if they're phasing out of existence because of, I can't imagine who would use this network, at least on YouTube, then they probably just don't care about burning the bridge because there's not like they're not going to make that much money over the course of however many years. So
I got pretty fiery on that call. I'm not going to lie. I went kind of medieval. And I'd love to play some of the moments there for you because they're just so obscene. But so people know that's why the membership's paused. I thank all of you so much for caring enough about us, you know, to be like, hey, my payment's paused. What's going on? You know, thank you for caring. I mean, that's ultimately the only reason that they are able to steal this money is because you guys are so generous and so supportive. And I love you guys so much. It's just been so freaking stressful.
All right, Ethan. All right. I know.
Please, God, just.
I love you too, you big
make me go
goof,
down this
you.
route again. You know, please. I don't want this. Just give me the money back.
Hey, you owe Trisha a lot of money, Ethan. You owe Trisha a lot of money, dude. You owe her so much money.
Oh my God, it's stirring the pot here,
She
Papa.
sues you for that. Just kidding. But she might be able to say that she should get it, right? I don't know.
And you know, my fears
true.
are confirmed. Nah, it's ours. Sorry, sucker. You should have left earlier, idiot.
Damn, true.
Okay. So I've got everything. I sent already everything to the lawyer, and
they have like almost like a little bit of an argument there from the perspective of like you didn't notice this for like I don't know 7 years. Let's say 2018. Yeah, 5 years, and so now it's like going back. Like I noticed I noticed in January where like apparently they double charged me at GameStop, and now I can't like fucking dispute it anymore because it's too long. So like that seems to be somewhat a normal thing of like, oh, why didn't you figure it out sooner kind of a deal. It's like my understanding is like if somebody hits your car or some shit, I don't know, I might be going off on a fucking tangent. Maybe I shouldn't listen to Judge Judy. But like if you get your car towed and it's somebody else's fault, like let's say they parked it there, you have to get the car out immediately. You can't just leave it in there for the 30 days and have them pay for the entire like 30 days. You have to take it out immediately and then sue them for that money. So I don't know. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, you can't wait around to enforce your rights. You actually have to like take the time to like mitigate your damages and whatnot. So like courts don't like it like for you to like to wait around and like do that too. So it has to be like within like a reasonable amount of time.
Pissed. I'm pissed at these scumbags. So damn shady. Does Justin Trudeau know that she's a scumbag? He's giving me Jen Shaw vibes. Maybe they can share a cell. That would be great. They can talk shop. Maybe after this she can get into the scamming old people with telephone marketing like Jen Shaw. That would be powerful. She'd be good at that. This woman looked me in the face and spit in my fucking face and said, no, that's $620,000 is ours. And let me tell you what BBTV does for us. They do nothing. And they know they do nothing.
Break a sweat.
He goes, we fulfilled our end of the bargain. Well, yeah, there's nothing for you to do. So, you know, and I'll be honest, it's better. To lose that much money and then on top of it to have all of our AdSense and membership turned off for I don't even know how long it's going to be. I mean, listen, we run a business. We got a mortgage on our office. We got 12 full-time employees. We have a shitload of bills. Like, this is a business we're running here. And she would crush it. in elder abuse and scamming the elderly. She'll be so good at that, man. Oh, hello, yes, we're looking to sell you business classes. Okay. Be awesome at that. Maybe she could consider a new vertical in Medicaid fraud.
Yeah,
that's a huge business. Well, you're like, yeah, hello, government.
Unironically, that is actually true.
Elderly people, yeah, you can just send us billions. What are you getting that, Sharzad? I mean, there's way more money in that than stealing my $620,000. That's a good idea for her. Crypto, you know, launch a NFT, girl. That's what everyone's doing. That's what all the shady pieces of shit are doing. Let's get you on the crypto. Life insurance fraud. You have a significant other. I mean, kill them. You know.
Okay. I know there's an update to this video. We're gonna finish it. Okay.
That pays out big. Life insurance.
I want to get to the other one.
Huge money in that. You know. There's so many better scams you can do. What can I do, huh? Anyways, I thank you guys so much for the support. Love you guys so much.
I hope Ethan loses just in spite of the people in my chat who are disagreeing with me, so I can say fuck you.
No, we'll get this sorted out.
Fuck you.
You win some, you lose some. Ultimately, I'm winning all of them because I got you guys, man. I love you guys so much.
That's a beautiful thing. I love that.
This community, you guys are the best, man.
I love that.
I don't deserve it, so thank you.
Beautiful stuff. I don't listen. Okay, I'm gonna move to the next video, but nothing in this video makes my interpretation incorrect. Okay, the best thing you could say is we'll see how the lawyers say it. But what I'm seeing here is the way that they say this is BBTV will pay you an amount equal to 100% of Google net revenue received by BBTV from specifically your videos. That's the way that they're interpreting it. That's it. Okay, he signed a contract in 2017. They introduced memberships in 2018, and then they just kind of operated from that point on. Hope they should have caught it a little sooner. Hey, life's not ideal, so I can see why they didn't. That's where we're coming from. Let's see the next one. Okay. We prayed to God and he said, I'm wrong. Fuck God. Just kidding. I love you, God. Let's see the update.
Okay, here I am back with part 2 with some updates.
Okay.
First of all, since I announced that BBTV has been skimming 30% of the membership.
Damn, dude.
People started to look deeper at their analytics who had a similar deal as me. Their deal was 100% of YouTube revenue would go to them, and their contract existed before the membership program was rolled out. Here's one such email from Brody Fox. He says, we have the same contract. 100% YouTube revenue with BBTV from 2017. They've been taking 70% of our membership as well. Didn't notice until now since it's a small amount and we don't actively push it on our viewers, but I'd imagine other creators have been affected as well. Here's a comment from Reddit. I have the same agreement with BBTV, 100% YouTube revenue from 2017. Already reviewing everything on our backend. It wouldn't surprise me if more creators have this unknown issue and begin coming forward. Edit. Yep, they've been taking 30% of our memberships as well. But that's actually not the most concerning thing that I've seen, and this is the main reason that I'm making this video. Kavos tweeted out, I've been with BBTV for 5 years. Every month on the 15th of each month, I have been paid for 5 years. Today, everyone receives this email telling us one day before payday that the
holy shit, now now everybody's like looking into their contracts like, whoa, what's going on here?
In my opinion, that means nobody's getting money for anything ever again from them. You know, they're kicking it down.
You think they're using a cut and run? I mean, maybe. I wonder.
He's getting a feeling for anything ever again from them. He has been moved.
Today, everyone receives an email telling us one day before payday that the payout has been moved to next month. Luckily, I can afford to take a hit. Interesting. Why do so many people use BBTV? I guess they had channels before a certain point. They just kept using them, even though they don't really need to.
To next means nobody's getting money for anything ever again from them. You know, they're kicking it down the street.
Maybe.
Here's their justification for it, which makes 0 sense. It says, this is the email he shared. I'm pretty sure their emails go to my spam folder, so I'm just reading the one he got. Hi, Kavos. As you may have seen over the past week, a number of banking institutions and affiliated payment solutions have been affected by recent market events. Okay. While BBTV has no affiliation with any of the affected banks, we understand that many creators are concerned about this situation and may seek to update their payment details. Based on these events, if you wish to change the bank account we sent payments to, please advise us at your earliest convenience. I don't think that many of their creators are banking at a specialty bank for startups only called Silicon Valley Bank. Now, I could be wrong. but I don't think so. In an effort to avoid
All
potential
right,
processing
Ethan.
delays associated with these impacts across a range of partner payment vendors, BBTV is updating your payment schedule. So they say, in order to avoid delays, we're going to delay the payments. Under this new payment schedule, in line with our payment terms, you'll be paid 1 week following the end of the month. For example, your January 2023 earnings will now be paid April 7th instead of March 15th. So a full 3 weeks has been kicked down the road. While we recognize this change may cause initial inconvenience for some creators, it's part of our commitment to ensure ongoing timeliness of partner payments. Guys, we gotta make sure that we're sending you payments on time, and therefore we're gonna pay you late. 3 weeks late. Actually, what's interesting is I'm looking at my bank account, and it seems that they did pay me on March 16th. And so it seems like they're only screwing over some creators, but the fear is like, so why are you paying some people and then not paying other people? My fear is that they don't have the money and that these guys are on the verge of declaring bankruptcy.
Maybe. I don't know.
I've been reading over the
or was the other thing in reference to people from Canada? Like, I mean, isn't Cabo, or he's in England, in the UK? Maybe there's something going on over there. I don't really know.
Contract. And, you know,
I guess
my
we'll wait and
remedies
see.
are not that much. I could unlink immediately without giving a 30-day notice if I was afraid that they were going to go bankrupt. Or no, if they declared bankruptcy. I do have fears that they're going to declare bankruptcy. But you know what? The punishment for terminating it is that I have to pay them back the $10,000 signing bonus they gave me like 5 years ago.
Oh, that's it? Oh, well, why not just do that? Isn't that like... What is he saying, that he would have to do that instead of making like a new fucking AdSense? He could have just paid them a $10,000 signing bonus.
Can't do this just yet.
Why not just do that instead? I mean, I guess so that he doesn't have to give them any more money. I get that if you have the money, but okay.
So I said, you know what? I will happily owe them $10,000 to get out of this because every cent I'm earning now.
Oh, you would have to do it again. Okay, you still have to do it. Never mind. So he has to do that on top of. Well, okay, damn.
Being funneled to them for the next 2 months. You have to be, and I'd have to be like the biggest idiot sucker ever to sit here and allow them after all this to keep collecting my money while I wait patiently for 30 days to come up. No, I said, okay, fine, I'll take the penalty. Now I went to all my channels to unlink. There's a button here. It says unlink, great. But when I do it, it says, wait, removal pending. So let me get this straight. The guys who are, in my opinion, stealing my money now have the option. Now it's up to them if they want to remove me.
Maybe. I mean, it could. Oh, it's a cancel request. Okay, it's not removal pending. It's a request to cancel ship. Okay. I thought it was just sitting there pending because they might just take time for it to go through YouTube's system. But it seems like if it's just a cancel request, or is they referring to cancel the removing pending request? I don't know. It could just mean that it's taking time in the system. It could mean that he had a cancel request and now they have to verify it. It could mean that he canceled it and now he can request canceling the cancellation on the removal. You understand what I'm saying? Who knows? Who cares?
Stealing my money. Now have
I'm too
the
triggered
option.
from
Now
before.
it's up to them if they want to remove me. I don't understand that. So all my channels now are pending removal.
Damn, they got him too. They got Papa too. They know how to get to him.
With my money for the next 30 days. You know, it's not like I have a commercial mortgage, 12 employees. It's cool. I don't need to make any money now for like 4 months, which is basically what's potentially going to happen here. So the reason I'm making this is, one,
that was like 2 weeks.
I want to bring awareness to this situation going on with BBTV, and I want other people to look and see if this has been happening to them. I want them to look and see.
Yeah, if they're closed on the weekends, is that what it is? Maybe it's just because they're closed on the weekends. You don't even know.
See if they got this email like Cavos did. I also want to know if you guys got paid. Apparently, y'all supposed to get paid yesterday. So, did that money even come through? I don't know. I'd like to know. And the final reason is this insane notion that it's up to them to remove me.
I don't know if that part's
from this
necessarily
horrific
25. Okay.
Arrangement. So I don't know. And in some way, I hope YouTube sees this, someone from YouTube, so that they can, one, look into BBTV and their financial situation. Are they about to go bankrupt? Because if they are, YouTube needs to intervene and not send them payments, right? Because a lot of creators, everybody on the network, YouTube sends their money to BBTV for 2 months before they get it. If they're going bankrupt, YouTube has got to stop those payments because they're just burning that. They're just sending their money into the void. This, I have a bad feeling this is a really horrible situation that's about to happen. I don't know if you guys remember, there was a network in 2019 that went belly up. It was a network called Defy. 50 YouTubers, big YouTubers, said that they were owed more than $1.7 million following the collapse of Defy Network, and they're likely to never see that money. Well, I'm in the same
Yeah, I actually
situation,
remember
you know,
that.
and I'm afraid with BB.
With my company, the contract requires that you wait 30 days from request of cancellation to actually stop paying for the service. So are you saying that they're going to, are they withholding until like a particular month is over to remove the request?
A necromancer.
I guess that kind of makes sense, because like my money in January, I don't get paid till February. So
I've traveled in.
is that what they're doing? So like, well, technically you canceled here, but we're still active with you in the month of whatever, so we're not going to cancel until next month, until we get the payment received. Okay, maybe.
BTV is going to be a lot more than $1.7 million. So this is what's happening. It's been stressful. I've been talking to attorneys. I've been trying to get someone at YouTube to take a serious look at this, which I haven't really been successful at yet. So maybe you guys can help, but I have a bad feeling that this is going to get a lot worse. Well,
it's going to get a lot
first, I'm
worse
hoping
before it
my
gets better
business
for
can
you,
survive
Ethan.
4 months without any revenue. So thank you to Broadband TV. And of course, their incredible CEO, Shahrzad Rafati, who just in 2021 had this fantastic interview. She says she's sharing why ethical business decisions are good business decisions. Well, I guess a lot's changed since 2021. Shahrzad?
Okay, listen, I'm gonna go over again. I don't know if the people that I conversed with are in the chat. It seems like an unfortunate situation. To be honest with you, I don't even think Ethan's gonna win. And to be honest with you, I honestly don't care. I know I said I was hoping that he win, but I'm like, yeah, you know what? I don't care either way, whether he wins or loses. I know that's like a little mean. I hope it doesn't put him out of business. That's what I do hope. You know, we love Ethan's content. We're gonna react to Terry Joe at some point. But signed a contract in 2017 that says he gets all the ad revenue on his videos, and then he gets like a split of sponsors and whatever else. 2018 rolls around, memberships are included. He doesn't do what I would consider his due diligence to see if he would be able to get some of that split. And he ends up paying apparently $600,000+ over the course of 5 years. And now he wants all that back. Frankly, based on the interpretation of the contract, he's probably not going to get the money back. And at this point, I hope he loses because of all you fucking assholes in the chat. Okay, that's how petty I am. No, I don't care either way. But there you go. Bada bing, bada bumbus.
That's it. Damn, they really got to him, man.
Matt Taibbi asked me on Twitter, where else?
No, I saw
The
that.
real de-influencers that the liberal media don't want you to see. That's right, I'm talking about Bud Light, baby. Let me tell you what Bud Light did.
Dude, I'm so glad that I got that out of my system. Dude, Bud Light fucking sucks, dude. Like maybe in college, like if you need like cheap beer and shit like that, but like ugh. Or like Bud Light. I remember like Bud Light Platinum. It just doesn't taste good. I'm sorry. Like get that out of your system in college, people. There's better beer out there, okay? There's just like far superior beer. Let's see, get rid of this, get rid of this. So
Stay sharp out there.
Let's see, alteration shard. Okay. Dude, I hate this. The fact that it takes up like this much room. Ugh. Let's see, 25 strength. Yeah, it's the only thing. This shield's not that great. So I'll just go ahead and grab all the gems and just slot them in when I can. towards the flooded depths. We can go ahead and just do that. I know I'm not doing like the optimal way of doing this. Yeah, I need like some fucking serious. Dun, dun. Oh, fuck me, dude. I should have been moving around. Let's see. Melee skills deal more, and blood stance do more. Maybe that's the way I need to do it. Do everything in sand mode. To hit more. Okay. Let's look at this pathing.
that they worked with a trans content creator. That's right, Dylan Mulvaney.
This was like the dumbest thing in the world, too. I also was surprised that like Bud Light, considering they probably done plenty of market research, knowing like who drinks it, like their beer. Maybe they're just trying to encapsulate like a new, more progressive market. But most people who I know who are a little bit more left-leaning don't drink fucking Bud Light. They really don't. Sorry. It's just I don't know what to tell you. They just don't drink Bud Light. They don't like it. I frankly don't like it. I drank it before. It's fucking disgusting. I thought it was disgusting then. It's still disgusting now. Oh my god, I'm about to fucking die.
My spirit is spent.
Come here. Ugh, they're gonna be there too. The thing is, I'm actually having fun like playing this class and like this character. Marauder was like way too slow. Maybe in like past leagues it was good, but like melee characters in this game like fucking suck, dude. There are good melee builds, but they have to be like very like type specific. Oh.
Spirit is spent.
Melted machinations, unlock crystal complete. Okay, finally did that. Oh my god, that took like a minute.
You understand me? They have betrayed the working class that wants to drink piss water. Let's take a look at what they were going on about.
Hey, Budweiser.
I'm
I've been drinking your beer for probably 35 plus years. Not anymore. Y'all screwed up.
Wait, I don't get it. Are you drinking Coors now? No, not Coors, dude. Wait a minute. LGBTQ media advocacy group organization GLAAD describes Coors among the most progressive for its employees towards employee policies towards the gays, and has been advertising in gay publications since the 1980s. The irony is that like all of these brands have always been advocating for, yeah, they do like pride parades and shit. They've literally been pro-gay for a lot longer than even you know, many other companies have. Like, it makes no goddamn sense.
I think words are really necessary about what's happening.
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
like another thing too. I don't understand. I don't know if they know that though. That's the only thing.
Bud Light, all Bud products. Do you know?
Bro, did you buy that? Isn't that just like money down the drain too? I just don't understand that.
Counter, dude. This is all. First of all, this is the working class in the United States of America, brother. You know what I'm saying? This is who is like the real working class. This is literally all HVAC guys. Okay, HVAC business owner, small business owner, hiring undocumented immigrants, 1,000,000%. Talking about fucking building a wall, alcoholic with a McMansion, the ugliest countertops. Oh my god. It's just all HVAC and landscaping business owners. All fucking LARPing like they're, you know, working class Andes, you know, real beer.
Exactly what's going on with Anheuser-Busch right now. They're celebrating 365 days of girlhood, and they sent this transgender activist, Dylan Mulvaney, cases of beer with his face on it. His, her, / she, it, whatever, saying that it would help them authentically connect with their audience. Sadly, I don't know if they knew who their audience was, but...
What is that cut to just do a hee-hee? Bro, everybody wants to be a fucking content creator so goddamn bad. It's mind-boggling. Hee-hee.
So the two major beers would be Budweiser and Bud Light, which are both owned by that company, Anheuser-Busch. Stella, owned by Anheuser-Busch. Modelo, owned by them. Good old Rona, owned by them. Listen up, ladies. Mick Ultra is also owned by them. Some better ones that are not owned by them, which I will be switching to. Coors is almost as good anyway, so probably switching over to that one. Drink.
Listen, he hasn't done voice training yet. Don't make fun of him like that.
Killer, folks. If you want something that puts hair on your chest, drink Blue Moon. It's also not owned by them. So if you want some serious bush on your chest, drink Yingling Lager. Coming in hot here, we got the PBR Classic, also not owned by them. So drink up, folks.
Dude, this is literally the other side of like people being like, let's boycott this brand, let's boycott that brand. Like, liberals do this shit all the fucking time and they get mad about it, except half the time it's like over at least like a real issue. It's just that the boycott is like stupid as far as movements goes. This one makes it doubly dumb because like, one, none of these brands give a fuck about gay people, trans people, whatever the fuck. Anheuser-Busch literally dumps absolute major loads into right-wing politicians in this fucking country, like significantly more than they even do to left-wing politicians. That's number one. Number two, you're getting mad about a beer, dumbass. You're getting mad and trying to stop yourself from drinking one kind of piss beer and drinking the other kind of piss beer instead. The justification I've been seeing online is bringing up the boycott of Harry Potter. I mean, go ahead. The boycott of Harry Potter didn't fucking work. It was dumb as shit from the jump. Even if the idea behind it is understandable, even if they are on the right side of the moral conversation, the boycott was a fucking stupid, silly, dumb movement that didn't take off. And again, this is not going to either. On top of that though, even though no one wants to recognize these kinds of decentralized boycott movements are like idiotic and worthless and doesn't work and all this shit, you're not even on the right side of history on it when you're crying about Budweiser. Every single one of these fucking Brewsters have always, and for a very long time, regardless of what they fucking donate for, by the way, regardless of who they donate to, have always done marketing campaigns to target every single demographic, including, gay people and trans people. But I love it.
Anheuser-Busch. What were you
guys thinking, well, who thought that would be a good idea? Do you realize when people sit down to have a beer, they're having a beer with their friends? If they're their friends,
Bud Light done messed up. Do you have any idea what you've done? Bro, if you see a trans person or a black person or a woman on the side of a fucking can and you lose, or a gay person on the side of a fucking can and you lose your shit like this, you are not made it. You are not cut out to make it in this world. Like, and by that I mean you're gonna fucking die, dude. You're gonna perish. You're too sensitive, brother. You're on the verge of tears because they did a marketing campaign, like not even like a regular one, but just a one-off. All these fucking drama perverts, dude. They are so dramatic. Like, I absolutely losing my mind over the prospect of Bud Light showing a trans woman on the side of a fucking can.
they don't care if they're transgender. They don't care if they're black.
Seems like you care that they're transgender though, which is weird.
If they're white, Chinese, straight, gay, whatever. They don't care. They're there to have a beer with their friends. They don't need to be reminded about equity, equality, LBGTQ, whatever.
In a way, I get it. Imagine the left-wing reaction would be similar if Budweiser put Matt Walsh or whatever on their can. The difference being Dylan Mulvaney never did anything but exist. Yeah, exactly. What do you mean? Like what? You think Budweiser's gonna put Matt Walsh on the side of their can to like fucking hyperfixate and triangulate on the you know, the anti-trans pervert category? Like you think that's what they want to do? Like one is a person who exists and isn't doing anything. Like literally the least offensive content creator. They're just trans. That's it. They're just trans. So everybody fucking dunks on them. Like it's just so dumb. The other person is like actively cutting anti-trans propaganda, trying to get people to go out and do stochastic terror to trans people.
Here to have a good time. And now because you did this, you've ruined it. You've ruined their good time. They've got to be reminded of this wokeness and equality and all that.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Don't buy the beer.
You put the person on a beer can right after a transgender male just shot up a school and killed 3 kids.
I love when like he's trying to misgender the trans person and then like accidentally ends up correctly gendering the trans person. Like that's so funny. You know he thinks it was a trans woman that did the fucking shooting. Like there's no shot he thinks that a trans man actually did the shooting. He unironically is correctly gendering the trans shooter while he's trying to misgender the trans shooter. I already responded to Matt Walsh on this, but like you are the most privileged, pathetic, woke skull. You are literally out of control. The privilege to be complaining about this is unimaginable. You're crying about a marketing campaign. It's a fucking ad campaign. This is what I said to Matt Walsh when he wrote like an entire insane fucking whole ass show more ass Twitter thread on this. The left has taken away all their neutral cultural ground. This is why brands like Bud Light and Nike are giving endorsement deals to a dude in a dress. In the past, a beer company could basically be culturally neutral, but the left has declared that you are either with them or against them. The silence is violence principle. So when the brands have a choice, they can be baptized into wokeism and openly worship the LGBT altar, or they can by default align themselves with conservatives. Like, dude, you are out of your fucking mind. Like, you're writing a manifesto. It's an ad campaign. You're freaking out about a fucking ad campaign. What happened to men? Not to pull a fucking Jordan Peterson, but I'm gonna start crying about what has happened to men. Men used to stand for something. They used to die in wars. Now they write schizophrenic posts and like shooter manifestos because they saw a trans woman on a fucking beer can. They didn't even see Dylan on a beer can, by the way. It's not like Bud Light put Dylan's face on every fucking beer can. They sent her the one with her face on it. That's it. They just said that they were partnering with her. Here's what we should do. Pick a victim, gang up on it, and make an example of it. We can't boycott every woke company or even most of them, but we can pick one. It hardly matters which, and target with a ruthless boycott campaign. Claim one scalp and then move on to the next. The problem is that many conservatives don't have the stomach or attention span for this. Yeah, dude, because it's stupid and it won't fucking work. And our political leaders are almost completely useless. There's a way to win real victories. We just need a little grit and a little follow through. Okay, so when left-wing people fucking complain about this and like try to do boycott campaigns, they're trying to do it because of some like material reality, you know what I mean? Like Walmart is like throwing up a fucking black fist, but then simultaneously giving or buying cops new cruisers and shit to better and more effectively brutalize black people. And then people recognize the powerlessness is
I'm already like bored of this. This is is like so silly. Him going through like this like material analysis shit too, man. Most of this is like just like kind of like fake.
Because Bud Light did an influencer campaign with one trans woman. Absolutely fucking bananas, dude. There's no legitimate purpose behind this. He's just like upset that that Bud Light recognized and acknowledged the existence of one trans woman. I cannot begin to make fun of this and describe to you how fucking pathetic these people are. And it's a company that is given a shitload more money to conservative causes. Like, what do you think? Do you think he'd prefer it if Bud Light like put the F slur on the side of a can, but then was dumping so much fucking capital into left-wing causes and like legitimately advocating for the emancipation of like marginalized communities? Do you think that would be better for you? Maybe that's all he wants. He wants you to be able to say F words need not apply to drink our piss beer. You know what I mean? But then also simultaneously like actually pass legislation on the back end by putting a shitload of money to ensure that trans people are protected. Is that what you want? Because that's the reverse of the situation. It's all aesthetics. That's it. There is no real agenda here.
Today we salute you.
I think one of the funniest parts about this is that they're like just posting their L's on the timeline because like again they're just openly recognizing that they drink the shittiest fucking beer. It's so bad. It's just so bad.
Former Budweiser drinkers of America. Together, you've sworn to never drink another drop of Bud Light or any other beer from Anheuser-Busch.
Ancient history.
Sure, it might taste like piss from a hamster, but it gave us a cheap buzz. And a cheap buzz is exactly what we've needed over the last 2 years.
You said it, brother.
So while there might be a tear in your beer and a hole in your heart, hold your heads high and know that today is a new day. And there's...
Again, Coors Light is like pro-gay. Do your goddamn dishes, Bobby.
I guess I'm gonna drink it. At least it ain't got the rainbows on it.
Okay, that one's actually funny. Wait, okay, that is the funny. Wait, what? That was fucking hilarious, dude. Yo, that was.
Oh my god, that actually was like pretty funny.
That was so good. Oh, I love
All
it.
right,
Okay,
enough of this. This is so stupid. This is like
guy.
just like not even good brain rot. Let's do another Papa Gov video.
Tell me I'm the only one. Is this really love?
This is them.
Or just
So I saw the original ABBA and Preach video, but it's always fun to like dunk on Pearly because she is fucking nuts, dude.
Still alive, are we?
I think I should stop watching Pearl videos, and maybe I should focus a little more on my singing career. Unfortunately, I only sing other people's songs, just like I only watch other people's videos, which leads us into this video here that people sent me in the Discord, and that is Just Pearly Things Has Always Been a Clown by ABBA and Preach. It's been a while since we watched ABBA and Preach. By a while, probably a week or two, because, you know, I'm old and I forget things very quickly. It's why I don't hold grudges when my wife does mean things to me, because I don't even remember it. I'm hoping I hit 60 before I mentally deteriorate and I'm no longer able to make content. But anyway, I'm curious about what they have to say. The thumbnail is very nice. If I could actually get back to it. It's a picture of Pearl, and then a photoshopped picture of Pearl. And I'll show it to you in a moment. And she looks very nice in the picture. Here's the thing, though, right? I've said this before. Based on her own, like, I think Pearl's an attractive girl. I'm married, you know, not really my type, but I think she's cute. But the way that she talks about other women and like the massively high standards where like, oh my god, if they're fat or they're too old or they're this or that, like, bro, you're asking for people to criticize you and you're asking for people to be mean. You shouldn't be coming out with that kind of energy. You know what I mean? I prefer the natural look, but this is not well edited. I'll just say that. Whoever did that, you know, I don't know if it was an AI, but, you know, just that's all I'm saying, guys. You know, the golden rule, okay? Don't say things that you don't want people to say about you. All right?
Pearly Things, what do you think? I want to think about what? About her getting in trouble. It was bound to happen. Okay, if you aren't aware.
Oh, they're talking about the racism where she like agreed with like, not that she, well, she had some pretty, well, first of all, she like platformed Nick Fuentes and now she's getting like a lot of heat and stuff. I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to be talking about here.
Pearly Things, the lady who's 26, unmarried, single, career-driven, and constantly tries to educate women. submissive, and married by 25. Hey, baby. She's gotten in trouble. Not for not taking her own advice and being the opposite of whatever the fuck she preaches. But
it's crazy though, because apparently she's the epitome of what it means to be a woman, and she'll even let you cheat on her. That's what she said. So why are these men flocking to her?
That shit was wild.
You know what it is?
That shit was wild when she said that. I was like, all
cheat
right.
on them are not respected. Anybody who says that it's okay to cheat on me is not respected. Open relationship is different from cheating, by the way, but no women actually wants that. And a man, if they're not going to respect you if you're like, yeah, you could cheat on me, like. Hell, they're not going to respect you if you create a relationship that's like, oh, one can sleep around and the other can't. Just letting you know, that's how people work. You know, so just saying. You know.
More so for having Nick Fuentes, who's a white supremacist,
anti-Semite.
Yep, true.
And basically, when she invited him on the platform for an interview, she didn't push back against any of the stuff that she said. Basically, was co-signing him.
And I just like to say, when you come on, Pearly Things, yeah. All right, we've got best smoke for you. And where you now?
Listen, you've sat down and you've ate off just Pearly Things by tagging us. Yeah.
What does it mean?
Your production is not our production.
But that guy that's talking, he doesn't work there anymore.
Bare smoke for you lot, bro. Both of you lot. I got smoke for Abbott and Preach, bro.
You ain't saying shit now, right?
I'm pretty sure this dude's unemployed now.
You ain't saying shit now.
Yeah.
If you come in, cause
wait, who had smoke with Abbott and Preach? That guy, Pearl? I'm a little confused.
It's Pearly.
We've got best smoke for you. And where you now?
Listen, you've sat down and you've ate off just Pearly Things by tagging us. Yeah. And your production is not our production. Our production is big out here. You get me? I've got bare smoke for you lot, bro. Both of you lot. I got smoke for Abbott and Preach, bro.
Oh, are these individuals that like criticize Abbott and Preach for them criticizing Pearl? And then they were like, we're gonna beat you up. Nothing says that you have emotional control than telling somebody that you have smoke with them and they're gonna fight. I mean, that's what I'm assuming. Or I'm just a dumb old white person and I don't understand vernacular. But if you think about it, I'm representing today with my melanin hat. So really, I'm basically black, right? Because it's skin deep, you know. It's more of
my god,
a cultural thing. And I love Waffle House. I'm afraid of dogs. I don't have a father. Fuck this. I'm sorry.
Keep going, man. The racial humor is fantastic.
Sometimes I just have things roll through my head. Guys, I'm a neurodivergent minor. I have ADHD. It was very severe when I was young. I just say things. It's not my fault. I don't have any accountability for my actions. I don't have to take any. I have no agency over myself. Any joke that I make is not my fault. I have a little gremlin in my head who says things. And why can't I edit it out post video? Because
saying shit now, right?
I'm pretty sure this dude's unemployed now.
You ain't saying shit now.
Yeah.
If you come in, cause
it's 2023, I can literally do whatever I want. You're right. Exactly. Okay. Exactly.
It's the season of no responsibility, folks.
Where's the smoke? Where's your cigar? Where's your cigarette? Where is it? Because when you come from
my wife
one of
only
those,
smokes cigarettes.
Yeah. And what about when people come from one of y'all? What's she gonna do?
Listen, I'll say this about Pearl.
Fuck out of here, Clem.
Well, I don't know if that guy criticized Pearl, but a lot of black content creators have been criticizing Pearl, so I'm just saying that they...
Especially about the Nick Fuentes
stuff. I think it's wild that people have an issue with her right now, when she's made her entire career on clowning black people.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, now that she said something about black people, as a whole, y'all got an issue, but when she was clowning black... I remember this girl used to have videos back in the day. She used to hit me up all the time. I never really responded as much. She used to hit us up, and she's like, oh, I want to interview you guys.
She likes that BBC, baby.
Fastest growing podcast in the world. This is like what she had like 100.
Unironically, she does. She's only ever dated black men.
And it was her talking to this black woman telling her how ridiculous she is. And on the face of it, it's like, all right, whatever, it's fine. But when I started seeing her try to do the new come up where she transitioned from what she used to be, which was before her videos were like, whitest girl in the world reacts to new rap song. Whitest girl in the world reacts to Abba and Preach. Whitest, I'm like, okay.
Wow. Bro, because I knew of Pearl a little bit. Like, I've talked about this before. She hit me up before she even started, because I was big on TikTok. Oh, did you guys know? And she asked me for like advice and stuff. I was like, oh, I gave her like some general advice about like streaming and stuff, because I just got into streaming and whatever. I didn't know she did all this race baiting shit, like where she was like, she's made like a whole entire.
Oh, dude, you have to. That's like a whole thing too. Like you have to like go into it. It's like nuts. As like it really is like race bait. Like damn, man. And a lot of like the black content creators, especially like the black men content creators, yo, like they never said like shit about a lot of that stuff. Well, she's just like degraded like black women, like in those early videos. It's fucking nuts, dude. And you know, she comes from a pretty well-to-do family, not like super rich, but like I think there's an old video, like you have to like search for it. So I think she's like striking a lot of videos that show like her life when she was like growing up that she posted. But you know, she comes from money, to say the least.
Shona is about like being black, I feel like, or being like one of the good whites, you know. I get, you know, I didn't know that was her whole persona. That's so weird. It is weird. And then she surrounds herself with like black guys, and her. I wonder if she has a fetish. That's where I'm getting. I'm not saying that she does. I'm just saying like, what's the obsession? Like, I will talk about like black content creators, and I could talk about the content. Like you know, like the manosphere. It's very, from what I see, very disproportionately black. But like, I don't make it a point of like I'm doing this because I have to, because they're black. Like, I don't give a shit. But it feels like she's race baiting. I feel like there's a difference between like just kind of like not caring about race versus like the whitest fucking person you know is doing this, is gonna look at a black person. Like, that's what we're getting at, guys. Guys, I'm a white person. I'm gonna react to black people. It's like, well, that's weird. It comes off as weird when you say it like that. My tongue hurts because I had English tea this morning with my mother-in-law and my wife. My mother-in-law and my wife. And I burned my tongue. It hurts.
And this racial dynamic that she keeps playing into is corny and cringe as fuck. But she saw it as a marketing point. That was her in to get in, right? She then transitioned to the next step, which was like, oh, I see what Kevin Samuels and some of these other red pills are doing. Let me try to emulate that. So she inserted herself, and she was just talking. And I was like, y'all don't find it fucking weird that a white woman who grew up in a extremely wealthy in some rural part of America, okay?
Really? Did she see? At least I grew up around a lot of black people, right? I'm one of the good whites, guys. Interesting. All right, I know what systemic racism looks like. It doesn't exist. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Sorry. Let's just keep going.
So I'm gonna show you the front of the house. So I wish I could like be in these videos,
I'm a
but I
fucking
could
idiot
not
right
find
now.
a sibling that felt like.
Is making her career giving marriage and life advice as some young 22, 23-year-old.
That makes sense though, that she would like that she grew up rich, because her mother would constantly bully her for being fat, and that's just like a rich person, like a rich snooty fucking asshole thing to do. Like I told you guys, when I first met my sister, her mother had her in beauty pageants and shit, because I was like 14 when we met. You know, drama. My half sister, obviously. And she was like in the beauty pageant world, and like her first thing that she said to me was like, "Oh, you'd look so much better if you weren't so fucking fat." It's like, you have such a nice face. You look better if you weren't fat. It's like that energy. Like those people that come out the gate like that are like fucking, I don't know. It's like that type of like snooty asshole fucking bullshit that like comes off like that. That's how I see it, at least. So it makes sense that she'd be like that.
To older black women, I'm like, you ain't got any Asian, any Latinos, white women, no, black women. So I was already looking at her a little bit weird, and she invited me a bunch of times. I never wanted to go on. My name's 28 going on 80, and I don't want that to be you guys. And that's like today's fucking thing is coming.
Just a random shade. But he deserves it, since him and Myron, and I think it's funny to blame him for being sexually assaulted by telling them that they should have just picked better men. So
I get compliments on my skin all the time. People be asking, what's your skincare routine? How do you get your skin? And for a lot of fellas...
Yeah, but you know what sucks, though? A lot of black people would ask me, why are you so ashy? It's like, come on, bro. Like, I didn't choose my skin. You know, that's when I was younger in school. I get bullied. They'd say, why are you so ashy? One girl told me my breath stank. But she was white, so I don't think it really... Or much, I don't really remember. The reason my breath would smell was because I was a fat young boy, and I was self-conscious about being fat, so I wouldn't eat at school. I would just drink a Diet Coke, so my breath stinked, because I just was hungry. You know, you get that hungry smell in your breath. Sometimes I would wear like a jacket to school all day, even in the summer, because I thought it would hide my stuff. It would hide my rolls. I wasn't even that fat then. I look back at pictures of me when I was like, damn, look at me now, bro. Jesus Christ.
I think it's bugged out. Okay.
Isn't that funny? I feel like I was like, damn, I wish I was that fat. I'm making healthy choices. You know, we're good, but like, I'm just like, damn, I wish I was that fat.
Talking about skincare and all that.
How old is this ad? How did he grow his hair that fast? I don't know. Let's keep going. That's a long ad, boy. Shit.
You start looking fresh.
Trying to find it.
I got that joke.
Her whole thing.
You can't. That Instagram got deleted.
Even though you can still find the conversation if someone's still getting.
No, after a while you can't. It just says Instagram user.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't find it. How would you find it if it just says Instagram user? You have to scroll
Yeah,
all the way down.
yeah.
And you're not going to go through general. There's hundreds of DMs.
Oh, it's in general?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to this, so I put her in the primary. She going to general. Fuck her. Fucking dweeb. This girl was corny to me.
Fucking dweeb, he said.
Do I think she's a grifter? Absolutely. Yeah, I do. I don't think she believes half the stuff that she says that comes out of her mouth.
For sure.
Her friends, her family have already come out and said stuff against her, and she's made up certain aspects of her life. But more importantly, I don't know, you just see the switch up that she's done over the last 2 years, and it's been fascinating to see the kind of title she had before, content she's making, to what she's making now. I just don't buy it. I never did.
Yeah, I will say, there's a video I got here. This was from a while ago, where I don't know, it's kind of relevant. It's talking about like how she used to date like angry reactions. It's like my #1 Pearl viewed video on this channel, so pretty cool. I'll put it in the description. But like, yeah, she was so much different back then. I didn't see any of that race baiting bullshit back then. She was just some girl that was like dating a really popular like black YouTuber or TikToker, and now I don't know. It's got all sussy.
Do I think she's some kind of race supremacist? No, I don't.
No, she's an idiot.
She's just somebody who wants to make money, and her capitalistic mindset made her realize that black men will support a woman who echoes what they think.
Maybe. I feel like it's like, to me, and I have a wider perspective on this, is that she grew up rich, and she probably grew up in areas that didn't have black people in it, and black people are probably just like exotic to her, and she probably has racist parents that are like, don't you date a fucking black person. She's probably Italian. Don't date a black person, because we know. I honestly, that's the vibe I get, you know. I feel like that's what it is, and like now, like it's almost like a fucking like defiance thing. It's like, my fucking dad used to scream the N-word, and so now I am gonna date. But you know what? I'm gonna show him, and I'm gonna date those N-words. Like that's her fucking perspective. I might be reaching here. Okay. But listen, there's some girls I've dated, and I'm not dating them now. Okay. Where like their dads are like, you better not bring home a fucking black guy. You know. You there, and I don't know what, you know. I guess the problem here is me, because they were comfortable enough to say that around me. I barely knew them, you know. So that's the vibe I'm getting here. I could be completely wrong, but that's the vibe I get a little bit here, dude. Like the fucking defiant, like, my dad said I can't date black guys, so I'm gonna date black. And then like now she's made her whole fucking personality about it. Because like, what else is interesting?
It's pretty
to her?
sad too, by the way.
She's not intelligent, like at all. Like there's nothing of like particular fucking intelligence coming out of her brain. So like, what does she really got going for now? Other than like that, other than like, just her whole personality is that she's a white girl who engages with black people. Like it's like a fucking like it's a big deal. Like, oh, see guys, I'll engage. It's just weird, you know. Yeah, that's why she thinks slavery's overrated. Yeah, it all fucking
it all makes sense.
Itself, honestly, bro, I swear this game's gonna make me actually have like an aneurysm. I'm gonna shit my fucking whole pants. Sorry.
Especially if she doesn't look like that. And so they threw money at her. Truth is, she's a goofy broad who found a way into the community and was able to make a lot of money off you guys. And she
I also feel like there's like, listen, not to be an asshole, like I don't mean to be that guy, but I feel like there's like, from when I talk to black women or I watch like a black content creator, they'll talk about how black men are kind of rude to them sometimes, and that like there's like a bit of a problem in some black communities of like not respecting black women. And I feel like they look at Pearl and be like, oh look, see, she like, she knows. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like almost a way to like, they'll use her to put down. I'm not saying it's all black men, obviously. It's nothing like inherent to black people, you know. I'm just saying that like that might be a factor too. They might be like, see, look, the fucking white girl, she knows. And then like, of course, there's an issue with like Western beauty standards and like the stereotype that black women are more masculine. And then like, you get to look at Pearl and be like, see, look at her, blah blah blah, she's blah blah blah. And then they get to like look at her and be like, use her as an excuse to, you know, bully fucking black women. And then she just does it herself. Maybe her motivations are that she's just fucking racist or something though. I could be completely wrong, dude. You know, maybe I'm the racist one. I don't know.
Maybe, Papa.
Frankly,
have you looked yourself in a mirror lately? Son of a bitch.
That's a joke. I don't like that at all. But okay.
I'm kidding. He's not racist.
Because a lot of
you love black women. Same.
He hates women though.
Showing them up than they are with actually getting to the truth of a situation. And because if you look at her, she's a giant flaming hypocrite. Fuck. The thing that she is the exact thing that she preaches against. She ain't got no husband. She's a career-driven woman who's very, very argumentative and isn't submissive in any type of way.
That's kind of true.
She's the one to tell everyone how to live and what they should be, but she's not even the example of the thing that she talks about. Y'all never found that shit kind of
based?
And then
kind of based.
I don't even think that she's some kind of supremacist. I just think she's ignorant. That's it. I just think she's ignorant. And when a man came on the platform and said a bunch of stuff, she just didn't have the wherewithal or the ability to counter anything because she wasn't well read on it.
And there was a lot of things that she was agreeing on that, you know, was whatever, but whatever.
I just think she just doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about, which is true for many of the subjects that she talks on. None of this is surprising, so I thought this was actually kind of boring and dull. But yeah, what do you think?
It was just very expected. When I saw that shit, I was like, yeah. What the fuck did you expect? Of course. So, whatever. Yeah. It's a whatever sandwich to me.
And Nick tries to like massage it sometimes. He tries to pretend like he's not a white supremacist, but he is. Yeah,
he is.
I remember one time he's like, no, I'm more actually on my Christianity more than anything else. But then this guy in the conversation was advocating for like a white power structure. He wanted white people in charge. And then I remember,
yeah, that's what like Young Don came in, and Young Don is very religious too. And then like Nick Fuentes still was like, oh no, well. That was a good thing because I know what the conversation was talking about. Destiny ended up intervening because like Nick was getting away with like the bullshit where he would just pretend that he's not racist. No, I like black people. I just don't think that they are equal. Like that was the whole argument basically.
Bro, this is a wild shit, dude.
Destiny came in and basically exposed him for like every dumb fucking thing ever. So.
I remember I asked him a question one time. I said, Nick, if you had to choose, you said Christianity is your most important criteria, right? I said, yeah. I said, okay. If you had to choose between marrying a black woman who's extremely Christian or marrying a white woman who's an atheist, what would you choose to do right? Yeah, I'm like, bro, I thought you said Christianity is your most important factor. Why would you choose the black one? And I'm like, bro, just say you love whiteness, man. Why are you doing all this Christianity bullshit? You know what I mean?
Why are you doing all this?
Yeah. And it's just, he is what he is. It's fine when you accept it. You can have that conversation with him. You can push back.
No, it's fine, but I know what you mean.
Do some research, and you didn't do that.
Yeah, no. Well, the research is like there, and what bothers me is that like she could have literally asked Destiny. Like they just were talking the week before. What are you thinking? Oh, well, he's with this, that, and the other thing. I think that it was just. I think from that where it comes from is a lot in the manosphere is like anti-wokeness. You know, where it's just like, well, they're
and that's sort of like that anti-ness or anti like anything like quote unquote like mainstream is. It's like the thing too, which kind of makes them like a bot. Like if you're like just completely anti like whatever, and as long as it's not in the mainstream, you're with it. You are a bot to you are the liberal bot. You are the bot. But for like anything like counterculture or quote unquote counterculture, you are that. You're the same thing. You're the same thing that you preach, just on the other side.
So I'm going to give him like a considerable benefit of the doubt, because like, you know, because it's just like this weird anti-woke shit, and Nick is anti-woke, but it's not like intelligent.
So with highly controversial guests, does it mean you can't have them on your platform? No, you can. You just got to get ready to actually push back on some of their ideas. That's it. So anyways.
Nick said he's a little racist in Pearl. That's not even in Pearl's thing. No. I need you to understand something. Like a lot of people in general, whether they're white, black, anything, are a little racist. Like let's be honest here. Like there's like aspects of racism in every group of people, and it's not even active or intentional. It's these thoughts that you have in your head, and you're like, I have to police that thought. And sometimes the thought might slip through, and you're like, fuck. And like you're like, okay, that's not right. You know, because you have a lived experience, and then like you know the way the world is supposed to be, and like you know, but like sometimes everybo's a little bit racist in that regard. Nick is like incredibly racist. He would get rid of all black people tomorrow if it was an option to him. So like he's not a little like we're all a little racist like here and there, you know what I mean? Nick is incredibly racist. Like he is like
unironically a Nazi. Like I know like that word gets tossed around. He is like unironically a Nazi. I just don't like throwing that word around because like it loses its power, but like he is unironically a fucking Nazi. Let's be real here. Okay, go back to Papa.
Like the fucking epitome of racism. I want French toast.
This one's kind of boring to me, but everybody wanted us to cover it, so here it is. But I don't know what you want me to say. I couldn't believe y'all made this girl popular in the first place, but everyone's allowed to do whatever they want. So you know.
Oh, that's actually really good.
Speech for me. You're allowed to do some dumb shit, but I'm allowed to tell you dumb.
Absolutely. And you're allowed to tell us we're dumb too. I really think.
Yeah, it's fine. Live your life.
You know, sometimes people say, "Yo, go on her podcast, go on her." I'm like, "Why the fuck would I go on that weirdo's podcast?" So I go sit there and tell women, "You're unreasonable. Modern women are the problem." Oh, actually, this part was actually interesting. Some dude who worked with her. Remember the guy who said, I got no problem with her? I got no problem with Abba and Breach?
Yeah, I got bare smoke for you lot, bro. Both of you lot. I got smoke for Abba and Breach, bro. Please don't mention
Abba and Breach.
When you say that, don't say we. Just say you got smoke because I ain't got no smoke for no one.
So this guy came out saying, not only he made a video saying like, yo, she takes over 80 to 85% of people's ad revenue.
Now myself and Pal sat down.
This one I don't know how I feel about it because not enough of the details are known. Here we don't have like he was basically saying that Pearl wanted to work with him, and and do what he does with like a lot of other, or do what she does with other content creators, and that is like she'll take a revenue split. I don't know if it's their channel or if it's like a new channel that they create for them, or if it's like a Pearl specific channel, like she's trying to do like a Daily Wire thing. But I don't know the specifics, but she's like, oh, work with me, you'll work 4 days a week, 8 hours a day. I don't know if that was actually accurate. It could be, and I'll give you 30% of the ad revenue. Now, it sounds like a bad deal. We don't know enough about it. But Pearl, whether you like her or not, she gets a lot of views. And I even told people that, like, with the very bare minimum views I'm getting on my channel, I make like $1,200 a week, right? Okay. So imagine how much money she's making on her channel. And like, if she's signal boosting your channel and like blasting it up, it's not necessarily a bad deal, considering the specifics, because she has the, first of all, it would be in her studio, her editors that will be to edit the videos, the thumbnails, the clips that go on TikTok or YouTube or Instagram. It's her entire infrastructure, and then he shows up. That seems to be what it is. It could be shit. We don't know enough about it to know if it actually is bad or not. We just don't know. And like, I don't like Pearl, but I don't want to jump on that bandwagon. It's possible, because I also talked about that as well. And it's like, you know, and I'll link that in the description too. So it could be a bad thing. Maybe we don't know enough about the deal. Like if Daily Wire, for instance, approached me, I mean, I probably wouldn't work at Daily Wire. I don't think so. But like, let's say that they did, and they're like, hey, we'll do this, 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 and this, but they're going to take most of the ad revenue because they're signal boosting me through their platform in some capacity. It might be, yeah, a week. That part was weird that he would have to work so much. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if that part's true. It's hard to tell, because like, what would he have to do for that long every week? I find some of it hard to believe, the way that he's representing it. So I feel like in the middle ground, there's like probably something different. It's probably not even 8 hours a day for 4 days a week. So that's what I'm saying. We would need her perspective on the contract to like absolutely know. What's up, Curly? You're gonna do YouTube? We can talk about it after this if you want. This video's almost done.
That have a conversation, and she expressed to me that she wanted to do a new segment for her show, and she said she would work me within her studio 4 days per week. I said, okay, from what time? She said from 10 in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening. Okay, I said, so working 4 to 5 days a week for 7 hours is essential.
So 4 days, 7 hours is like a, yeah, 28 hours a week.
A day job.
Yeah.
What is my guarantee for you then a month? What is the salary? And she looks at me and she says, we do not do guarantees and we do not do salary. She does percentages. So I said, okay, cool. Well, what's the percentage? She said, Sarah, you're the high end, so you will get 70-30. So I said, fine, okay, let me listen. 70% goes to me and 30% goes to you. Now she looked at me and she said, no, 70% goes to me, Pearl.
Okay, guys, we're back.
Sarah Garvey. And that's when I started scratching my head. I said, what's the low end? She said it's 10 to 15%.
It's like a crazy split. Even when you...
So again, I don't know the specifics of the deal, but here's what I'm going to say. Like, this is somebody where you look at their channel, they post maybe, let's say 4 times a week, and they get about 3,000 views per video. That might not be a bad deal. That's not exactly like a super successful page. And I'm not shitting on the guy, because I don't get a lot of views either. But my point is that I feel like we would need her perspective on it, which she'll probably never give us, in order to like... Really
no, from everything I looked at, that's like a shit deal.
I'm just saying.
Account for business expenses and everything. That's a crazy split. That Pearl, who's not even on the camera, will take 85% of...
Generally, they take up, like somebody managing would take up to like 20%, but they would have to like be doing a lot for you.
I don't know if that's true.
Talking about the past. She ended up finding a bunch of DMC questions and trying to get that.
Did she really? That part I didn't know about.
When people with no argument.
Yep.
Push back on things, that's one of them.
Did she try to get this guy's videos pulled down? Why not just make her video rebuttaling that and be like, no, you don't understand the deal or something? Did she really try to do that? Is that fucking real? That's fucking nuts. Bad boy. Bad boy, dude. Bad boy. Bad girl, I guess.
Of course. That or not, DMC is first. Yeah, abusing the system.
But anyways, let us know what you guys think about this.
I'm having plenty of shit today. That's what I think about this. Okay. Yeah. It's freaking Pearl. That's all I had to say.
God damn. So that video's done. Let's move on to the next one. Okay. have a breach. We're running out of videos.
A gigantic thread, 2,000 comments on the H3H3 production subreddit, the initial post of which got deleted, by the way, of people protesting against Hassan's awful takes in Ukraine. I don't think lefties like Hassan, though I'd consider this a far-right position on the Ukraine conflict, understand how isolating and how weird and how strange it is for lefties to go on and on and on about, like, anti-fascism, equitable treatment for minorities, and then to just bold-facedly, line for line, repeat Russian propagandists in their defense of a fascist state taking over a liberal democracy with explicit blood and soil apologia in their justification for doing so. It's a little jarring to have left, like, we get it, you know, America bad, man, military-industrial complex bad, but it's not just that, because if it was just a principled opposition to the military-industrial complex, you wouldn't be pretending that Russia is offering peace deals in good faith. It's not just America bad. If you want to think America bad, then Godspeed, go for it. It's a free country, unlike Russia, where you wouldn't be able to say Russia bad. You get arrested for that. That doesn't excuse you from being wrong. You're like repeating Russian disinfo, pretending that shit, man. It's so bad. Why? I wonder if the mods deleted this post or if they deleted it themselves. They also failed to mention Ukraine surrendering their nukes peacefully and Ukraine being left alone, only to have Crimea stolen a few years later. It's like everyone here, it's all like Ethan Klein fans who hate what Hassan is doing and saying about this. And I don't blame, because again, it's like psychotic. My husband is Ukrainian and I am strongly behind you. What peace talks? Ukraine wants to be left alone and be a sovereign nation. There's not ambiguity. If France invaded Spain, if Canada invaded the US, there is no question that the invaded country should have its borders and sovereignty restored. What negotiations to stop the unprovoked bombing and killing of people? I'm shocked with Hassan's take in Ukraine. Well, it's the same take he's always had, so maybe
Which I just don't like understand it. That's the thing.
This person's defending Hassan, doing so with points that I've talked about. This is a very active subreddit. The Hassan fans in the sub were saying the sub was raided by your fans. There are some weird people in Hassan's fan group. It's like, because he has such a broad tent, so it's like the anti-me people are very conspiratorial. Maybe Ukraine shouldn't have worn such a short skirt. Yeah, true. We should debate the two on their podcast. Well, Ethan, first of all, Ethan wouldn't disagree with anything I have to say. For two, Hassan would never debate me. 0% chance that he ever would. There's no chance in the world.
Are you kidding me? He would never debate Vosh. Most like conservatives like online will never debate Vosh. Like you might say like sometimes he has like very lazy analysis, but in terms of like just pure rhetorician, he's like one of the best next to Destiny, especially online for like the left. That's like the big thing too. Most people just don't want to debate Vosh because they know like he's so good. Do you remember when he was on Tim Pool twice? How like a lot of Tim Pool's fans actually didn't like that, and like behind the scenes apparently, a lot of people in the conservative sphere didn't want him to have Vosh on. And then like Charlie came on. Wasn't the rumor? Correct me if I'm wrong about this. Wasn't the rumor that Tim was trying to get Ben Shapiro on, and Ben didn't want to get near Vosh, with a 10-foot pole? You know what I mean? He didn't want to get anywhere near Vosh with that too, because Ben does the whole like I'm an intellectual thing. He's actually not a dumb guy. He's really not. I don't like his arguments for very obvious reasons, but he's not a dumb guy. But like to sort of push that conservative narrative, he has to like kind of like go farther and farther, like the fucking like the insanity that is like the Republican Party now, and like he looks dumber and dumber. And honestly, you really get to see like he really doesn't like people in the LGBTQ community whatsoever. And it's not just like I disagree with their lifestyle. It's just like I really don't like people that are gay or trans. He doesn't get into like that Matt Walsh like rhetoric, but like I think he thinks like Matt does. Matt, you can tell like fucking hates trans people. And in Matt's perfect world, there wouldn't be any trans people whatsoever. That's hilarious. Get rid of this, get rid of this. Unironically enough, I do need, you generate 4.4 life per second. That's actually really good, to be honest with you. Pretty stun and block, armor and energy shield. Yeah, sorry, buddy. These fools know not. Oh, might as well. Got some spiders. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I got it. Those crucible things are just like fucking ridiculous.
The black spirit infects living flesh and bone. The animals suffer first. Their eyes filled with a hatred of mankind that is beyond insight. Then the evil came. The first greeted us. The firstborn of the
Oof.
was buried this day. Even our children are not spared the Black Spirit's touch. What have we done to enrage Raycross? We look to God. The Spirit is there at peace.
I can't do this just yet.
Okay. Oh, go back to the boss.
And then, when they failed to make Ukraine a puppet state through Yanukovych and making him a dictator, they just invaded the Donbass and they took Crimea. And then they violated the ceasefire with the Minsk Accords multiple times, and they lied constantly about their level of involvement in supporting and then directly sending troops into the Donbass. And then they invaded all of Ukraine. Like, the idea that anyone should ever trust Russia when it comes to just, oh yeah, well, we'll make any concession to end the conflict. It's just appeasement. It's just appeasement. It's no different. It's just appeasement. The only way this conflict can really properly end is by Russia being beaten back and crippled. And people don't like to hear that, you know? But that's because they're not realists. They don't understand how the world actually works. There is no reason to believe that a country that would invade with no provocation whatsoever like Russia would be
Lacerate
cowed
6
into
link.
not doing so again in the future. Out of what? Good vibes? Peace? All you're showing them by conceding territory from Ukraine's perspective is that they can get what they want by doing this. Oh, Russia just has to tank their economy and lose 150,000 soldiers and they get more territory. Oh, great. Maybe they can advance further towards Kiev next time, you know? They don't care. The Kremlin doesn't care about tanking its economy and killing its people. They're already dirt poor. They already kill their own people all the time. They don't give a shit. It's not a democracy. You get nothing from this. The only way to really stop conflict is to make it clear to the oligarchy, the real people in power in Russia, that, you know, this is like a bear they can't afford to mess with. And you are doing the opposite of that by trying to push Zelensky into an early secession, into an early peace talk with a bunch of, requirements on Russia's part that are insane. Like, hey, we get to choose your military alliance. We get to choose your economic bloc. We get to decide whether or not we invade you in the future based on the nebulous claim of you being anti-Russian. And, what do we get from this, you know? I'm sorry, the millions of war refugees get to come home to a country that's 20% smaller, you know? It's just insane. Ending a war on its own means nothing. What do you mean by crippling them? I mean this, they lose in Ukraine. They get pushed back, they lose their money, they lose their people, you know, as long as it takes, as bloody as it is, because a permanent solution, one in which Russia really truly will not invade again, is only one that can come about if Putin is either disempowered or completely disinclined to any kind of invasion in the future. But Putin is like an insanely militant, ego-driven, nuclear-armed dictator. So I don't want to trust him after giving him oh yeah, all you have to do is bully countries around that you get whatever you want lesson. There are no easy answers here. What happens if Ukraine is like, okay, fine, we'll do the peace talks, you get to keep your territory, and also we don't join NATO, and also we have to do your economic bloc and blah, 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 blah. And then Russia just invades again. They'll just do the same thing. They literally said, we will not tolerate an anti-Russian country on our border. Oh, by the way, guys, I wonder whether or not they would find any anti-Russian sentiment in Ukraine after invading Ukraine and conquering a portion of its territory before getting a forced cessation of arms. I wonder if they'd be able to find any, I don't know, politicians or media that are anti-Russia in Ukraine after that. And then they just invade again. What's going to stop them from invading? A peace treaty? They'll just break it. Why wouldn't they? They do that shit all the time. They break treaties all the time. The only power treaties have are they're weighted against your trustworthiness as a country. And Russia has none. They've broken everything. Ukraine traded their nukes to Russia for the promise of national sovereignty, and then they got invaded. You're right, but are we just going to beat them back perpetually? It's Ukraine's decision. If Ukraine wants to keep fighting, then yeah, that's the right of Ukraine. If the people support Zelensky, the troops of Ukraine support Zelensky,
Still alive, are we?
and they're willing to keep fighting, then yeah, that is how that works. They are the ones who get to decide. But yes, they keep fighting and fighting and fighting, and eventually, you know, Russia's back will break. And if Ukraine needs Western support to do that, because Ukraine is a small new country and Russia is a gigantic old one, well, technically the Russian Federation's pretty young, but you know what I mean. Then I say we should support them, because I have this old-fashioned lefty value of I think the fascists should lose. Zelensky is still defending Russia too in the same way. I know. Putin said, yeah, Tequila Sunset, good point, by the way. When the war began, Putin went on state Russian TV and he explicitly said that he felt he should reestablish the borders of the old Russian Empire.
Yes?
He said that. I don't know if you guys remember, but he said that. He just flat out said, yeah, we want to restore the borders of the old Russian Empire. Now, I don't know how much you guys know about the old Russian Empire and how far out that one went. But, you know, you're gonna have to creatively transpose some borders in your mind here. But if you can see Europe over here, you know, you've got Spain and France, and you see where the Russian Empire borders came to, I think you can understand, see where's Finland, you know? There's a big chunk of land right around here. Used to be part of the empire. Putin explicitly said, can I find that? President Vladimir Putin has compared himself to Peter the Great, saying that he shares the 18th century Tsar's goal of returning Russian lands to a greater empire. It's from June 10th, 2022. No, there was more explicit. There was like a direct quote. Equally worrying is that Putin's February 21st speech referred quite explicitly to restoring not the Soviet Union, but the Russian Empire as it existed prior to 1917. That not only calls into question all the former Soviet states, but also a large part of Poland, including Warsaw, which was part of the Russian Empire. Yeah, okay, yeah. I knew I remember him explicitly saying this. But dude, trust me, just surrendering to him and letting him completely control Ukraine is the only way forward.
Good analysis by Voss. Split arrow, burning arrow, spectral arrow. Strike, dual strike. I have chance to bleed. Pure support. Ruthless support. Let's just go ahead and grab that. Don't have a socket for it though. Ancestral. Do we have that? Ancestral call support? Not on this one. Chance to poison? No. Decoy totem, rejuvenation totem. I don't think there's any totems here, right? I think Ancestral Protector. I think War Banner here. I could probably just like do like a Control F. If anybody's typing in chat, I'll get to you guys in a second. I have Steel Skin, Dash. I have Blood Sands, Shrapnel. No, no. Faster attack support. Oh, Leap Slam. 3 link. No, Leap Slam's not here. Momentum support, have that. Volley support. Mirage, Ancestral Call support. No, it's Ancestral Protector. And Molten Shell is my utility 4 link. Okay. Let's see. Applies a buff that adds to your armor. Yeah, I should honestly take... Where is... Blood Rage. I actually did not see life gain on support. Pulverized support.
Take care.
Welcome. Farewell.
Okay. Dash. Yep, main support, pride, determination. That's a 3 link. Okay.
All right, y'all, welcome to the show. Today, we're all over the map,
Hello,
so
Kyle Kalinske.
I'm going to get into something. I'm a couple days late on this story, but I definitely wanted
Still
to
alive,
dive straight
are
into
we?
the deep end. So we have Mehdi Hassan versus Matt Taibbi on the issue of the Twitter files and Elon Musk and like 47 other things. Really, really interesting debate. I'm going to lead with that in just a second. We also have Twitter versus Substack. A war has exploded, and of course, Elon Musk's own pettiness is getting in his way to say.
That's actually like pretty funny too. And the thing is too, he was doing it before. I forget with like what other like website or websites too. He wants what's the, it's not WhatsApp. What's the in China they have a specific app. It's literally like eBay, Twitter, YouTube. It's this one app that does like everything. And he was talking about before when he purchased Twitter, and he wanted to turn Twitter into that too. And I think he's trying to take the steps for Twitter to become that too. But I don't think, like, in my opinion, I don't think that you want people to like Matt Taibbi, who's like an ardent defender of yours apparently now, to like remove himself from like Twitter. He'll still use Twitter obviously because it's so useful as a platform, but like you want him to like post links to his Substack on Twitter, and but then when you start putting in the features to maybe like create Twitter's own version of Substack on Twitter proper, on Twitter, then you can then tell your friendlies like Matt Taibbi, say, hey, instead of posting on Substack, I can give you the same deal here, and they can subscribe on Twitter with their Twitter Blue account, and you get a portion of that. You know, and you can work out like the fees and everything, things like that too. That would probably be the better way to do it. He's kind of like forcing a peg through a round hole, and he's trying to force these like changes through, and that's not like the best way to do it because you don't have the infrastructure. It's probably because like you fired all the people at this point to save money, but instead of like slowly implementing feature by feature and showing people, especially your allies, like, hey, this is what Twitter can be. And he's kind of pissing off like everybody now, so we'll see what happens. I'm here for it. Fuck Elon Musk. Had to add that in to keep my lefty card in check.
Say the least. We also have a bit of a crisis here when it comes to the medication abortion front, because we have two different courts who have ruled different things, and one very conservative court banned it, the other one said no, this is allowed, and so now there's a bit of a constitutional crisis unfolding. And then later on in the show, we'll be talking about the Democrats who got expelled from the Tennessee government because they protested in favor of gun reform. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. Basically, the Tennessee GOP has gone full authoritarian, just a colossal overreach of their authority, and there's already been a massive backlash, and we may have a reversal in terms of the decision to expel them, which again, it's crazy to even say those words as if they can just quote unquote make a decision to expel lawmakers like that. And then also we have Marjorie Taylor Greene versus Laura Loomer. I mean, this is like the fringe of the right-wing kooks.
Yep.
They were, of course, at war over Kevin McCarthy.
Laura Loomer's claim to fame, she handcuffed herself to Twitter HQ and like nothing happened. Like absolutely like nothing happened whatsoever when that happened.
And now the war has spilled over into the Trump campaign. They are vicious, man, and I'm enjoying every single second of it. All right, so without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into it. So, Mehdi Hasan, shameless plug, you guys know the deal. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, click the like button, blah, blah, blah. You know the whole spiel. Listen to the full show on Spotify, the audio podcast, whatever. You get the gist of it. Support the show on Patreon. Okay, so Mehdi Hasan had on Matt Taibbi. Now, this came about because they were having a little Twitter clash back and forth. Mehdi Hasan quote tweeted something which had that amazing story of Modi, the leader in India. He is working with Twitter to suppress dissent, basically. There's a big story that broke on that front. We covered it on this show. And Mehdi Hasan quote tweeted that and said something to the effect of, "I'm sure Matt Taibbi's all over this." Now, of course, he was being tongue-in-cheek because Matt Taibbi, even though he's, led the battle on the Twitter files, he hasn't, he's shied away from criticizing Elon Musk specifically when Elon Musk goes in a censorious direction, and Elon Musk has done that now a number of times as the head guy at Twitter. But to this point, Matt Taibbi has been mum's the word.
I'm just looking at a couple of other builds.
Mehdi Hasan was being a little cheeky with that tweet.
He was.
Matt Taibbi responds to it and says, basically, how do you know what I think? Invite me on the show and let's talk about it. And so Mehdi Hasan goes, "Bet, I'll invite you on the show." So he does exactly that. They end up having almost a 30-minute debate. Now, I wish we could get into the entire thing here, but we can't. We just don't have the time. There's 1,000 other stories we have to get to. So I have the final portion of the debate, which is probably the meatiest portion. But again, I'm gonna strongly recommend that all of you go and listen to the full thing. I can't recommend that enough. So go do that. The title is Mehdi Debates Matt Taibbi on the Twitter files and Elon Musk. Okay. So now, this is where it was spicy the whole time. This is where the spicy is just over the top, beyond recognition. So let's watch and we'll break it down.
What's interesting about Elon Musk is that we checked. You've tweeted over 30 times about Musk since he announced he was going to buy Twitter last April, and not a word of criticism about him in any of those 30-plus tweets. Musk is a billionaire who's been found to have violated labor laws multiple times, including in the past few days. He's attacked labor unions, reportedly fired employees on a whim, slammed the idea of a wealth tax, told his millions of followers to vote Republican last year, and in response to a right-wing coup against Bolivian leftist president Evo Morales, he tweeted, "We'll coup whoever we want." And yet you've been silent on all of that. How did you go, Matt, from being the scourge of Wall Street, the man who called Goldman Sachs the vampire squid, to being unwilling to say anything critical at all about this right-wing reactionary anti...
Now, before we get to Matt's response, here's the real reason, in my opinion. He wants access to the Twitter files. And so he wants access to what he views as this massive story. He says it's the biggest story of his career. I totally disagree with that. I think his reporting during Occupy Wall Street on Goldman Sachs, I think that was honestly way more important and way better, if I'm keeping it real, okay? So, but he wants access to the Twitter files. If Matt's being honest, he's gonna say, yeah, I want access to the Twitter files, so I almost have to hold my fire on that front so I can get that story and release it. Let's see what he says.
Billionaire.
Hello? Am I still on?
Yes, you're still on. I'm just wondering how come you've never criticized Musk despite all that?
Look, so I like Elon Musk. I met him. This is part of the calculation.
We have seen so many videos with concerning Matt Taibbi and Mehdi Hasan and Elon Musk like so far over like the last like couple of days. It's crazy. This is really like blown up because Matt should have been much more prepared. He had to have known like the questions that are going to get asked. These are the same questions that people were asking when the Twitter files originally dropped, and people just, I don't know, he just didn't prepare. I don't know why he didn't prepare. It makes him look dumb. The thing is, he's a good writer. I don't know what happened to him. Well, Sam Cedars talked about it like quite a bit too when he was getting canceled. He basically got Me Too'd, and the allegations were proven wrong against him. But like a lot of his friends turned against him, and it was just like, what the hell? Like, I thought you knew me, you know? But shit happens,
One of
man.
these stories. Are they going to give you information that's going to make you look stupid? Do you think their motives are sincere about doing X or Y? And I didn't. I thought. I mean, I did. I thought his motives were sincere about the Twitter files, and I admired them. I think he did a tremendous public service in opening the files up. But that doesn't mean I have to agree with him about everything. And when
I agree with you, but you never disagree with him. You've gone silent. People would say that's access journalism.
No, I haven't reported anything that limits my ability to talk about Elon Musk.
So will you criticize him today for banning journalists, for working with Modi government to shut down speech, for being anti-union? You can go for it. I'll give you as much time as you like. Would you like to criticize Musk now?
No, I don't particularly want to.
Oh, Matt. Why?
Why? Yeah.
I mean, again, I know the answer. I think he feels like if I criticize him, he's going to cut off my access to the Twitter files. I'm going to lose this story. But like, then just say that. Just say that. He didn't. He did this whole song and dance. It looks like I'm reporting to you guys from heaven right now. It's very sunny behind me apparently, and so we got all these glares coming out. I apologize for that if you're watching right now and not just listening. But anyway, I mean, he could just say that. Don't do this whole thing about like, bro, I can criticize Elon Musk if I want to. And then he's like, do you want to? And you're like, no. Especially, look, here's the main point too. Especially because Elon is guilty of the exact sorts of things that Matt Taibbi cares about and reports on. If his whole thing was like, social media censorship is really, really bad, and then he has a lot of reporting in the Twitter files, which a lot of it is good stuff, in that we are learning new things, we are learning about censorship, we are learning about an uncomfortable relationship between the government and Twitter management. Well, here is Elon Musk, who has taken over Twitter, being just as censorious, if not more censorious in many ways, and his reaction is like, I don't want to criticize. Okay, but then it's hard to make the case that, you're like, I'm being principled in my crusade for free speech and against censorship. If you were, yeah, Elon Musk would be at the top of the list of the people to criticize on that exact front. I mean, look, I'll give just one example. Remember the fight between the Elon Jet account? It was like,
oh my God,
Elon Jet versus Elon Musk. Elon said this is private, information. I'm being doxxed. Now, according to the public record, that's actually not true. Flight data is public, so you're allowed to report it. So there was a fight between the Elon Jet account and Elon Musk himself, and there were a bunch of journalists who reported on this fight. They reported on this fight, and you know what happened? All those journalists were banned. Now, eventually they were brought back, but you had people like Matt Binder and Ken Klippenstein and many other reporters for like the Washington Post and maybe the New York Times. All these big reporters were banned. And so, I mean, look, that's an example, y'all, of like, it's the exact wheelhouse of Matt Taibbi. This censorship. The Modi government, which is, the genesis of this whole conversation. Elon is working with the Modi government, censoring on their behalf. And Matt's mum's the word on that. And so, yeah, it's kind of hard to take the principled crusade about censorship seriously when these big censorship issues, you have nothing to say on them.
Look, I didn't criticize him really before, and I think that what the Twitter files are is a step in the right direction.
But it's the same Twitter that he's running right now.
I disagree with him. If you want to ask, I think this
understood,
question,
Matt. Well, I'll ask you a specific one.
You ask me this. No.
It's not in bad faith, Matt. Sorry. You say that Twitter. Hold on. Let me finish my question. You're saying that he's good for Twitter and good for speech. I'm saying he's using Twitter to help one of the most right-wing governments in the world censor speech. I will criticize that. Will you?
I have to look at the story first. I'm not looking at it now.
Hold on.
I don't know why can't you just say yes? You'd be like, yeah. Now, there's a twist in this story, and we'll talk about it a little bit later. Actually, I think it might be the next story we have on the docket here. But Matt Taibbi's bending over backwards here to not criticize Elon Musk, and Elon Musk is going to pull the rug out from underneath him anyway. Even though Matt went to bat for Elon in an incredible way in this interview, where he's refusing to criticize him, even on one of his main concerns, his main issues, censorship and freedom of speech. And at the end of the day, Elon impulsively swatted him aside anyway.
Posted the story 2 weeks ago. You tweeted at me.
I don't watch the Mehdi Hassan show.
You do, actually, you do, because you tweeted at me saying, invite me on the show and I'll tell you my views. Here you are. What is your view?
All right, so I'm going to read this for everybody. Wow, this was done at the request of the Indian government, apparently. Quote, Twitter has blocked the accounts of several high-profile Canadians, including NDP leader Jagmeet Singh and poet Rupi Kaur, from internet users in India. So blatant censorship from Twitter on behalf of the Modi government in India. Mehdi Hassan says, I'm sure Taibbi is all over this. And then Matt quote tweets it and says, why don't you invite me on your show to talk about it since you're so absolutely sure what I'll say? And then Matt, instead of coming on and going, of course I criticize that. No, Twitter shouldn't be working with government. That's the whole point of the Twitter files. It's like Twitter is working with the government to suppress information, to censor. And it's like, okay, what about when Twitter works with the Indian government to do the exact same thing? And he comes on and goes, I don't particularly want to criticize that. Matt, what are you doing, bro? What is this? What is this? Now, look, I happen to like both of the guys in this back and forth. I like Mehdi Hassan. I like Matt Taibbi. I think Matt Taibbi's reporting on Wall Street was some of the best ever.
Yep.
Honestly, I think he's
it really
one of
was
the greatest writers. He has a way with words that are just next level, this guy. But I don't know what this is, dude. I don't know what you're doing here. And it's not... This is not coming across. Whatever impression you're trying to leave with people, their takeaway is that, you know, you won't criticize Elon Musk even though he's guilty on an issue that you care the most about.
And there it is. There it is. Look. Yeah, and you said, look, we'll read your words. Why don't you invite me on your show to talk about it since you're so absolutely sure of what I'll say? You're right, I'm not sure. What is your view on Musk working with Modi to censor speech?
That's what you ask about the particulars about it, but listen, this came up the first time. I think it was Twitter Files number 6 when you said after this was a big one that we had done about the relationship between Twitter, the FBI, and the DHS, and as that story came out, you were giving me a hard time about tweeting through it, I think was the quote. Essentially, you said, you don't, so essentially, you're arguing that this information was not in the public interest, that I somehow shouldn't have done this story that I'd worked hard on, because Elon Musk tweeted something? You don't think that's...
No, I said he banned journalists. I think if... No, hold on, Matt. If you're doing a story about free speech on Twitter and the head of Twitter bans journalists, yeah, I think most people... By the way, Barry Weiss, your partner in crime on that, your colleague, your reporter, sorry for that euphemism, your reporting colleague, she actually did call him out. So it's weird that Barry Weiss had more integrity.
That's true. I remember giving Barry Weiss credit about that. I'm not a fan of Barry Weiss at all. I like Matt Taibbi a lot more than I like Barry Weiss. But Barry Weiss, as soon as Elon Musk started banning journalists left and right, Barry Weiss came out and said, "This is wrong. I don't know what he's doing. This is insane." And Elon Musk fired back at her with all of his impulsive rage. But she did the right thing. She was principled.
Some might argue, your critics might say, than you did. Look, we're running out of time. You don't want to talk about India, that's fine. You can go away and research it, but you volunteered to come on the show to talk about it. I got to ask you about the clip on Joe Rogan. You've seen the clip. It was,
well,
you know, it was
let's see.
Congress. I do want to get your response to it.
TVX, has Firestorm Inquisitor, and then Shockwave Total
Let's play that clip.
Hierophant. Let's see.
Any kind of journalist, like once you start getting, you know, handed things, then you've lost. You know what I mean? They have you at that point, and you got to get out of that habit. You know, it's like, or you can't cross that line.
So per your own words, Matt, you crossed that line, and Musk has you. Those are your words.
The hilarity of this coming from MSNBC, which did nothing but vomit up.
He did this like multiple times, like during the interview with Mehdi Hassan. He kept bringing up like MSNBC, and I'm just like, bro, like you keep bringing up MSNBC, like in total, yeah, like they fucked up the coverage. Don't get me wrong. Even I'll admit that. I love MSNBC, but if you have criticism aimed at Mehdi Hassan and his reporting, and I don't believe he actually reported on Hunter Biden as well. Like it was not like a story worth, like you could like mention it too, but it doesn't have like policy implications for the country. And if there is actual evidence of like Hunter Biden or Joe Biden working through his son Hunter Biden, then like the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice rather should be like looking into it, but there isn't anything.
fake Russiagate stories that came straight from the FBI for 6 consecutive years that you guys still...
Look, Matt, fair point. I was a critic of Russiagate from day one. It smelled fishy to me. Especially like, oh, the P-tape and Donald Trump is Vladimir Putin's puppet and all that. Nonsense. There was no evidence for it. There never was. There never will be. They were overreaching colossally. They were working backwards from their conclusion. They were narrativizing. Totally fair game to criticize that. But that doesn't excuse what's going on here in this conversation, where you clearly were bending over backwards to not, criticize Elon Musk, even though Elon Musk is guilty of the exact thing that you care about the most, which is censorship on Twitter. How is he better than the previous regime if he's kept the same levels of censorship, or if anything, increased the levels of censorship? Serious question.
Damn, Jesus.
I wasn't there in that period, so I've got nothing to apologize. I'm asking you your words. Did you cross the line? It's a very simple question. You can what about and deflect. It's a simple question. We played a clip for you. I'm giving you a chance to answer. Did you cross the line? Your words.
No, I did not. The stories are self-contained stories that hold up in themselves. And what I was talking about in the Joe Rogan story, I was quoting a passage from Seymour Hersh's book, Reporter, when he was talking about when he was given a story by the CIA about an Israeli spy that they had caught, and he was saying something to the effect of, "I, who had always gotten the material, was being handed the material." So yeah, it sounds.
But okay, why is it worthy of criticism if somebody just like is a stenographer for the CIA, right? The CIA gives them something, they just run with it uncritically. Why is it like? That's bad, which I agree, that's bad. But then, like, getting handed information from the world's wealthiest man, this billionaire oligarch, and just running with it with his specific framing of it, narrative of it, that's not bad. Look, let me be clear here. I have no issue whatsoever with Matt Taibbi doing the Twitter files. In fact, I covered a lot of it because I do think it's important. I think the main concern here is you can report that story and do it accurately and fairly while also maintaining some semblance of objectivity about Elon Musk. Even if you criticize him with kid gloves, at least you'd be criticizing him. But you're not. Like, you're not doing that.
Bad, but this stuff is clearly in the public interest. It's real, it's true, and I'm doing the best I can to report it. The question is, the test you always have with your sources is whether or not this stuff is in the public interest and whether it's accurate. And apparently I've gotten like one thing wrong or a few things wrong, but mostly I think these stories are going to hold up over the test of time, unlike your Russiagate story.
So let me ask you this, Matt, and you're going to say this is a bad faith question, but let me just be clear. I'm not questioning your work ethic. You keep saying, you seem to be offended. I'm sure you work very hard. I was a big fan of yours for many years. I've always admired your writing, which is why I have to ask this last question, which you're going to say in bad faith, but I promise it is. It's genuinely as a former fan. You tweeted in response to Jim Jordan, and you started the interview saying, oh, my journey. You have been on a journey for many of us. You said it was an honor. Thank you, Chairman Jim Jordan. It was an honor. A lot of people think that sounded a bit fawning to one of the most right-wing members of Congress. Later, you meet Ted Cruz.
I don't think it's an honor to be invited to Congress.
Who calls you a true patriot. He calls you a true patriot, and you're all looking very intense in that picture. I wonder, when you met Ted Cruz, did you tell Ted Cruz how you wrote in 2015 that he has, quote, big doses of Tea Party energy, and in 2018 that he's like an incurable skin condition? Do you understand why, Matt, those people who have read your stuff find it amazing now, the people you are?
Ted Cruz knows what I've written about him over the years. He knows that I talked about him as, I described him as having a face like a waterlogged Reagan mask sewn together at gunpoint. He knows all that stuff. But that's the point. This is America. We don't have to agree all the time. I don't have to like these people all the time. They're on this issue. They're giving oxygen to something that I think is important, that I think a lot of people is important. And
okay, Mehdi's going to respond to that, and I think Mehdi's rebuttal is 100% on point. But my main issue is, and this is Brianna Joy Gray said this in the debate with Matt Taibbi as well, and I think Brianna was spot on too, which is your framing is wrong. Like, your framing is just wrong. This idea that it's like, well, only Democrats and only the left censors the true outsiders who are challenging power on the right. That is just factually false. And when all the stories are framed with that, it biases them in a way that is categorically untrue. And like, you turn a blind eye to the endless examples of censorship from the right. So I'm gonna let Mehdi make the point because he makes it better than I am right now.
He wants to meet me, that's fine. If Jim Jordan wants me to come talk in front of Congress, I'm happy to do it. I'm happy to answer questions. If I'm wrong about something, I'm happy to answer that too. But
I guess where we disagree is
that I'm committing some kind of a capital offense by testifying in Congress about my own reporting, answering questions factually, and meeting these people is ridiculous.
I guess where we disagree,
It is an honor to talk to Congress. It was an honor to talk to Congress, and I'm proud that I did that.
I mean, not every congressional committee is an honor to appear in front of. I'm pretty sure it wasn't an honor to be invited when people were invited to the House Un-American Activities Committee. I mean, this is the point, Matt. The context. We're out of time, sadly, but the context is that the Republicans are banning books and threatening the press. Ron DeSantis is threatening to get rid of anonymous sources.
Again, you're mentioning something that I didn't write about. How many?
I didn't say you wrote about it. Well, exactly. That's the problem. That you.
Boom. That's the
The problem, like he didn't write about it. That is the issue.
So much easier. Like, it was a battle for me to impress upon people on the left that there are certainly some of the Twitter file stuff you should care about deeply. And the reason why it's hard to make that case is because there was no objective, even-handed reporting on this front where there's just endless examples of censorship coming from the right, literal book bannings that are happening now. You know what the number 1 and number 2 states are for the most book bannings? Texas and Florida.
Yep.
Okay, so it's hard to impress upon people. This is an issue you should care about when the framework has been super partisan and they've sort of leaned into that partisan framing of it. Where, you know, if you're taking Republicans in the Senate and the House at face value when they act like they care about free speech on social media, have any of them said a goddamn word about anybody who they disagree with getting banned? I'll give you an example. There were prominent, I think it was hundreds of Antifa accounts that were banned on Twitter. By the way, not even under Elon Musk, under the previous Twitter regime. Did they say anything about that? Was there any concern about, oh, this is an affront to the First Amendment and freedom of speech, and these people aren't all violent criminals? How could you censor them and ban them simply because you disagree with them politically? They didn't say a word about that. And again, all this hand-wringing about the censorship, which is a legitimate issue under the previous Twitter regime, but now when Elon Musk is in the process of a censorship crusade, if there's no word of criticism for that, then it begins to feel like, and it begins to smell like, people, you guys only seem to care about censorship when it comes from one direction and when it's targeted against one group of people, but when you reverse the dynamic and the censorship is coming from the right against the left, all of a sudden it's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. I never did any reporting on that. But that's the problem. You should. If you're going to care about censorship, and that's going to be a main issue to you, then you need to report on it across the board, whether it's coming from the left, whether it's coming from the right, or whoever. And I'm proud of the fact that I've done exactly that. And Matt Taibbi is a phenomenal writer. You know, he's been amazing.
Really, like, find his stuff. Talking about like Goldman Sachs and like what happened, like back in the day, and like on Wall Street.
Make that your issue. Crusade on that front. Do your journalism, but don't like play hide the ball with all the censorship coming from the right to build this grand narrative that it's only coming from the left. And by the way, again, a wonderful point from Brianna Joy Gray in the conversation with Matt Taibbi. One of the first things I would have dug into the Twitter files to try to find is like, remember in 2016 with the whole Bernie bro narrative and the whole, you know, they're backed by Russia narrative, and they there was a bunch of lefty accounts that were getting banned left and right.
Fine work.
And if you were Bernie affiliated, if you were populist left, anti-establishment on the left, you were just as much of a target, if not more of a target, than, you know, people on the fringe right. And that appears to be missing completely from this reporting. So anyway, look, I think ultimately on this one, I think Mehdi's correct. I don't begrudge Matt Taibbi doing the Twitter files at all. I think it's a good thing he did the Twitter files. I think the framing is the problem. And when you have guys like Ted Cruz and Jim Jordan singing your praises, you might want to reevaluate, hey, why are these guys cheerleading what I'm doing, and why are they so strongly in favor of how I've done this? And we know what the answer is. Because they feel like they could use it politically simply to bash Democrats, simply to bash the left, and to portray them as uniquely censorious at a time when there's a stunning rise in the authoritarian right, and they're going as far as doing literal book bannings.
Farewell.
So, anyway, there you have it. Interesting back and forth. And The fight is ongoing, by the way. Hey y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Oh, Jesus.
Take care.
Okay. Yeah, isn't it like double, oh, fuck yeah, I can't have...
Welcome. Farewell.
This is hilarious. Yeah, go ahead. This I don't have. I don't really have anything 12 plus. Okay.
My nightmares, they were prophecy.
You're gonna see this build like go off sooner. Okay. Plus 12, 9.
Prayers are thus answered.
Ooh. I really do like the voice actor for this particular character, or this exile. So am I using it correctly? Yeah, I like Velian's Veliania? I forget how to pronounce her name. It's so easy to read and like go through, man.
Khan's canoe struck this sand with the force of destiny. At his back, the greatest warhost in Khan history tamed the wild sea, their canoes coupling with the land one by one. Lion-eyed genlings met us with shining metal and bold words. Kyrie's arrows withered their pride. Khan's axes silenced their despair. Marseilles lion.
Spent.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, I'm probably better off wearing like a robe and shit like that. Let's see, armor 19. Oh no. We get the waypoint. Let's go here. Get the fuck out of here. Fit a crude boat. I think we might be able to fit it. Oh, son of a bitch. No, we can't. Okay. Fisting two wands, baby. Yeah, he probably deserved it. I think it's elemental damage, right?
has removed the eternal stain from this coast. The Empire's citizens decorate our meeting houses with their heads. Our warriors build homes for our families. Our families till the earth, fish the waters, fill the air with song. The Cardwin Way is yet to see. Has kept his promise. The time
Let's see. Ooh, okay, Skinner mask. We have a medium life flask. Okay. Boom. Yep, I'm using the whole zone. Let's go.
still alive.
Okay.
Stay sharp out there.
Hey. Now, I think steel skin is actually in this build. Let me double check. Level 12 plus. Well, guess what? I need level 3. 27 requires level 9. Alright, I might as well just keep it then.
I'd almost stop believing.
Arcane surge support. So has to be elemental proliferation support, which I have, and then I need arcane surge support. So I need a wand with pre-make that one. Regenerate. Okay, so I kind of just need like.
While we live, we are blessed.
So, got a job for you.
Does he? Evasion rating. What I really need is.
Farewell.
Requires level 6. Okay, requires level 6, 14.5. Okay. Okay, I definitely need to do some, get some coffee. Let me just clear this stuff out first. She's sealed. 27 armor. Retribution. Okay. Crucible, 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 oh crucible. Let's go ahead and interact with this space. Perfect.
Now that you...
Let's see. Frost Bomb, something Holy Relic, Holy Flame Totem, Ancestral Protector, Vigilant Strike, Flame Wall. Yeah. You want the totem, right? Yeah.
Stay sharp out there.
Let's see. What's this? Large life flask. Okay. Cane surge support. Need 29 intelligence. I got the right level. Don't have the goods. Good.
Yes?
Gonna need some rings. Frost Blink I have, Steel Skin I have, War Banner. We'll go ahead, Frost Bomb, Contagion, Summon Raging Spirit, Devouring Totem, Decoy Totem, Rejuvenating Totem. Frostbolt.
Take care.
Okay, I already had Elemental Proliferation, so we'll just go ahead and drop that in there. Arcane Surge Support. Frostbolt. Holy Flame Totem. I'll keep that in there. Orb of Storms. Alright folks, let me take a quick break here. I also need to like find some videos, so let me go ahead and find some videos, and then yep, so let me take a quick break, find some videos, get some coffee, and I'm gonna be right back. But I won't leave you alone. I'll leave you with some pretzel rocks. Ladies and germs, it is the most roguish reveal, Zero Heel coming back to you. Had the rest of that beautiful steak sandwich I was talking about before. Even a little bit colder, still tasted so great. And now, we are back playing some more Path of Exile with some videos. Let's go here. All right, let me go ahead and play. Get this going here.
But his adversaries, especially the Democrats on that committee who are haranguing him, are trying to make it seem like he's doing something radically unorthodox or that is sort of in conflict with standard journalistic convention, which it really isn't. The only thing that's unconventional as to
Michael Casey
journalistic endeavor with regard to the Twitter files is the means of publication.
You realize how much of a conflict of interest is going on here. This is in the middle where someone is being publicly ridiculed for his handling of a social media company and how it's tanking a bunch of his other companies and how inept he's been. Well, at that same time, he's like, I'm going to reveal a whole bunch of secrets about this company that is going to push a very distinct narrative that's only going to really benefit the far right and the fascist movement in the United States, because those are the people you hang out with. Those are the ones who you still have the approval of. Those are the ones who still think Elon Musk is the epic.
So Joe Biden is a pedophile, according to Donald Trump. How do you feel about that?
Doesn't like Donald Trump is a sex trafficker. Yeah. Yes.
Look, we all know.
If
We
you
all know
don't
where the
like
pedophiles
Donald
are.
Trump, you are a sex trafficker, just like this man said.
Look, we all know where the pedophiles are. Not the thousands of clergymen, not the cops, the Republican congressmen who are convicted of sex crimes.
Not the youth pastors.
Not the youth pastors. I think there was like 3 this month. It's the drag queens. And like, not because they touch children or do anything sexual to children. It's because they exist in a culture where I've never met one.
Exactly.
How do we protect the children?
Protect the children. Oh my God, that's a fantastic question.
Well, I mean, the number 1 killer of children is guns, so ban drag shows.
From what Donald Trump says, it's drag queens.
Well, I mean, I think that's more of a Ron DeSantis thing. Donald Trump, I feel like, I mean, is he big on the drag queens? I feel like he doesn't care.
Yeah.
He's from New York. He's been to a drag show.
So, I mean, we need to make sure that we need to protect the children. We need to make sure that we hire.
Can we arm them? Could we just arm the children?
We need to just hire cops.
Arm the children.
Hire cops. We need to hire cops.
I feel like he's flirting with the idea of seeing what this is all about. He has a little general interest. Like, this is kind of like, you're waning. Hey, what's going on over here? Oh, that looks neat. All right. This person seems checked out. I mean, your heart's not in this, I'll be honest. Yeah, I can't even see it. Hold on. Expand your minds. Bam. Yeah, this dude in the corner over here.
Yeah, I think it's on the left here.
His heart's not in it. I don't feel the revolution is going to be at the hands of a sweatshirt, crossed arms guy. Could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I'm willing to accept my mistakes.
The teachers, the students should also be cops. Just like
hey, what up, Freems? Everyone check out Freems' channel.
But can we just arm the children directly?
Well, I mean, this is why we, from a young age, teach children firearm skills, safety, how to make.
He has to be doing a bit, right?
Since he was arrested, hell yeah, and I'm for it. I want Trump to fucking crush Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is a person who gets off on human torture. You can't achieve erections unless he's torturing people. So, I mean, allegedly. But that notwithstanding, I would like Trump to destroy Ron DeSantis. Let's go, Team Trump.
Because we live in a culture where the NRA is king.
Are you running? Because I'd actually vote for you if you guys were.
Thank you
so much.
Yeah, we believe in reforming from outside.
Sex trafficker. I take everything back from what I said before. Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
So you are
take care.
Apparently. Oh, if you don't know, by the way, Rod Weber, he's been on the show, really good friends with Furman Supreme. The two of them are usually either filming each other or doing little skits and stuff. Apparently, he just bumped into Michael Tracy.
Hi, Mike. correct. And so I was just, yeah. So
you were going to say who isn't a Fed.
well, I mean, that might be possible too. Can you tell me your perspective as one of the trillions of journalists here?
Yeah, I mean, I even got an NYPD officer to concede. And
Michael Tracy, all right, if I'm being real, he's in a short list of motherfuckers where I'm like, how are you a real person? Where does one learn this confidence? When one is both Humpty and Dumpty, you know? Like, how can you be both Humpty and Dumpty and also think, I love it because it's like, it's definitely faux swag, but it's faux swag to such cringe levels.
Yes, that's true.
There's not a lot of other people who have this degree of kind of like, oh yeah, where you'd be like, whoa, you're unbelievably cringe. So cringe that maybe you're 180ing this whole thing. Whoa, reverse Uno card. All right, yeah, you take the mic.
With a chuckle.
Hey, Rod, good to see you. We're having some laughs. Tracy just responded to me on Twitter, by the way. Okay, I'll check it in a sec.
The ratio between journalists and just ordinary rally goers or attendees is like laughably excessive, which
I feel like he had at least 2 Chardonnays before this rally. We're seeing a 2 Chardonnay deep Michael Tracy right now.
I could have told you right off the bat was going to be the case. Always way more hype about these sorts of things by the
Sorry, did he just grab the mic? Or you handed it to him? I just want to see that handoff one more time.
Well, too.
Swagger.
Can you tell me your perspective as one of the trillions of journalists here?
Yeah, I mean, I even got an NYPD officer to concede.
Hell yes, Michael. Please live your truth.
Yeah, they're the ones who are the most outsized presence. So if they're the ones like dominating the event, then they warrant the scrutiny.
On that topic, everyone's pigpiling on Matt Taibbi. How do you feel about that?
Are they piling him on?
I mean, just as.
Look, I'm willing to accept when I was wrong. Okay. 3 Chardonnays. Probably 3 Chardonnays deep.
Recently, or just
no, just the same. Just the same shit as you.
They think that he is colluding, not with Russia, but with Elon Musk, apparently, even though he couldn't have been more clear from the outset of the whole Twitter files ordeal that Musk is not dictating his journalistic choices.
What? Michael, excuse me, false. This is false. No, this is not true at all. Matt Taibbi, first off, had to admit that Elon Musk got the final say. He was the editor-in-chief. He got to approve whether or not anything that was released in the Twitter files was released in the Twitter files. That's Matt Taibbi's words, not mine. So yeah, take it up with Matt Taibbi. Matt Taibbi definitely shows an incredible bias in his first Twitter files that he released, where he continuously says, hey, look at this favoritism granted towards the DNC. Looks like the DNC was asking for them to hide those Hunter Biden cock photos. Ooh, looks like Twitter complied. How mysterious that they were granted favors. Is this an example?
He did admit
of the
that,
First Amendment
actually.
being infringed upon? And it's like, no, it's not, because you're not showing the other side of this. Donald Trump was the president of the United States when the Twitter files take place. Also, the RNC and Trump's cabinet also asked for favors from social media, of which those were also granted. There's an incredible amount of slant and bias being shown. If you're just like, look at what the DNC was doing, they got the Hunter Biden cock photo removed. Well, it's like, if a very powerful entity is asking for a favor and they're like, hey, by the way, there's this photo and it's technically revenge porn, does fall under your own terms of service as revenge porn. We would just rather not that, you know, the vice president's son, his cock gets blasted all over Twitter. Could you prevent that from happening? And they're like, okay, we'll do that. We'll grant that. Yes, sure. It falls under revenge porn. We will not blast Hunter Biden's cock all over Twitter. It's not like it's not going to get out there. Twill, you know, it's out there. If you'd like to enjoy the pleasures of Hunter Biden's cock, you can do that. You have the ability to do so.
And every time that he is criticized by somebody who would have previously referred to him or thought of him as some sort of political, like-minded sort of traveler, they totally ignore the substance of what he's reported vis-a-vis the Twitter files. I mean, you have hard evidence in documentary, verifiable form.
In documentary? I've said this as a fair criticism of Michael Tracy before. he's one of those thesaurus motherfuckers. Like when you're talking to someone and that person could be like, you didn't see things clearly. And then I'd be like, I understand you. You've said words being processed. I've heard them, and now I'm understand. Language has been imparted from one human to another. But instead of saying you didn't think clearly, they'll be like, you were myopic. And then you're like, I know you're only like, it means the same thing in essence, yes, but you're flexing. I can. It's gross. I feel you flexing. It's gross. I feel you being like, more complex term, perhaps, may think.
That you don't have to rely on anonymous sources to corroborate. You don't have to take Taibbi's word for anything. He's giving you primary source material.
It was a great interview worth going back for, and it'll be on the Mafia tomorrow. Oh, we're talking about, oh, that was so much fun. Oh, that energized me. That gave me a lot of like good what is it, I don't know, lefty entertainment energy, because I was like, oh, that just really seems like a good egg, you know, a good person. Gonna be on the Leftist Mafia tomorrow, which is fucking awesome, so that'll be a ton of fun. And also I'll put it up, I'll get Kyle, I'll tell Kyle to put it up on the Surfs podcast tonight, so it's up in listenable form right away.
That establishes beyond any dispute the intricate level of interoperation, and so security state services and social media. And if you don't find that to
Jesus. All right, so while he's bloviating about this, yeah, so the Twitter files, the ones that Matt Taibbi released, what they show, and this is, sure, it's a matter of public interest for sure, now that we know this. Yes, very powerful entities under capitalism usually talk to other powerful entities under capitalism, corporations, if you will, and they ask for favors, and they get a seat at the table that regular folk, you know, us, even the petit bourgeoisie doesn't usually have an opportunity. Those same corporations, as they get to a certain size, have a seat at the fucking presidential table. Yes, major fucking S&P 500 companies will meet with delegates and or the vice president or president themselves to discuss matters of, well, these companies are integral to the American economy, too big to fail. We should make sure that we have partnerships and deals going on behind the scenes of which regular people are not privy. Cool. We've been telling you that for a long time. By we, I mean the left. The left has been pretty loud and vocal about that, but cool. Here's an example of it. By the by, this isn't a fucking Democratic conspiracy. This isn't just like, and that was the Democrats when they weren't in power. Donald Trump was the president of the United States. Arguably, the fact that the RNC and Trump's own fucking inner circle had asked for favors from big tech companies, that's also kind of newsworthy. That's the president at the time, you know, when the Twitter files are taking place.
To be a worthwhile topic of inquiry, then that says more about you than it does about Taibbi.
And yeah, so when you sat in front of Congress, kind of the position that he put out there was, well, you know, kind of everyone's biased. Any source that I've ever gone to, of course they're going to have their point of view or their angle. So who cares? I mean, is that how it came across to you?
I think, well, it came across to me that he was just giving a basic summation of ordinary journalistic practice, which is that when you do any story that...
No, he wasn't. The whole thing was a gross fan fiction. Like, you could hear Matt Taibbi's own sense of self-satisfaction as he typed out each one of those things. Just like, oh, you're smart. That's a good way of putting that one. Yeah, people are gonna think you're really smart when they read that. That's cutting edge right there.
Requires reliance on sources. You have to make a judgment as to the credibility of the source, the veracity of the material that they're presenting to you, if any, or the information that they're conveying to you. And so, in that sense, there's really nothing conceptually different with what he's done with regard to the material.
I'm sorry, is Michael Tracy waxing poetic? What's going on here? He's like, there's nothing different about the way they treat you when it's the ones who do and will deceive you. You know,
that he's been given or that he's obtained from Twitter, but his adversaries, especially the Democrats on that committee who are haranguing him, are trying to make it seem like he's doing something radically unorthodox or that is
Jesus,
sort of
man,
in conflict with standard journalistic convention, which it really isn't. The only thing that's
dude, he really is waxing poetic here. Jeez, wrap it up, man.
Journalistic endeavor with regard to the Twitter files is the means of publication. That's what he's was. You know, that's the one condition that he agreed to do, which is publish at least firstly on Twitter itself.
Well, I get
it's not really anything different, and you don't see any kind of massive outpour of outrage or
you realize how much of a conflict of interest is going on here. This is in the middle where someone is being publicly ridiculed for his handling of a social media company and how it's tanking a bunch of his other companies and how inept he's been. Well, at that same time, he's like, I'm going to reveal a whole bunch of secrets about this company that is going to push a very distinct narrative that's only going to really benefit the far right and the fucking fascist movement in the United States. Because those are the people you hang out with. Those are the ones who you still have the approval of. Those are the ones who still think Elon Musk is the epic.
People saying how appalled they are when every single...
I'm making a weird face of people getting too close to the camera. Yeah, I can imagine that. I imagine everyone is basically like... People don't respect equipment in public.
Day, the Washington Post or the New York Times or somebody runs 20 stories that are reliant on anonymous sources. But it's the focus and the angle here that makes people dwell on Taibbi's reliance on anonymous sources, or not even anonymous sources, that brings forth this disproportionate focus on his sourcing methodology that in the way that's almost never applied to the more mainstream or reputable outlets.
Yeah, no, well, I think, kind of the complaint is that they showed that Twitter showed preference towards Trump in the Trump campaign, that they allowed tweets to go out there, and Taibbi tweeted about that maybe once in the entirety of the Twitter files, and basically to cover his ass, where he's put out hundreds of others, in regard to the opposition.
Well, I mean, I don't have any reason to doubt that if Taibbi did have a breadth of material that showed how there was untoward collusion.
Oh, this is a shield.
Or interaction between Trump campaign officials and Twitter, that he would report on it. I mean, this idea that he's some...
No, I see. Okay, so let me tell you.
He's some partisan.
So, no, this is the thing. 2020 Dumpster Fire, the movie that I told you that I directed, which came out in 2020, resulted in...
Good plug, Rod, right there. Just weaving that into common discourse.
A massive FBI investigation, which went on for over a year. They investigated me, my wife, my friends, my family. They harassed us on...
By the way, Chad, if you're not familiar with Rod, he's the one who basically exposed Jimmy Dore as being a complete fraud shill. Like, after Jimmy Dore did that whole Boogaloo Boys interview where he's like, oh yeah, we have to actually partner with the Boogaloo Boys because it turns out we love all the same things. They're anti-state authority. They're pro-LGBTQ. They're pro-Black Lives Matter, apparently. Yeah, the Boogaloo Boys, the ones who are trying to start the race war. He basically had a recording with Jimmy Dore where Jimmy
I completely forgot about the Boogaloo Boys too. God,
just didn't do any research whatsoever. He's like, I don't know anything about them. I just bring them on what could go right.
Dozens of occasions. They put forward at least 5 grand juries in 2 different states, and me and Matt Taibbi are friendly, and he used to DM with me all the time until I brought this up. And in fact, they were using comedy tweets. The same. So Steve Kimball, the FBI agent in charge, was the Boston Marathon bomber agent, and he had fuck the marathon bombers, but he was using comedy tweets from Key and Peele and Tosh.0, to try to make his convictions. They did the same shit with me and my team, in order to try to get that conviction. When I put that out to Taibbi, motherfucker didn't give a fuck.
What's that got to do with the manner in which
journalist to journalist, impartiality, reporting, and choosing
consistency, right? It's just. I mean, what he's reporting on.
You were just saying that, people are making it he's a partisan, and clearly, in my experience, absolutely he is.
I don't even understand how that indicates what direction is he a partisan in?
He's. I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, I put out a lefty film, he doesn't want to be in.
I believe Jimmy said in response, no one told me I was supposed to look him up about the Boogaloo. Yeah, I mean, just invite any fucking, modern alt-right or neo-reactionary movement onto your show and see what happens.
Involved with anything
left.
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that interpretation that he doesn't want to, quote, be involved with anything on the left. I don't know the specifics of your story. I'm not going to,
I mean, I can forward you all the, the DMs.
Yeah, go ahead if you like. I mean, I just think that Taibbi would be
in which he's going to politely just not answer any of those.
Sort of ambit that he's dealing in now with regard to Twitter.
But if this was the case, there's a much bigger story in that this is happening at the highest levels of government, all the way to the President of the United States. The only reason you would forego that story in favor of the other one is if you had an ideological principle that you're trying to push. If you were trying to push the narrative that, hey, by the way...
I'm going to be honest with you. Honest actors look at, what Matt Taibbi did with the Twitter files, which apparently is still being rolled out. We'll see how long that lasts now with Elon Musk policy on Substack, I guess. No one looks at it that and thinks that, like, honest actors at least looks at that and thinks, oh, Matt Taibbi's like really like pointing something out that's like either not already known, or two, is biased, it seems, in like Republicans' favor to fit a certain narrative. And it's not. Like, if you look at it, he's completely trying to fit like a certain narrative into that, and it's just it's very blatant. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think she has it just yet.
Democrats did some shady stuff. It's like, oh, they did. The RNC too? What? Yeah, the RNC did too, and maybe even the inner circle of the president himself asking for favors from social media companies. Oh, what?
So, I mean, if you have something that relates specifically to the whole question of security state integration with social media companies, and it illuminates some sort of bias against the left, I have a very hard time believing that he would be disinclined ideologically.
Okay, so I mean, how about like Peter Thiel influence circles? I mean, you know, basically, you got Thiel and everyone from Thiel Media, whether it's Eric Weinstein or Joe Rogan, basically putting out their agenda, and then getting Elon Musk involved on it. And yeah, I mean, if you don't think that Elon Musk is a player, then come on.
But I still don't understand. Like, how does that implicate Taibbi as not covering something?
No, okay, no, forget about Taibbi. I thought you were just talking about in general.
Okay, oh, I thought you were talking about Taibbi and that he was like refusing to cover that.
No, I'm just saying moving on. I mean, just about like in general.
I mean, I think that's a legitimate target to journalistic inquiry as well. I mean, I don't deny there being a whole sort of panoply of angles on the current state of politics that one might cover.
This is the Germany did nothing wrong in World War II. Well, that's being a little unfair. We can pull up Michael Tracy's exact strain. Michael Tracy, Jews. Because these are all deleted now. Michael Tracy, how many Jews were saved by U.S. military intervention in the Holocaust? The defeat of Nazi Germany saved millions of Jewish lives. There must be plenty of hard evidence establishing your theory that U.S. military intervention saved millions of Jews. Can you share it? Prove to me. I will debate you. Debate bro you about the Holocaust. Oh yeah, you kept doubling down with this one. Sorry to break it to you, but the Holocaust was not prevented by U.S. entry into World War II. It was upon U.S. entry in December 1941 that Hitler declared, the World War is here. The annihilation of Jewry must be the necessary consequence, and then initiated the full-scale mass extermination. You think it was the Americans' fault? Blaming, like, there's a lot of things you can blame on the American imperial empire, and a lot of things you can blame on America, and there's a lot of horrifying things that America has done and continues to do, especially in the neo-colonial ambitions. But the Holocaust isn't real. That's I'm not gonna blame America. It's just, you know, when you get like contrarian brain and like that's all that guides you, your guiding principle is like, I must be a little controversial, slightly edgy, but certainly intellectually superior to everyone else. They're all wrong. I'm the only one who truly understands through the lens of proper history. I mean, you see all these weird defenses probably come out too, like, well, did you know that elements of what they did was actually inspired by, say, the treatment of indigenous people in North America? It's like, yeah, that's different than saying that America and America's involvement in World War II is what provoked the Holocaust. The treatment of Jews under
10% increase in energy regenerating 1 life per second. Yeah, I think honestly that's better.
I just think that this idea that because somebody covers one thing but not the other, that means they have this intractable bias, or that means that they're trying to.
I wonder.
Put, you know, the.
I mean, if you look at Hitler's influence as a source material, you can source that shit back to USA. Yeah, but like taking inspiration from various things. There's elements that were taken from like eugenics programs in Canada as well. That doesn't mean that those programs themselves are directly responsible for the Holocaust. Like you don't get to take the agency away from both Hitler, the Nazis, a lot of what they did, and suddenly say that, well, it was inspired by other things. Elements were, yes, that doesn't suddenly remove the fact that the Nazis were the Nazis.
That means they're trying to distort perceptions, or they're trying to like disadvantage one partisan side versus the other. I think you got to establish that with some greater evidence beyond just a disparity in like what coverage somebody chooses to prioritize. I mean, I get that line of criticism all the time.
Yeah, I mean, they go after. I mean, it's become a binary, and people have gone after you because you kind of split the difference a little bit. That you don't, you know, stick to the left, which is where you came up, and so you know, people call you a right winger, and I don't think you're a right winger.
No, he's a contrarian for hire. That's what Michael. He's an opportunist, a contrarian for hire, and a weirdo. We should also add weirdo. It's super strange. He's good. You can't forget, Michael Tracy is the one who showed up at that college with the suitcase microphone. I haven't seen those devices outside of maybe, like, I don't know, Dick Tracy, old things. What are you doing with a suitcase microphone, like, speaker set, first off? That's like, there's so many questions. But showing up there and being like, wokeism, free yourselves, free your mind, you kids don't know what's good for you. It's very weird. You know, it's just a weird way to spend your afternoon.
But they've hammered you in the same way they've hammered Taibbi.
Yeah, during
I mean, they can tell me that if they like. The notion of being right wing now has become so diluted that it's almost meaningless. I mean, anybody now who deviates at all from the standard line of the left liberal sort of media consensus is therefore assumed to be right wing, even if they don't express anything that even comes close.
I would not agree with that whatsoever.
Ideological right-wing belief. So I've become a nerd to that allegation at this point. It doesn't matter to me anymore. So
I will say, it looks like it's popping off finally. But thank you so much for talking and looking up and.
Good stuff. That was good. Rod, I think you did well. Here's the link if you want to go support Rod's work. Doing stuff on the ground. It's not easy, everybody, to get on the ground and film this kind of stuff and do agitprop and all that kind of stuff. So please go subscribe, get that thing from 9.49 up to a higher number, a number that is higher than the current number, and that would be a good thing to do.
Do you enjoy the service but prefer not to have to use your eyeballs? Many are saying this. Well, we've got the solution for you. It's the Surf Times in podcast form, available on most major podcasting networks now. If you enjoy it, please consider leaving a good review and feedback because it really helps the show out, apparently, and it's free, just like the podcast.
To our gods, Xander Corvus and Peyton L. Jus, we shall spend many a generations building mighty cathedrals in your honor. To our monarch, Tom Spiker, we are but your oafest jester, here to offer you a laugh at any opportunity. To our brave knights of the Round Table, Rachel K., Izzy Solidarity, Victoria Bell, Sebastian Demo, Mark Harmon, Benji Arney, Scary Earthhuman, Tony, DM Rivera, Resident Scarecrow, Sir Nickus, Cheryl Alvarez.
I do like this outro though. Hopefully like one day I can get like an outro like this.
Everything Important, Egbert Celine, Matthew Scarborough, Stellar Vision, Ariane McCarthy, Doug Cady, Daniel Sutton, Jenna Tao, Dark Puppy, Quiet185, Anna Loves Riley, Omni, Riley and Anna, Poodlehawk, Multimondi, Trevbot EXE, Brian Ephraim, Anthropopojak, Catherine, Ramona Costa, Coast, Ralph Carver, Violent Orchard,
Look at this.
Political Puppy, La Media Panza, Todd Buckingham, and Todd Lajeunesse. We salute our valiant heroes off to fight injustice.
Okay, these two. Vosh.
Sandwiches are very good. Though I do think that in the grand hierarchy of food items where you put meat and cheese and stuff in bread, I think that burritos and tacos both top sandwiches. I think burgers are better than all of them if it's a great burger, but if the burger is trash, it's worse than a comparable quality burrito or taco. I think burritos or tacos have a really high like quality floor where they're like by default like pretty good. Like it's really hard. I mean, rice, beans, and tortilla, you've got it, you know. Whereas a bad burger is like not bad burgers are bad. Like they're not passable. I don't know if I've ever had a bad taco. I've had bad burgers, where it's just like a lump of just beef patty, flavorless bread. Yeah. Perfect burger versus perfect sub. I'm more of a burger man than a sub man, personally. So burger for me, but both are great, you know.
Depends on the sub, but I would prefer a good burger too. Oh my god, is he gonna get canceled on one of his other food takes again? Is this what's about to happen right now? Yep. It's exactly what's about to happen right about now. Ladies and gentlemen, Vosh and his food takes. It's about sandwiches, burgers, burritos. I would have a burger, then a sandwich and a burrito. I'm not a big burrito guy. I prefer tacos. Give me 3 tacos, and I'll be all good.
They're great. Probably, you know, heroes are great. Probably because I feel like you can do so much more with like pita bread than you can with just the bread that's used in sandwiches. Not always. You can do a lot with bread, but generally, I think pita bread has, you know, it's the quality floor thing. It's like, with minimal effort, how good are the ingredients? Just like throwing it together. Like, how bad can it get? And a hero, at least for the pita part, you know, a hero stays strong. Whereas white bread for a sandwich, just like regular white bread, it's like, okay, doesn't really contribute that much. Now, a good burger pretzel bun. Some people say a pretzel bun is too much. Some people say that's overboard. I disagree.
I disagree too with that.
You take bacon jam, some blue cheese, maybe something sweet, like you really want to caramelize that bacon jam, so it's sweet and salty. You go with that. A little bit of like Thousand Island or some, yeah, Thousand Island's fine, or maybe a ranch on the underside. Nice burger patty, phenomenal. It's divine, basically.
Some people believe like pretzel buns are a little bit too much. Are you kidding me? I would eat a pretzel bun every day of the week.
I ate a huge burrito right before stream. I'm just a big boy. Just a big boy, you know?
You guys had a beautiful steak sandwich, steak and cheese. That's it. Sesame seed roll too, nonetheless.
It's fine. I mean, you know, usually people go with like mayo, ranch, Thousand Island, sometimes ketchup. Dijon mustard's good, you know. There's a bunch of fine options. This is the known terrorist link. True! Known terrorist. Vash al-Aldena Asabi. Muhammad. Is this racist? It's probably at least a little bit racist, yeah. That seems a bit right. It is, yeah, a little bit. Don't play the audio, it's TOS, I think. Wow, thanks for the warning. I didn't even realize there was audio. I'll find out later. You add spinach to your sandwich? No. If someone has a burger, cheese...
I add spinach to some of my fruit smoothies.
Jews can't eat cheese and meat together. So, like, they can't. And also, I don't think cheese is necessary to have a good burger. I think it's often really good, like a really good addition, but I don't think it's necessary. There's like, you can make a really good crema that will serve basically the same function, I think. Pepper jack though? Yeah, I like pepper jack.
Oh, I love pepper jack.
Plenty of meat's kosher. American cheese is required on a burger. I have not had American cheese on a burger in so long. But, you know, it's not bad. People pretend that American cheese is like innately bad, or like American cheese is disgusting. It's not. Obviously, it's highly processed, but it's good for itself. It's like queso dip or like nacho cheese. You know, I wouldn't eat it with like crackers, but it you know, I wouldn't have it on a cheese platter. But it's, you know, it has its place in time. It has its purpose. American cheese is not made of plastic, by the way. No, it's just food. We eat plenty of processed food. Processing food doesn't make it bad, you know. Processing literally just refers to the amount of steps that it takes to take like a raw food item and then make it into the thing that you're eating. It doesn't that doesn't mean it's bad. There are plenty of things that are really good that are processed. It's, you know, like for example, breads are generally highly processed. You know, you don't just pull that out of the ground. It's Pringles. People eat Pringles, you know. American cheese made out of plastic. No, it's not. Okay, last call, then we're moving on. Unlike natural cheese, which is made from milk, American cheese is a processed cheese made by mixing cheddar cheese, washed curd cheese, Colby cheese, and granular cheese, among other ingredients. It's literally just it's literally just like American cheese is like the meat sausage equivalent. It's like, rather than having a single cut of meat, you take a bunch, you blend it together. How do you get it so melty? Well, they probably have, I don't know, some ingredients to keep it like that. I mean, here, Wikipedia, save us. The source of all knowledge. Here, manufacturing process. Traditional cheese is ground combined with emulsifying agents and other ingredients.
No, that's
I want to know what the other ingredients are. I guess you can just read it.
Elemental proliferation.
Mixed and heated until it forms a melted homogeneous mixture.
So I need clarity.
Okay, well the other ingredients is what I'm. Sodium citrate is the core ingredient. Okay, and sodium citrate used as acidity regulators in food and drinks and as emulsifiers for oil. Okay, so it's just like chemically emulsified. We do that for lots of foods. It's fine. Have you ever poured Parmesan cheese in your hand and ate it by itself? I don't think so.
Man, that guy sounds like a psychopath.
This enables cheese to melt without becoming greasy. Well, yeah, that's like the thing that's really cool about American cheese. Because most of the time, if you want to make like a quick plate of nachos and you just sprinkle some shredded cheese on some chips, add some beans, pepper, salt, whatever else, you know, you melt the cheese, it'll get like oily, and then within 3 minutes, the cheese will harden and you'll be picking up solid blocks of chip. It doesn't stay melted and it sticks to itself more than anything else, you know? Whereas if you have American cheese, you just have like a nice, consistent experience the whole way around. Ridiculous that you guys got me on this for this long. Absolutely ridiculous. Now that's a stun lock. It was a relatively short one. We've done worse before.
That's true. I've been there for quite a few of them. Okay, lines I watch. Dude, we're like zooming through these videos.
If they're giving files to journalists that potentially data about users as well as data about individuals.
My understanding
so
is
I
that
didn't
they
ask
didn't
the
ask
question. I didn't ask.
It's yet another instance where like Elon Musk is just behaving in this insane manner. Who cares? Yeah, give this guy access to everything. That's crazy. Here's another person who has changed and another person who hasn't. Here is Mehdi Hassan ripping into Matt Taibbi.
The world's most powerful investment bank is a great vampire squid wrapped around the face of humanity, relentlessly jamming its blood funnel into anything that smells like money. That was how in 2009, Rolling Stone journalist Matt Taibbi famously began the Great American Bubble Machine, his 10,000-word expose on Goldman Sachs and its considerable economic influence.
I cannot tell you enough how good that like article is. Like you should like really like find it and read it. You can easily find it online. I would think so. But it is really good.
The vampire squid was an indelible image, and it was textbook Matt Taibbi. If you were like me back then, you loved reading his blistering takedowns of America's worst villains. In 15 years at Rolling Stone and in occasional NBC and MSNBC appearances, Taibbi won lots of fans and awards for skewering anyone who shafted a little guy from K Street to Wall Street. But if you listen to him these days, he's telling a different story.
I spent 10 years covering the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis. That was obviously a very serious issue, but this Twitter file story and what we're looking at now,
it really sounds like he's trying to like force himself to take this like more. I mean, there's an actual story here. It's not what like he reported on though. That's the problem. What he reported on is just what essentially Elon Musk like wanted him to report on, and that's not a good thing.
Now, I don't think there's any comparison. This is by far the most serious thing that I've ever looked at, and it's certainly the most grave story that I've ever worked on personally.
Yes, the Twitter files, quote unquote, 19 releases of select internal Twitter documents provided to Taibbi and other reporters and activists after the social media site was acquired by tech billionaire Elon Musk, remember him? Which made seemingly explosive claims about the politicized blocking of the Hunter Biden story, as well as allegations that Twitter shadow banned conservative accounts without cause. According to Musk and Taibbi and his reporting colleagues and the Republican House majority, those files show Twitter colluding behind the scenes with feds, NGOs, and yes, Democrats to silence critics. A new woke McCarthyism through digital censorship.
Here's what happened to Matt Taibbi at the hearing.
Journalists at Information Society of Professional Journalists Code of Ethics asserts that journalists should avoid political activities that can compromise integrity or credibility.
Oh, ew, it's Debbie Wasserman Schultz. Ugh, yuck, yikes. Guys, trigger warning, that's coming too late, but Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Being a Republican witness today certainly casts a cloud over your objectivity. But a deeper concern that I have relates to the ethics of how journalists receive and present certain information. Journalists should avoid accepting spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted, incomplete, or designed to reach.
Why is there a photo of Joe Rogan behind her? What the is going on in Congress, dude? They're having too much fun.
Foregone, easily disputed, or invalid conclusion. Would you agree with that?
I think it depends.
Really? You wouldn't agree that a journalist should avoid spoon-fed, cherry-picked information if it's likely to be slanted,
Hassan, making sure that he knows those Democrats, those bastards.
Congresswoman, I've done probably a dozen stories involving whistleblowers. Every reported story that I've ever done across 3 decades involves sources who have motives. Every time you do a story, you're making a balancing test between the public interest.
Reclaiming my time. Thank you very much. Okay. I ask you this because before you became Elon Musk's hand-picked journalist, and pardon the oxymoron.
The reality is Matt Taibbi did become a mouthpiece for a billionaire and his like $44 billion purchased corporation, which is really, really sad. Oh, people who have never heard Matt Taibbi speak going, wow, he sounds like he's crying. Yes, Matt Taibbi does have insane vocal fry.
You stated this on Joe Rogan's podcast about being spoon-fed.
Matt Taibbi acted like he was doing like, cutting edge journalism with the Twitter files when the Twitter files itself didn't show anything.
Information, and I quote, I think that's true of any kind of journalism, and you'll see it behind me here. I think that's true of any kind of journalism. Once you start getting handed things, then you've lost. They have you at that point, and you got to get out of that habit. You just can't cross that line. Do you still believe what you told Mr. Rogan? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now, you crossed that line with the Twitter files.
No.
Elon Musk, it's my time. Please do not interrupt. Elon Musk spoon-fed you his cherry-picked information, which you must have suspected promotes a slanted viewpoint, or at the very least generates another right-wing conspiracy theory. You violated your own standard.
I mean, he did. Anyone that says like he didn't is ridiculous. This is characteristic of a type of quietly pro-capitalist guy who shields powerful bosses from criticism, often using faux class politics. Pose about PMCs being deranged, but actually all billionaires deserve that same hostility from the press, even ones in Matt's replies. The seamless way people transition from hating Trump to hating Musk has been amazing to watch. In 10 years, we'll have a Photoshop compilation with like 6 different faces on it. Yeah, dude. You shouldn't hate Donald Trump, and you shouldn't hate Elon Musk. You're right. Yeah, it's the PMCs that are at fault. You can hate the PMCs and also turn around and hate Elon Musk and Donald Trump, who are basically the lords and the masters of the PMCs. The PMCs are the professional managerial class gets hatred because they are working at the behest of these corporate overlords. Holy dude.
So you would believe that you have probably millions of emails and documents, right? That's correct, would you say?
I don't, millions.
No, I think the number's less
too high.
Okay, 100,000?
Probably, yeah.
Probably close to 100,000 that both of you are saying. Yet in the Twitter files, Mr. Taibbi, you've produced only 338 of those 100,000 emails. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Have you given all of the access to what you were given by your source to this committee?
No, I would never do that.
Okay, I didn't ask if you were given the committee, the individuals, but all of the files, no, you have not?
No.
So what we're getting is your dissemination, your decision as to what was important and not important in that, correct?
Which is true in every news story.
In every story. But you have files that you say you are sharing, but those files are just a smaller period of the files. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. And the FTC investigation of Twitter, you knew that they were investigating Twitter before the time period that Mr. Musk came on?
I was aware of it, yeah.
And the FTC was concerned with user data being hacked or used? Is that correct, that they didn't have enough checks and balances on that data?
Well, I wasn't privy to that part.
Have you seen the consent decree?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, the consent decree is concerned with user data, which would be probably the reason that they were concerned if they're giving files to journalists that potentially data about users as well as data about individuals and employees would be given to them.
My understanding
So
is
I
that
didn't
they
ask
didn't
the question. I didn't ask.
This is a profoundly important part of this investigation, or this is the main point of this is probably one of the major points that is the reason why Matt Taibbi is there to begin with. Like, he was like, oh, they're just trying to bully me and try to bully Elon Musk because I'm doing such great journalism for Twitter or whatever no, dude, like, you have this corrupt billionaire asshole who has no respect for the rule of law, no understanding of it, and no interest in even following the legal counsel's advice on any particular matter. Like, yeah, of course Congress is going to ask if one of the major social media platforms now owned by a singular individual gave access to private information and private conversations to some random right-wing journalist who's trying to do promo for the platform itself. That's crazy.
Good question, sir. Okay.
This does he not realize? I mean, I guess it's yet another instance. Again, it's yet another instance where Elon Musk is just behaving in this insane manner, like the petulant, petty little tyrant child he is, where he's just I don't give a about the law. Who cares? Yeah, give this guy access to everything. That's crazy. You can't do that. You can't do that. The only thing I still respect about Matt Taibbi is that he's still doing that hairstyle that kind of you never really see anymore when you do the horseshoe. You're very clearly bald and you still keep the side hair. You're just YOLO, I'm bald and I want everyone to know I'm bald. I really respect that. People don't do that anymore, dude. A lot of people don't do that.
You talk a lot about the Election Integrity Project in the Twitter files, which Stanford and the University of Washington founded to monitor attacks on our elections. And you say some stuff about them that a lot of your critics say is not true, and that affects your credibility. You said the EIP was founded in response to the government dropping its proposal for a disinformation governance. Well, there you are. We're quoting you on screen. It wasn't. It was formed 2 years earlier. You suggest it was government funded, even though during the 2020 election that you're covering, it wasn't. You say they labeled 22 million tweets as misinformation in the run-up to the 2020 vote. They didn't.
He took a big L on this one, man.
3,000 election misinformation tweets for labeling, so you were only 21,997,000 off. And you also claim the EIP was, let me finish the question, you can come back in. You also claim the EIP was partnered with the government Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Agency, CISA, to censor Twitter, but you mix up CISA, CISA, a Homeland Security Agency, with the Center for Internet Security, the CIS, which is a non-profit. In fact, you added an A to CIS. I think people can see it there in brackets to make that false claim. It's just error after error, Matt, on just this one topic.
Error. But the other ones aren't.
No.
22 million number came from their own report.
Yeah, where did it came from? A report in March. Do you know what the 22 million number is, Matt? Can you tell me? Because we checked. 22 million is the number of tweets about election misinformation that they just mapped. How many tweets were they? The ones they actually flagged to Twitter before the election election. 22 million came after the election. It wasn't in the run-up. They flagged 3,000. So you were off by 21,997,000. It's another error.
They said a lot of things. I stand by my story.
You stand by what story? You stand by 22 million were flagged in the run-up to the election, even though that number came in March 2021, which was after the election.
No, this came in their report after the election.
Which was about some total of tweets that they counted on the election. What they flagged to Twitter was 2,980 tweets, I believe. So that's nowhere near 22 million.
Come
on, what? You got something wrong. You got CISO wrong. Why did you add A? Okay, Matt, why did you add A in square brackets? Do you understand why people worry about?
I actually thought that.
And why didn't you fix it? I just checked the tweet before I came on air. It's been 3 weeks since it was flagged to you. Why not fix it? Do you not have editors at the racket?
I didn't realize that until now.
Okay, and what about the date? You got the date wrong when it was found. You said it was founded in response to the disinformation board. That was last year.
Well, because Stamos is saying in the video that we were sort of created to fill the gaps.
No, that's not what you say in the tweet. That's not what you say in the tweet.
The SIO was created in 2018.
No. You say, this is what you say. The EIK was created after the public uproar paused the disinformation board. That's wrong. You need to correct that as well, don't you?
After the...
That's what your words. You say, to quote you, after public uproar paused...
Did he not care about this? Or did he just smoke a doobie?
The EIP. That's wrong.
Before this interview, it was like YOLO.
You don't need sources, Matt. You could check the EIP website. It says it was created in 2020.
Well, that's the date that I just said.
And the disinformation board was 2022.
Okay. All right. Well, then that is an error.
Yeah, X is gonna get mad at you for watching a murder on live stream. Yeah, it's true.
Okay, it's showing me
lots of calls, or criticisms I should say, from the right and even from centrists saying that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Ron Wyden, who encouraged the Biden administration to just simply ignore the ruling from the extremist far-right judge in Texas that would, if enacted, end up banning the sale of one of the two necessary drugs in the abortion pill, mifepristone. And AOC, Ron Wyden, said, hey, the court, they derive their legitimacy from the people, and they are ruining their legitimacy right now. They're setting it on fire. And I made this case earlier in the show, but we have a checks and balances system. The courts need to be checked. So time for the executive branch and the legislature.
She's not wrong. I wonder if anybody's going to.
She's a Republican, and even she seems to think that this goes too far. This ruling by Judge Kaczmarek in Texas. So here she makes a very similar case. Maybe the Biden administration just ignores it because a judge like this should not have the ability to ban and circumvent the FDA's authority and approval process, which I don't think he even can legally, but it depends, and that's why you shouldn't implement it, frankly, as this case gets worked out. On specific drugs, this is the first time a judge has ever banned a specific drug approved by the FDA. And that's what makes this so absurd.
Is the FDA independent, or is it a member of a specific branch?
Should be able to say that an FDA's determination about a drug is invalid?
I don't. In fact, when you look at the court case and the ruling here, the judge used an act or a law from the 1800s that was overturned by the Supreme Court, or at least the Supreme Court decided in 1983, over 100 years later, roughly, that law was unconstitutional. And that was the basis for his argument last week. And look, this is an FDA-approved drug. Whether you agree with its usage or not, that's not your decision. That is the FDA's decision on the efficacy, safety, and usage of that particular drug.
Do you agree here then with comments from people like your colleague Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez that the Biden administration should ignore this ruling, that the FDA should ignore this ruling?
Well, I mean, you know, this is the judicial branch and we have a court system. I do think that this is going to be relegated to the courts. There are other lawsuits that are going on right now. This is an FDA-approved drug. I support the usage of FDA-approved drugs, even if we might disagree. It's not up to us to decide as legislators or even, you know, as the court system that whether or not this is the right drug to
She
use
better
or
be
not,
careful
number
about
one. So I
what
agree
she's
with
saying, too.
ignoring it at this point, but there are other lawsuits that are happening right now in other states as well over this issue. But to look at the case itself, when you look at the law that the judge used, an old law that the Supreme Court said was unconstitutional, this thing should just be thrown out, quite frankly.
So you think the FDA should ignore this?
I would. Yes, I would. This is an issue that Republicans have been largely on the wrong side of. We have, over the last 9 months, not shown compassion towards women. And this is one of those issues that I've tried to lead on as someone who's pro-life and just have some common sense. In the state of South Carolina, just a few weeks ago, we had some folks in the state legislature that essentially wanted to execute women who had abortions. So we've got some extreme views on this issue, but 90% of America is somewhere in the middle. And I think that 90% would be okay with listening to the FDA rather than a judge who used an old law that was determined unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. I think the vast majority of Americans would support that decision.
Yeah, and I know you think that you're part.
Well, let's play that a little more. I'm curious what this follow-up is.
Party has gotten it wrong on abortion, the way that they message on it. You think that the House majority would be bigger if Republicans were better. So what do you say to Texas Republican Tony Gonzalez, who suggested that the Republican-led House should consider defunding some of the FDA's programs if they ignore this court's decision?
Well, I mean, everybody's welcome to their own opinion. I represent a very purple district that is really a bellwether for the rest of the country, I can tell you.
And there it is. And there it is. She's in a district where she knows she's safe until they redistrict it and make sure they get a more like far right Republican in there too. So she knows that she's a woman. She probably is okay with like medical abortions, to be honest with you. And she's in a purple district, and the people there are she's probably near like a big city, if not in a big city herself in South Carolina. And there's probably enough Democrats, especially women who are both Democrat and Republican, who want there to allow there to be medical abortions, at least in South Carolina. So she knows she's in a tenuous position.
Far more than the vast majority, 60-70% of Americans are not going to agree with this decision. And there are many pro-life people that also, while they're pro-life, they don't want the government to intervene in this radical of a manner. And the FDA has a rigorous process that they go through on drug approvals. Most of the time they get it right. When they don't, there are lawsuits regarding the efficacy of those drugs, and there's already another lawsuit. But what this judge did, the basis of his ruling, there's really no basis for it because he used a law that the Supreme Court said was unconstitutional in 1983. It's sort of a rogue thing that's happening right now. There have been efforts afoot both in different states and nationally to defund certain agencies over certain decisions. You see that happening on both sides of the aisle.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
I mean, maybe she's gonna. Actually, all right. I'm actually curious. This is interesting. Keep going. Keep going. I want to hear what her example is for the left.
Those are tools that people can use, but I will tell you, we are getting it wrong on this issue. We've got to show some compassion to women.
Okay, so she doesn't give any examples on the left because there is nothing, except for maybe defunding ICE, which I'd be completely okay with. The ICE is actually younger than this drug, mifepristone, in fact, because it was created in the wake of, I should say, younger than the FDA's approval of mifepristone for abortion pill usage, because it was created in the wake of 9/11 and the war on terror. But other than that, there really is no effort from the Democratic Party to dismantle the administrative state. That's one of the fundamental differences between the Democratic and Republican parties. One one that you can draw to, because both of them, in many ways, captured by capitalistic interests. The right is solely captured by it, or completely. The Democratic Party has some members that are better and some that are good, who are fighting back against it. But this is what is also interesting about the underpinning and scary of Kaczmarek's ruling here, is that he's providing a roadmap for the Republican Party to continue to dismantle the administrative state. They've been trying to go about it through the EPA with the West Virginia case on this put before the Supreme Court, where they want to undercut the independence of these agencies and their ability to make determinations about what is safe, like the EPA and their scientists working together to say, this is how much can be in our water of this chemical, this is how much air pollution can exist for people to still have clean air. These are the caps on X and Y and Z. That is the discretion of our agencies. And the Republican Party and conservative activists are trying to make it so that these determinations have to go through our legislature. And we know that because of the filibuster and because of corruption and corporate interests and donations to members of Congress, that would be very, very scary, because Joe Manchin could be the deciding vote on what the levels of CO2 should be in the air for this region of the country, and then that ends up going back into his pockets, just as an example. So that's a Republican project, and now they're trying to bring it here to the FDA. The FDA has a process. It's not a perfect process, but they do have one, and it's statutorily mandated. And what the Republicans are trying to do with this absurd...
Because this has been something that's been going on for a while. They can't pass laws, so they're trying to find, like, back doors to, like, essentially abolish, like, abortion in this country. And, like, basically, like Emma said, like, remove the existence of any sort of administrative state. You know, you don't have any rules or regulations, so companies can do whatever they want, and it's shown... And as tale as old this time, when companies are allowed to do whatever they want, with like even like bare bones of like rules to keep them in check, they will do whatever they want, and essentially, you, the people, are the ones that suffer. And it is so very true. There's plenty of examples of that. I can't think of anything off the cuff too, but hey, do you remember like down in Florida, I think it was like a year and a half ago, remember that apartment building that collapsed in on itself because of people like cutting corners in the construction of that? And people later found out like some city employees took some bribes to funny up the paperwork, so the construction company that initially built that apartment building could cut corners and increase their profits. Yeah, they'll do stuff like that. Google that too. I forget when it was, but it was something like that. Oh, it's the first carrier sold Delta. Hey, Rudy, congratulations.
Still alive, are we?
So yeah, Emma's like right on the ball on this one. She knows what she's doing. Here. See. Any. Okay. Just go back to Emma.
This absurd ruling is provide a roadmap for this to happen with drugs, not just with environmental regulations and other regulations. So even Nancy Mace on board with ignoring this ruling, given how extreme it is. But let's be clear, the Overton window is going to shift soon, and I would imagine that a lot of these right-wing judicial groups are going to start backing. Let's see if we can make sure that, yeah, the FDA, that its regulatory process becomes a bit more politicized.
Oh
'Cause
yeah.
that doesn't just help them on abortion. That helps them on
Across the board. And Emma hit it right on the head too. It really helps them on like on environmental stuff for corporations, so they can freely pollute. On your medical health too. Access to like not just abortions, but just like to life-saving procedures. Hell, fuck insurance. Like you'd be surprised. The Administrator of State, as annoying as it is and as bureaucratic as it is there to like help you and make your lives a little bit easier and to keep like a lot of these interests in check. And the dismantling of that essentially means, depending on where you are, where you live, and hopefully you're dealing with a quote-unquote ethical company, they may or may not be able to screw you over royally, even more than they already are now. Let's make that clear.
Of different corrupt agenda items that they might have.
Damn, we're like cruising through these videos. Summon Phantasmals.
I had arguably one of the most incredible weekends ever. We saw the Mario movie. I don't know why. Let me just go look at this. I do want to discuss this real quick. Originally, when I first saw some of the reviews, it was the tomato meter, which is at a whopping 56%. All right, that is awful. So I was under assumption, I was like, dude, I guess they messed up. And notice that the audience score is 96%. No lie, one of the best movies I've seen this year. And I'm like, I've seen like Dungeons and Dragons, and don't get me wrong, like a lot of good ones out right now. But the direction they
Dungeons and Dragons was good, by the way.
Was all around super clever.
Surprisingly.
I love the fact that they included, like Donkey Kong and stuff, and then the voice acting was superb. Obviously, Jack Black really sold the ship.
Yes.
For the taste of our fury, do you yield?
Fuck you! But the difference here in reviews, I'm still trying to understand what the 56%, how we even arrived at that. So if we come here and we look at some of the comments, the whole package is a deranged mishmash of overstimulating elements.
Bro, it's a Mario movie.
What does that even mean?
It's not Schindler's List or Titanic,
I don't know
okay?
if I've ever left a movie and was like, shit was just so stimulating. That game sucked ass. It was just so stimulating. What are we reading, a book? This is about a video game. It's fan service above all else, regressively so. Structuring a threadbare story around iconography linked to source material just isn't enough. Dude, I feel like some people just structure sentences just to sound intelligent. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, no one ever played Mario for its lore. You know what I mean? Nobody was ever just like, oh, I love the backstory of Mario and Peach's relationship. You know where I'm coming from? The game. Not only is it a game, it's a kid's game. Based on what source material? There is no source material. It's a game. You jump on shit, you smash some shit. That's what Mario's about. A frantic Easter egg hunt of a film that does the bare minimum to please its loyal existing fan base. Okay, Wendy, who doesn't even have a profile picture, sus, as part of that existing fan base, I was extremely pleased. I'm just trying. What existing fan base are you referring to? Because you would be referring to the gamer fan base. And I gotta say, man, every kid that I saw in that theater was hyped as shit. The Super Mario Brothers movie is super nostalgic, but not super fun. Granted, I haven't regularly played home video games since NBA Jam circa 1995. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for being honest. See, Jeff is saying right there, he's not a gamer. So, even though he still gave it a better score than fucking Wendy. But thank you, Jeff. Thank you. Yes, there is a long list of boomers, and nothing against boomers, because there's a lot of gaming boomers out there. But the point is that a lot of the people went into this that probably haven't even played a Mario game. From Kenneth, I wasn't expecting Pixar, but the heroes end where they started, not having been transformed by their experience or learning anything from them. I don't even know. I don't even want to go to the full review. It's just bait, man. So much of the action in the Super Mario Brothers movie is predicated on the gameplay itself, which certainly makes sense in theory, but is rendered here with all the subtlety of barrel throwing gorilla? Consistency be damned. Subtlety of a barrel throwing gorilla. Wait, what? Space on a game. Obviously, in the jungle, a gorilla picking up a barrel and throwing it is not common. Hence why in the video game, Donkey Kong did that shit. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. Now, the reason why I bring this up, Luke, can you find me the quote from the director of the Halo show about them not wanting to base things on the game? I need that quote right now. I really just wanted to pick one quote out of this thing. This is the main one. All right, so understand, guys, this bothers me because when you turn a video game into a show, it's extremely important that you stay close to the source material. Halo is a great example of a show that just really veered off into no man's land, and we don't really know why. But critics here gave it a 70%, and I'm sure there's a lot of, we can go through each one of these reviews, and I'm sure there's going to be someone in there talking very, very highly about it. But this was the final nail in the coffin for me. Halo is undoubtedly one of the most popular video games of all time, and with just a week into the release of the TV series inspired by the gaming juggernaut, the showrunners have revealed that they didn't look at the game while producing the show. Quote, "We didn't look at the game," to season 1 showrunner Stephen Kane. "We didn't talk about the game. We talked about the characters and the world. So I never felt limited by it being a game." You see, that's a problem. This is up there with Anthem saying, "We didn't talk about Destiny 2, which, by the way, Anthem was making a game that would be competing directly with Destiny 2. And this is exactly why it sucked ass. This is also why when you go and you look at, let's see, hold on, The Last of Us here, 96%, 89%. So this is actually doing really, really good even on the critic side. But it's because they stayed close to the source material. Now, obviously, there really wasn't much source material to run with here on Mario, but it's a playful game. Therefore, the movie should be playful. So whenever I see comments from these critics going, "It's overstimulating," dude, that is the point. Also, at the same time, I didn't feel overstimulated. I love the cadence of everything. I enjoyed the characters. I like that it wasn't just, for instance, Mario, he didn't have the same, or even Luigi's, they didn't have the same voice acting throughout that was based on their initial commercial, or what we initially would assume to be their accent. And it was a really fun movie, and that's the point. But let me just continue reading some of this. Mario's animated movie debut is too safe and passive. More content referencing his source material than playing with it. Again, man, there's no profile pic thingy, man. I distrust it. Claudia here. What it seems to have forgotten is creating an engaging story. It's bland, uninteresting, and cobbled together. From Kevin, it's emotionally bland and yet garish enough to psychologically sedate the preteen Easter audience. Dude, I guess I was a kid, man, because I was very entertained by it. If you're hoping for an experience that would unite the generations around a lovely piece of popcorn cinema, Dungeons & Dragons is still playing. Look, I love Dungeons & Dragons. Fantastic movie. Highly suggest watching it, guys.
Very much so.
It's very good. But they're good for 2 different reasons. Assaults audience with lots of action and color, but not much reason to care. I will say, as a gamer watching Mario, what I loved was how much of the game actually made its way into the movie. I was actually concerned that not enough was going to be put into the movie from the game, and then not creatively so. So I was extremely impressed how much was actually put in there in such a creative way. They really thought of things outside the box, but still stay true to what we would experience in game, in Mario. Man, it was just hitting me in all the feels, dude. Like, really. It's fantastic. It's vibrantly animated, has a wonderful remixed video game music. The music was good. And it's full of nostalgia references from Nintendo's famous IP. The plot and writing are so lazy, so completely hollow, that there's nothing superhero.
Damn, man.
Forgettable, disappointing, fun. I don't want to hit you guys with any spoilers, but let me just ask you this. When you think back to Bowser and his reason for his tyranny, or his reason for abducting Peach. I mean, he's not Thanos. This man didn't have this overarching reason for doing any of this. I don't think I've ever played Mario and like been like, you know what? I really identify with Bowser. It was just bad guys are bad, good guys are good. We're saving the princess. That's literally it. That's Mario in a nutshell. Kids may have the time of their lives watching the Super Mario Brothers movie, but for most adults, this is game over. Oh man, what? Had to throw in. She's like, gotta put in game over. Gotta sound like a gamer here. All right, I gotta quit dunking on the critics. An 80-minute speed run through Mario World with a little in the way of the fun that actually makes the video games so special, crammed full of generic fan service that would be lost on at least half of the viewers. Well, I think that it was definitely entertaining to both. Obviously, like the kids didn't get the 80s music that was thrown in there, but it's still fun music. Still definitely went with it. That's it. I've got. All I can say is that it's a fantastic movie, a wonderful, wonderful movie. As an adult now who played Mario games growing up, who does often play Mario games with his kids, I loved it. I very much enjoyed it. I thought it was great. Again, keep in mind, critics, dude, I don't know. I feel like a lot of these guys probably have never even played a Mario game. I'm glad one of them admitted it. At the same time, when you have quotes like this, we didn't look at the game. We didn't talk about the game. Man. And understand, quotes like this excites a critic, or at least a critic that's never actually played the game. Also, that quote, it didn't pay off. It didn't pay off. Just saying. All right, to Destiny.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
We want more money. Twitch wants to steal everybody's money. They want to
Goddamn
get
right.
everybody's money and steal it, and then play more ads. Can you believe that?
Yes.
Obviously way late to talk about this, but
that's literally the main complaint when somebody joins the channel. Why are you running so many ads? I'm like, bro, I'm not running the ads, I promise you. If you get an ad when you come in, like, it's not me. I can't control the ads.
Something that I had on my radar and I just wanted to give my take on, and of course way late in the modern climate is 4 days apparently. That feels like a million years.
Yeah, it happened last year. It's in 2021.
In how quick the internet moves now. So Twitch streamers criticize awful new sponsorship system where platform takes a cut. I'm somebody who's made a lot of videos talking about how bad YouTube sponsors are and how just difficult they are to navigate and deal with, because a lot of companies that reach out to you for sponsorships, and this includes Twitch as well.
Oh, people DM me all the time, and it's always a cute girl. That's the worst part about it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I open the
That's how they
message,
get you.
which, I mean, like, it worked, right? And so, like, I get it. And, like, I would do the same thing. But it's always a girl, and it's like, do you want to play this game? It's a fucking Web3 game, and there's like 5 new Bitcoins in it, and cryptocurrencies in it, and we're gonna give you $700. I get so many of them, man. It's nuts.
Usually marketing companies like middlemen, and they just suck, and they essentially rip your ass in terms of the split that they're taking. They don't even
Sometimes
tell
they
you
do,
about it.
yeah.
They market
Yeah.
you out of getting good deals because they add on a massive amount of money on top. They're usually Russian companies, Chinese companies that have got like some tax haven account where basically you're sending invoices to like the British Virgin Isles or something like that.
Yeah, you have to send a fucking your invoice, like their fucking mailing address is an island that's a volcano.
It's just overall a mess. So I do see that a company, like a legit company, being able to give you sponsorships that they've curated and taken out all the big problems would probably be quite useful, and that's usually what management does. And
Yeah.
of course, management usually takes anywhere from 10 to 30%. Now, the fact that
Pretty
Twitch
much.
is trying to do this, especially at a time where the competition for live streaming is ramping up massively, which of course we do have to go into as context in this video with Kick and YouTube. Just see.
Oh, bro, Kick is popping off. Kick is doing great.
That's true.
I'm gonna be real, like, they're doing really, really well. Good for them. Yeah. Kick is the shit. Kick is unironically doing good. Kick won't last.
I don't know, man.
People said the same thing about Twitch. What if it does? Yo,
That is true. What if it does actually like come off? You know what I mean?
Things like Twitch are so off the mark, and this has been consistent across the entire business for the last couple of years, that they just don't really know what to do with their target audience, and they don't know how tone deaf and how silly these things come across to people who still are loyal to the brand of Twitch. If you're not aware, even when competition was ramping up and Kick didn't exist, and it was just YouTube essentially paying for big creators to go over to YouTube and making YouTube's platform much better for live streaming, which again, it's still not perfect, but it could be eventually. And of course, there's a lot more users on YouTube to get to in the first place. Twitch made the decision to take what was a special deal that they would give creators, being a 70-30 sub split, where essentially the
and they had been clawing that back for a long time. They had been taking it away from people that had like 500 subs, and then 700 subs, and then 1,000 subs, etc. Kick has less than 40k concurrent viewers across the whole site right now, popping off. That's less than Facebook. Yeah, I would say that's doing really well. It's a small website. It's really early in the morning. It's got an awkward time zone right now. And obviously Twitch is the biggest platform. It's not like Twitch doesn't get infinitely more. But the fact that they're doing that well, I think, is impressive. The fact that people are talking about them on Twitter positively is impressive. The fact that people are willfully, this is what's big about Kick. Okay, this is why I think you should take it seriously, is because people are moving over to Kick on their own. They're saying, I don't like Twitch. I'm not getting enough out of Twitch. I am going to move over to Kick. And that is better than YouTube has ever done. That's better than Mixer ever did. And it's better than Facebook is doing. People are willfully moving over there. You could say they're making more money, but they're not being paid to move over. They are doing it because the opportunity is better. That is the first time in the live streaming fucking ecosystem that has happened. I believe it when I see it. Then open your eyes.
Because people are doing it.
To get 70% if they're big enough to negotiate this, and Twitch take 30, which is of course different from the 50-50 everybody's on. But they stopped giving these deals out to people a long time ago, and they've mostly stopped also paying creators that are really integral to the website's success to stay there in the first place with like exclusivity contracts. Whereas companies like YouTube are doing that because they have money to throw around. They can win this war over a long time for the supremacy of the live streaming platform. And then Kick showed up.
Listen, I was a doubter like Jump Street on Kick, but I'm seeing the numbers now. It could be conflated.
Stay sharp out there.
But it may not be, and people are watching that platform. That's the thing too. I've been thinking about like streaming there for an extended period of time there too, and at least multi-streaming. You know, I've been thinking about it because I'm not getting the thing I want out of Twitch. That's the only thing, and I can multi-stream on YouTube and Kick. I think I might start doing that. I might just start doing that on tomorrow too. YouTube and Kick. See what happens. What do I need? Orbistorm, Stormbrand. I need Stormbrand. What is... Void, minion, spell totem, blast chain, stun, knockback, additional accuracy support, life gain on hit support. I don't really need that. I swear, I thought Live Chat was in here. It's not. Okay.
Be well.
Yo, I keep playing this video from Asmon.
They're paying people as well to come over to the platform, but not only are they doing that, they're giving streamers 95% sub split, which essentially...
Yeah, and it's like, how can they do that? It's because my understanding is that they're sponsored by Stake. They're owned by Stake. Stake, they got a lot of money. And guess what happens whenever you get a lot of money? You can do what you want to do. That's what it is. It's like that Bitcoin money. Yeah, they do it because their viewers lose money. Yep, that's right. There's going to be a turnover where, you know, you get people to kick, and then a certain amount of them start gambling, and then they get addicted, and then you make your money off of them. That's the way it works. That's how it happens. Absolutely. Unsustainable if they rely on Stake. That's a bad model. All eggs in one basket. Unsustainable. No, it's not. It's only unsustainable if you don't see the bigger picture. Kick is operating as a loss leader advertising tool for Stake. You understand that? So they're not trying to make money off of Kick. They're trying to make money off...
The people who are saying that, they don't understand like the business model that they're trying to implement over there at Kick. Like those terms like are going over their head. They just think, oh, it's train, it's gambling. And I used to think that too, but then I started looking more into it and I started learning about it too. And I'm really beginning to think that the content that I really want to do is probably split between YouTube and Kick and not Twitch. So, let's see what happens. Oh, dude, I am not paying attention.
With Stake. And Stake and Kick funnels people to Stake. That's how it works. You gotta think bigger.
Which means if you're streaming on Twitch, unless you value stability, which of course Twitch is going to be more stable, especially if you've already got an audience over there, then Kick would...
You could say Twitch is less stable. I think you could make a very strong argument for that. There are people that lose their channel all of the time on Twitch.
True.
To something that is complete bullshit. Like Forsen got banned for a month for something that somebody sent him that he accidentally showed on his stream. If that had happened to a smaller streamer, they would have been permanently fucking banned. And there have been other people that have been permanently fucking banned. So yes, abso-fucking-lutely, people are gonna move over to Kick because think about the peace of mind that you have knowing that you don't have to constantly worry about something that you say being taken out of context and then misrepresented and then interpreted that way by a mob that then Twitch responds to by banning you. Or a mod just sees what you said and they think that you're okay with it and they fucking ban you. You see what I'm saying?
Those things are creepy.
Be because my concerns with Kick are, of course, the long-term sustainability of the website. It makes no sense not to swap over to Kick other than for that exact purpose. Because let's be real, getting 95% of money that your community gives you versus 50% is an incredibly large difference, and it's the difference between some people being able to do this full-time and being able to do it part-time, which of course if you're doing it full-time means hopefully at least you roll it into even more money because you have more hours to put into it and dedicate to the craft. So for a lot of people, they're going to be swapping over to Kick anyway. Now, every single time Twitch announces or releases something new, that just shows that they're doubling down on essentially taking more money from creators and trying to get in their pockets in more avenues which were traditionally not in their pockets. It just looks even worse, and I assume from this more and more people are going to swap over to Kick or YouTube as a result. So what this is essentially is Twitch already had like a sponsorship section where they matched up like, oh, you know, you've streamed for a certain amount of hours, you have a certain amount of viewers, this company wants to be matched to you, press this button and then play their game or whatever, or have this in the corner of your screen and you get this dollar value. Now they're trying to double down on this, and of course people are very upset because they posted, we're testing new experiences to connect streamers and brands by making sponsored streams work better for our community. We're in the early stages of seeing what works, but want to give you a sneak peek. This month you may start seeing sponsored streams. One would be
what I don't like about this is like them taking like a cut, like as if they're acting like an MCN. That's the only thing I don't like about it too, because you're not really acting like an MCN. This is almost like Stream Elements, but Stream Elements provides like so much more too. There has to be, I don't know, man, like you're already split like the cut between like partnered streamers, and the sub split still like kind of grinds my gears too, because there's no reason for me to become a partner now. That's the reason why I have no interest in becoming a partner anymore, like on Twitch, you know, unless I can get like a custom contract. Might actually do that. I think after this video I might just like call it quits for like the night and then like set up, so I think I'm gonna stop streaming on Twitch, because I've been thinking about this like going like full-time on Kick, because I do see like actual growth on Kick, and I think that I can go in there, talk about like progressive politics, like play video games and get in like that way on Kick, because like on Twitch I'm not seeing any like real growth. On YouTube, with YouTube Shorts and TikTok, I'm actually growing, especially when I talk about politics and the Jets. But like on Twitch, like it's so top heavy, it's literally what was it, no, with Reaganomics, it's trickle down economics. It's like it's not actually trickling down, because I'm trying to communicate with other groups, but it's like I'm not going anywhere there, so I might as well use the algorithm on YouTube, make some YouTube content, use Shorts, get on TikTok, try to bring people in on the stream, and then, but like Kick, I actually see people growing, because like there's people who want to like grow and communicate, so we'll go that way.
Ad reads, which support streamers in delivering branded talking points live and across multiple streams per Twitch. It added this test is part of an ongoing work to help streamers deliver ads natively in streams themselves.
That's so you can't ad block.
Yep.
Subcodes, which let brands pay for subs and share the codes with viewers off Twitch. Viewers redeem the codes on Twitch and receive tokens that they can use to subscribe to their favorite channels. You would be getting 50% of this, so again, this is basically just
getting around your favorite ad blockers, folks.
Money that you would be making for doing something that traditionally you would get paid almost 100% for. And then sponsored gift subs, which allow brands to buy gifts, would get to take 50% of the money that you would be making for doing something that traditionally you would get paid almost 100% for. And then
I don't think you get paid 100% for most sub codes. I don't think so. I don't like the subcode thing, which lets brands pay in subs and share the codes with viewers off Twitch. Viewers redeem the codes on Twitch and receive tokens that they can use to subscribe to their favorite channels. That's a 50%.
Yeah, I'm not a big thing with that too, because if like the brands are paying with like subs, Twitch is getting like their half right there too. If you want to like sponsor me, I want to see all that money. I don't want to like split that with Twitch. You know what I mean? That's why like I have like an issue with that. That really does like bother me. Like you're nickel and diming me even more so now than you were before, Twitch. And like that really does bother me. Ooh, Doombeak.
Yeah, I guess it would be. That is definitely a 50%. My understanding is that that was only like an added thing. It wasn't part of the initial payment, this was like something that happened additionally, but I don't know about it.
Sponsored gift subs, which allow brands to buy and gift subs in chat to viewers at scale. So again, this is a sponsor. You're doing something for a sponsor, and then the sponsor turns around and pays you in gift subs instead of paying you in dollars, which you would get the full amount of, instead giving 50% of that to Twitch. I don't know how any of this is good for the streamer. And sponsored sub discounts, which will offer September-like discounts for subscriptions.
This might be an unpopular opinion, but I'm actually going to defend this. I think this is probably a good thing. Number one, it would not be 100% because you would probably have an agent that procured that deal, and they would be getting, as you know, Kira mentioned, 10 to 30% of that deal on the top. Also, the value is in the accessibility of it. It's the fact that all you have to do is click a button and you get money. That is extremely compelling. And if you don't understand like how important that is, think to yourself about how many people order food and they have food delivered. How many people, you know, they get their oil changed. People buy pre-built PCs.
Ordering from Amazon.
Procuring these sponsorships are services that Twitch provides. Twitch is providing this service, and if you want to take advantage of it, it's at this price. So I
that's
feel
true
like
too.
That's fair. I do. I really cannot see this being a problem.
Because people will use it, that's the thing.
Logo? Yeah, thank God. We have to go to the ASMR section for that. It's good for small and bad for big streamers? No, it's not. Because the big streamers don't do sponsorships this way. The way I do sponsorships is totally fucking different than the way somebody who gets 200 viewers does. It's a completely different relationship. It's an entirely different thing. There are like managed relationships. You have a specific deal with them. It's very complex.
On individual channel subs, just like September, brands sponsor these discounts, allowing streamers to receive their regular payout for subs, even though viewers pay a reduced rate. So again, just another way for Twitch to take money from streamers that, in my opinion, that they're not really entitled to.
I think they're absolutely entitled to it. I think so. The reason why they're entitled to it is because the person agreed to the price. If a person agrees to a price and there's no like, it's not like for example, it's not like Twitch is saying you can't get your own partnerships. You can do everything that you're doing now. It's just that this is an added bonus. And I think a good comparison to this is the bounty board. Is Twitch better for streamers after the bounty board than before? I think that if you asked probably 10,000 streamers, you'd get over 9,900 yeses.
The bounty board was good,
because
yeah.
They make more money. It's easier to do. So how is the bounty board pretty much universally acknowledged as a good thing? But then whenever Twitch expands the bounty board to other functionalities, somehow it's bad. I don't understand this. It doesn't make sense to me. It was like you and XQC can't even use them, right? Yeah, that's correct. I literally cannot receive bounties on my main channel.
As this reads, it's not exactly clear how much Twitch would get or how tools would work. It could be a creator marketplace-esque feature where Twitch matches up with brands and streamers and then takes an overall cut for arranging the deal. Now, if this was between like a 10 and
streamers just having fear they won't have enough money anymore, but the difference is that they will have more money because you're able to get more deals with more ease of access. Like, there will be a sponsorship on this program that will probably pay me $10,000 to put a picture of some bullshit product on a part of my screen or something like that, or do an ad read. And I will just click the button, do the thing, and get the money. You can't fucking beat that. Especially not whenever it's not cannibalistic.
True.
I can do that, and then I can do something else. It's a huge thing. For small streamers, this is amazing. It absolutely is. Small streamers do not have a PR team engaging with them and companies for sponsorships. Absolutely. And also, like, none of this... The thing is, like, this is... If you are a streamer and you have 300 viewers, this will probably be a big difference in your yearly or monthly income. Define small streamer. Small streamer, 500 viewers or less. 300 viewers or less. Because at a certain point, you think about it if you're an agent, okay? And like your job is to get people deals. Do you want to work with somebody who gets 80 viewers or 150 viewers? No, because you're going to spend all this time getting them a deal, and you're going to get 10% of that deal, 20% of that deal. The deal's $1,000. You got $100, and you spent, 10 hours doing this. Okay, you're working for $10 an hour. Is this something that's good, or do you want to focus on representing more popular people so you get a higher percentage?
There we go.
It's just common sense.
15% cut. I could understand this being like arguably decent, but Twitch is such a big company that whatever they negotiate is never going to be tailored to you or your audience, which essentially means that no matter what they negotiate, it would be worse than what you could negotiate yourself.
True. Absolutely true. I think
That's
that Kira
interesting.
is right 9 times out of 10. And if you see an ad there, you can potentially go and procure a better relationship with that company, a more bespoke agreement with them that could make you more money. And do you know what that will take? Time. And if you want to spend that time, you should go do that.
Yeah, that makes
With
sense.
Management and representation, that if you're a big enough creator for this to actually matter, you don't need Twitch to be doing that. My problem with this is kind of like, who is this specifically for? Who is this aimed at? Because anybody who would be making substantial
Mostly small
money from
streamers, yeah.
brand deals has the ability to get a manager or
That's what I've been thinking too. Move the Kick, gain an audience there, then slowly start bringing them over to Twitch and start saying, hey, I'm gonna have like one stream on Twitch just to grow there. I'm gonna take this like my Thursday stream on whatchamacallit, on Kick, and then move it over to Twitch, and then try this stuff out and see like their equivalent of like their bounty board.
basically just gets inboxed all these deals in the first place, which I can guarantee would be more lucrative than what Twitch is going to offer them. Because of course they're cutting out the middleman in that case, although of course, as I mentioned at the start of the video, a lot of the times it will be from a middleman, but they take their cut off of what they get from the company. Now they might misrepresent, like, let's say for instance I say I want $2,000 and then the company turns around and says, oh, they want $4,000, and then they keep 2k. If they agree, I'm still getting the rate that I set and they're just basically getting more. But in some instances they'll say that and the company will go, oh, 4k is too much, and they'll basically have priced you out of something that essentially you would have gotten on your rate originally without them adding on a massive amount.
Sure, that
so I
could
can
happen.
see that like there's some world in which this exists that could be useful for some people, but for people that are small enough that this would actually help, they're not going to be getting the offers. And for people that are big enough,
And that's why this system exists. It's because it allows them to have the opportunities that bigger streamers have at scale.
That makes
to
sense.
just get a manager and pay 10 to 15% anyway, they're going to be worse off. So obviously the backlash on this has been pretty incredible because people just don't like that Twitch is doing more and more monetization. They already tried to
Well,
basically...
I think the reason why they don't like it is because it's popular to dislike Twitch. It's popular
That's true,
to
too.
dislike Twitch. I think that any sort of like analytical analysis of this and looking at the real value of it, that's not just a like, oh, Twitch is going to take more of our money. Oh, Twitch is going to do all this bad stuff. I think that none of that stands any sort of scrutiny. It's all just bullshit.
Your need to accelerate the implantation process.
Yeah, it's crowd mentality. Yeah, it's crowd mentality.
Don't donate on PayPal, do gifted subs instead, do bits instead, do things that are on our platform and that are monetized in our systems. There was rumors a while ago that they were going to, like, you know, blacklist people using PayPal links and stuff. I don't know whatever came of that. It was something that I heard.
Never happened.
once the gem is withdrawn from the saloon.
Yeah, never happened.
Never happened, yeah.
Like, I have no problem. Like, I shit on Twitch constantly. Constantly, bro. Like, I go ape shit on Twitch. But I'm not gonna write fan fiction to do it.
Multiple times, but obviously take that with a pinch of salt. I don't think they'd be stupid enough to do that at this stage. They've obviously just had massive layoffs across the company repeatedly. They've not really delivered on any massive features. They're pushing more and more ads on the platform that make the viewing experience just considerably worse. And essentially all the big creators are being offered contracts that are like, we will give you some favorable terms, like we'll pay you a bunch of money, but you have to run a certain amount of ads per hour.
Yeah.
Which, again, is just completely...
This is also something that is very popular for small streamers. Like my friend Cody, like he got an offer for his ad deal, and they said if he runs 10,000, not 10,000, if he runs 10 minutes of ads an hour, they were going to pay him $8,000 or something like that a month. It was some sort of like ridiculous fucking number.
What?
Like crazy. So it's like whenever you have somebody offering you $8,000 of ads, and that's just that's just right off the top. Like that's right on top of the top. Like you get that, that's 8,000. That doesn't mean that you're not going to get more or anything else. Like, yeah, to take that, yeah, so many people are going to take that fucking money, man.
Flying in the face of live
I
content.
hope he
Live
took that
content
money.
is not served well with ads. People don't like it, and I don't think people are ever going to like. And if that means people are going to go to Kick, a website which again I don't think is going to be around for the long term, although I always appreciate when there's competitors around, even if I disagree with the people investing in it in the first place and what it might be doing with pushing people towards gambling in crypto gambling websites.
I
think at this point, staying on Twitch, unless you are very loyal to the brand or that you think it's more stable than the other platforms, YouTube it definitely isn't, especially with how YouTube have been getting better and Twitch have been getting worse, in my opinion. I just don't really see the reason to stay on Twitch, honestly.
Exactly, and I do think that this is one of the reasons that Twitch is adding in for people to stay on the website. There are two reasons that people will stream on a website: money and viewership. Money and attention. You get a lot of money on Mixer, but you don't get any attention.
That's true too.
And on Twitch, you get a lot of attention, but they're not paying people any money. If you have both of those, you're gonna have people go over there. It's literally that simple. That's it. Like, whether it's owned by Jeff Bezos, who's breaking up unions, or it's owned by Stake.com that's getting kids addicted to gambling. Everybody likes to talk about how much they give a shit about it, but whenever they're getting paid $8,000 a month, somehow there's always a reason why it's okay. Let's be real.
Something wrong about that.
When I do stream on Twitch, which is very rare, would be choosing Twitch. But I think at this point, it's going to be really hard to not decide to just stream on YouTube or just try out Kick.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's my opinion on this. I don't know who the fuck this is for. I don't know what the fuck they think they're doing. But this definitely isn't it. If they were...
as I said, I talked to Twitch about this thing. I think it's a very good idea, in at least the way that it was explained to me. I'm very much in favor of this. I think it's a massive positive, and I think that any criticism of this system immediately falls apart among any inspection that is longer than a tweet. It's very easy to farm impressions and get likes for saying how bad Twitch is. But the truth is that this is a good system. It's extremely helpful for smaller streamers. It doesn't really disrupt larger streamers because they're still going to have individual ad deals that are represented by agents with brands directly. It's just a universal positive that makes Twitch a better place to make money. However, if they add it and it's worse for some reason, then I'm going to look like an asshole. But whenever that happens, I will I'll cross that bridge whenever we get to it. And right now, it seems pretty good. I think this is very good. I'm very positive about this. It's all speculation at this point until it gets implemented, but it's not speculation because, for example, the guy that runs monetization on Twitch actually came out and clarified that this would not cannibalize any other content and people wouldn't be getting paid from the brands and gifted subs. It's just that nobody talked about him saying that because it wasn't popular, because hating on Twitch is popular and listening to what they have to say and looking at it objectively isn't. That's why nobody knew about this. It's on my likes on Twitter. You can find it. Well, if that's the case, yes.
Already losing market confidence and market share, then things like this and continuing to double down on things like this is just so ridiculously tone deaf that I can't see who signed off on this. Amazon paid $1 billion to get Twitch, and then they've essentially not done very many things with it that are positive in the community's eyes, in the streamers' eyes, and it just gets worse and worse. But there we go. Thanks for watching. Stay safe. Peace.
So, let's talk about this.
I'm obviously...
we're going to go over and we're going to look at Twitch tracker. And we're going to look at statistics, overview. And this is going to show the amount of people that use Twitch. Twitch has, I mean, like, obviously it's gone down, but this is because of COVID, etc. I think Twitch does have a lot of people. And the truth is that people's frustration and dislike of ads is very vocal.
Yes,
but it
that's
does
true.
not manifest in action.
That is also
and
true.
How do you know that? Because that's what the graph says. Twitch has maintained market share in live streaming regardless of the ads. That's it. The numbers don't lie. It's all popular to say that Twitch is dying, etc. And I think Kick is actually doing a really good job. But they're getting 2%, 3%, 5%, 1% of the viewership that Twitch has. And also, a lot of people think Kick isn't going to be around for very long. There's a lot of reasons to think that. Look at the trend line for the last 20 bars. It's trending down. You are exactly right that it's trending down. But guess what? Everything is trending down since May 2021 in terms of internet usage. Basically everything except for maybe TikTok. Because that's why, and if that's not true, why the fuck do you think every other social media company has been firing people like crazy? You just put it together. This is a universal thing. Yeah, good point regarding energy. Yeah, I mean, this is just how it goes. COVID inflation, exactly. I can't imagine streamers will prefer building a community on a platform like Kick. I absolutely can. Like, why would somebody not want to build a platform on Kick? I'll be honest, one of my favorite streamers goes to Kick. I would just stop watching. I'm a creature of habit. I'd just find another one on Twitch. That's exactly right. Until the other one that you find goes to Kick. And then the other one after that you find also goes to Kick. And eventually that habit changes. That's what happens. And also, like, you're very right. And it does seem like people do have a loyalty to Twitch. I am not a fan of loyalty to a multi-billion-dollar company. However, that's where we're at. So,
the true man of the people, the leader of the revolution for the proletariat, Asmongold. It's ironic that, like, the guy who has, like, libertarian roots is the probably the most progressive person, more progressive and more left than, like, most, like, left-leaning people when they come to the defense of fucking Twitch.
Let's see here. TikTok's equal against an impact. The problem is 2021 was post-COVID, spent all over the place, a lot of hiring, fall of 2022, no budget inflation, reducing the amount of money on spent on platforms like the firing social media platforms, digital marketing companies. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why it happened. There's also like the global fucking recession. There's that too. Kick won't get the same views as Twitch. I think that Kick has the potential to get more views than Twitch because Kick shows crazy shit. People love watching crazy shit. That's just it. Like, everybody can talk about, oh, this stuff is so bad. It's so bad. Well, then why are so many people watching it? It's because they like it. What do you think about the Ninja case? I don't know about the Ninja case. It's not lazy. We're too lazy to make an account for another service. Yeah. Platform people just enjoy Steam for having all their games in one place. Yeah, that's true. They'll have to monetize and add an actual TOS though. But why would... I don't think that average users care about the TOS on a website. Especially a website like Twitch. Because average users don't have they don't have a personal investment into the account. It's just a chatting account. It's not like their fucking life and dreams are on this account. It's just a chatter account. Nobody gives a fuck what the TOS is. Why would anybody care? The TOS is there to... That is very true. And that's happened a couple of times too. Where people like would spam like a racial slur or something like that in chat like on purpose. Like they don't like give a shit. I was like, hey, you gotta like kind of take it easy. Or like when I'm in like there's like a Discord call and I'm talking to people and they're kind of like dropping like slurs. I'm like, hey, just so you know, like I'm streaming, like, you know, just take it easy. Just take it easy on the slurs. Like the average person doesn't really care about like TOS. That's how it is too. But like for someone like me though who's trying to like get in the game, I don't want to like get banned when I have like a couple people in my chat. You know what I mean? I actually kind of want to find that article by like Matt Taibbi. It should be on Rolling Stone still, unless they archive their stuff. Do I have? It's the undiluted mana flask. Advertisers, not users. I don't give a fuck. Most people just say, oh, they see something, they don't like it, they stop watching it. Would you go over to Kick? I thought about streaming on Kick just to farm drama. I might do it. We'll see what happens. I'm not against it. Sure. Why not? Twitch business model allows streamers to grow bigger, though, I feel. Okay, maybe the less percentage. Twitch makes ads, outside capital, and interest more attractive to make money. Kick offers up the financial, kind of blocking out the outside market interest, so just internal growth. Yes, Kick does not have an ecosystem, but Kick is building an ecosystem by creating a cohesive monetization structure and stability of your account. You probably won't get randomly banned on Kick, and you will get paid a lot of money. That causes streamers to go over to Kick. Everybody, like, listen, people can talk about how much they love streaming and everything like that, but people really like money too. That's why they stream all the time. Most people are not like me. And I love money too, by the way. I don't ever want you guys to think that I don't care about money. I take sponsorships and I get paid. And it's fucking great. I'm not sorry. I'm going to keep doing it. That doesn't mean that I make all my decisions based off of money, but getting money is nice. Cohesive monetization, because it is directly related to the user. The user directly funds the creator. That's why. Kick will be dead within a year, just like Mixer. People forget Twitch equals Amazon. If money wins, good luck. There is a good chance you could be right, but it's not because of that. Also, Amazon still wins with Kick. What's Kick using? Aren't they using AWS, Amazon Web Services? Yep, they're using AWS. So Amazon is actually winning either way. Isn't that convenient for them? Skype was owned by Microsoft, but got steamrolled by Discord. Really good point. Totally agree with you. If Kick becomes big enough, DMCA and other stuff will come, and it's going to be problematic. People said the same thing about Twitch. But by the time that happens, and also Kick has a way to monetize their user base in a way that Twitch does not. Kick offers a direct mainline pathway, gateway to gambling that they make a lot of money off of. That is massive. They can farm these people out in a way that Twitch can never do. That's so big. And that's why Kick can make more with less. They need to counter Twitch Prime. Most people have an Amazon account. They don't need to counter Twitch Prime. All they need to do is counter the bottom line. You know why Twitch dies if Amazon sells them scraps? Twitch Prime, Twitch is not going to die, but Kick will become a more viable alternative. I think that will happen. Why would you like to go to Kick as a viewer? Because you can see crazy shit that you can't watch on Twitch. You can just see a girl shaking her ass, and it's not a problem.
I mean, we can literally go to Kick right now and show you what's going on there. Hold on.
That's why. That's the real truth.
We're
And
in town
also,
right
you
now.
don't see a bunch of ads.
All right, guys. So we just talked about
Kyle, just give me 1 second. Sorry. And then I can show you literally what is on the front page of Kick. Aiden streaming right now. There's actually not much going on. Yeah, it's just Call of Duty. I'm logged into my account too. Slots is obviously there. Gambling channels. It literally says recommended gambling channels. Aiden Ross has 60,000 people. My God, man. Heel Mike is up. Is it 6 OnlyFans baddies and drama? And he's got Zerka there too. Zerka doing lines of coke. Not right now. Dude, there was like some crazy shit yesterday when he got on a call with like Destiny and some other people. I think it was Miss PB&J. She was there too, and she was saying how like Zerka's got a small dick. It's fucking hilarious, dude. He is wild. Let's see. There's really nothing like on the front page that's like crazy. Just chatting, it could be a little spicy, but yeah. Let's see. I know they got a hot tub. Yeah, they got a pool and hot tub section. Yeah, that's like the spiciest thing too. It's literally just like ass. That's literally it on the pool and hot tub section. But it is as expected. A couple of dudes here too memeing. Huh. There's like a dude there like in his actual tub playing, was it MLB 2K? Godspeed, man. Godspeed. Yeah, we got a couple more videos. Let's go ahead.
Contradictory federal court rulings on the abortion pill. You had a right-wing, super conservative judge in Texas said, we're just going to go ahead and slap this down for the whole country. No more abortion pill. And then you had, I believe it was in DC, a federal court said, no, this is allowed. And so it's an interesting predicament to be in. Look, I don't think this is that complicated, though. When you have two contradictory rulings and you're the executive branch, you go with the interpretation that you more agree with, right? I mean, imagine doing the opposite of that. I will now go with the one I disagree with, even though we have one court ruling equally powerful that says the opposite, the thing I agree with. It would just be insane. Well, AOC who, you know, I've criticized on many fronts. I don't think she's been nearly as effective as I'd like her to be. That's beside the point. Fact of the matter is she comes out here and says the obvious thing, right? But CNN's reaction is to status quo protect and bend over backwards to say, don't offend the Republicans. So let's watch and we'll break it down as we go.
Just heard me ask the secretary about was something that you called on the Biden administration to do, which is just to simply ignore the court ruling. That's a pretty stunning position if you think about it in the abstract, about the notion of just ignoring a judge's position.
Is it really stunning when you have contradictory decisions? It seems like the most obvious, straightforward, common sense thing to do. Now, look, I grant you it would be a much more difficult question if there wasn't contradictory court reactions, for sure, but that's not the place we're in. So why is this stunning in any way, shape, or form?
My question is, when this case is resolved by the Supreme Court, should the administration follow that decision if that decision ends up banning this abortion drug?
I'm gonna let her answer in a second, but here's my question for you guys. What if the Supreme Court decided tomorrow that indentured servitude is actually constitutional, and it would be unconstitutional to ban indentured servitude? Would it be the radical extremist thing to do to ignore the court? Or would it be the radical extremist thing to do to civility hump and norm hump and institution hump and say, yes, our overlords have declared that indentured servitude is correct factually, and we will allow indentured servitude now? There has to be some limit to the amount of judicial tyranny that people will take, right? I mean, we've had Abraham Lincoln ignore the courts. FDR, in many instances, ignored the courts. He threatened to pack the court because they were going to slap down the New Deal and say, this is all unconstitutional. He said, look, I will pack this court and it will become constitutional, so you better do the right thing. And then they did the right thing. This, like, civility humping, norms humping, institution humping, it stems from this misnomer that the institutions are pristine and immaculate and perfect as they are, and it doesn't require work and maintenance to make them do the right thing. No, it absolutely does. And what you have is a bunch of Ivy League pricks from the Federalist Society who are super religious and super elitist, and they make these decisions that impact millions and millions of people, and they're doing it from their ivory towers. They don't care about the implications of their actions. They mask it all under the guise of, like, you know, literalism in terms of their interpretation of the Constitution, but they contradict themselves all the time. They just, ultimately what they're doing, they are political actors. They are ideological actors. They go with their own biases and rationalize backwards from that. Let's stop pretending like the courts are not political. They are deeply, deeply, deeply political. So we're going to acknowledge that and react as opposed to just bend the knee. Whatever they say, we shall go with. Look, I've talked about it before. I'll talk about it again. There are parts of our Constitution which greenlight court stripping, what's called jurisdiction stripping, and or judicial stripping, I should say, which means there are instances like Congress can pass something and say the courts can't rule on this, the courts can't override this, and they never use it. But we're at the point now where we have judicial tyranny, we have judicial authoritarianism, so it's the only way out.
I think the only, I understand what Kyle's saying too, and I would love for them to do stuff like that, but like I think the only thing is, like, then Republicans, when they take control of Congress, you know, they take back the Senate, they hold on to the House, they would easily do that too to any, like, you know, even like liberal, quote-unquote liberal court.
Expand the Supreme Court, strip them of their power, or, you know, make it so that it's a more reasonable court by expanding it, or start doing some judicial stripping. Because are there instances where the court serves as a check and balance on the rest of the government? Yes. But if you were to do a statistical analysis of the number of times that the court gets something right versus the number of times it gets something wrong, in today's modern day and age, they get it wrong 70-80% of the time. And usually they're being anti-small d democratic when they get it wrong, going against the will of the people. So this is, like, none of this stuff is crazy. What's crazy is blind deference and loyalty to a ruthlessly corrupt institution, especially after the fact we just learned Clarence Thomas is in the pocket of a Nazi-loving billionaire. We just learned that.
I'm
And
sorry,
now
that's
you're gonna
like
do the
so weird too that he has like Nazi like memorabilia like that.
You know, I want to take a step back and dig into the grounds around ignoring this preliminary ruling as well. There is an extraordinary amount of precedent for this. There is a term known as agency non-acquiescence, and this has been used and for folks saying this is a first, that this is precedent setting. It is not. The Trump administration also did this very thing, but also it has happened before. The idea of consistency in governance until there is a higher court ruling is not an unprecedented thing to happen. In fact, when the Trump administration did it, it was arguably through a much, a very grave issue when it came to DACA. The Trump administration was ordered to fully reinstate DACA, the DACA program, and they, in a complete defiance, did not do that. They rely on the courts.
So look, I don't love the way she's answering this question, because what she's saying is like, hey, Trump did this and so I want to do it too. A much better answer is to say, well, what if the court said, what if the court tried to bring back slavery? What if the court tried to bring back indentured servitude? What if the court said women don't have a right to vote anymore? Would it be the right thing to just blindly follow the dictates of the court at that point? My guess is you can find a line for everybody where they'd say, no, this is judicial tyranny, this is judicial overreach, they're restricting freedoms in a way that they don't have the authority to do, so we don't recognize their authority. Again, this has happened throughout U.S. history. The reason I don't like her example is because she's saying, like, Trump did this thing, it was bad when he did it, but it's going to be good when we do it. That's just not as compelling of an argument. And also, she didn't even bring up the fact that there were conflicting rulings. So if there's conflicting rulings on this issue, of course you're going to side with the one that you agree with if you're the president.
On the legitimacy of their rulings, and when they make a mockery of our system, a
Now, is she gonna bring that up though?
and a mockery of our law, as what we just saw happen in this mifepristone ruling, then I believe that
Mifepristone? Okay. I have no doubt she's saying it correctly, and I was saying it incorrectly this entire time. Mifepristone.
executive branch. And we know that the executive branch has an enforcement discretion, especially in light of a contradicting ruling coming out of Washington.
Should that apply if the Supreme Court upholds the Texas judge's decision?
You know, I think one of the things that we need to examine is the grounds of that ruling. But I do not believe that the courts have the authority to have the authority over the FDA that they just asserted. And I do believe that it creates a crisis. Should the Supreme Court do that, it would essentially institute a national abortion ban, because you have an extraordinary amount of states.
That's actually a good point, because that is, again, an example of judicial overreach. The court, originally when they overturned Roe versus Wade, their argument was, leave it up to the states. Leave it up to the states, man. That's what it's all about, leaving it up to the states. Now, with this conservative court, if Mike Pence becomes president and ends up getting a national abortion ban signed into law, is the court going to have the same perspective? Are they going to strike down that legislation and say, hey, we said leave it up to the states, we meant it? Which means it can be legal in New York, it can be legal in California, it can be legal in Hawaii, it should be legal there, let them decide. Or would they say, well, actually, you know, if you want to do a national abortion ban, that's totally legal. See, not only would they be okay with the government doing a national abortion ban, they're actively trying to implement one themselves right now, and you're telling me that's not judicial activism? That is the definition of judicial activism. That is legislating from the bench. From the same people who pretend like, us, bro, we're totally non-political when we're in control of courts, bro. We just do the plain-faced reading of the law, bro. No, you are deeply political, you are deeply ideological, you are deeply biased, and you legislate your own opinions into law. So she's right on this point, for sure.
Who have implemented surgical bans or bans after very early time periods. And then if you pair that with a mifepristone ban, then we will essentially have a ban on abortion. There are certain workarounds. I will admit there would be certain workarounds, but we would have taken a very significant step towards a national abortion ban. Once you ban medication abortion, which represents, or start banning medication abortion, which represents the overwhelming number of abortions in the United States, then we are in extremely dangerous territory. And I would urge the Supreme Court, in its lawlessness that they are exhibiting right now already, their extraordinary conflict of interest, my hope would be that we do not get to that point. But if we do, I do believe that we must start to push back on our system of checks and balances, which is designed to push back on should there be an example of judicial tyranny and judicial overreach.
Let's talk.
Yeah, we're already there. There's already been judicial tyranny and judicial overreach.
Just heard me ask the secretary about was something that you called on the Biden administration to do, which is
the grounds of that ruling. But I do not believe that the courts have the authority there are certain workarounds.
Yeah, we're already there. There's already been judicial tyranny. There's already been judicial overreach. And yeah, we shouldn't stand for it. We shouldn't stand for it. And one of the problems with the Biden administration is that he is an institutionalist.
He is. You can't get around that.
In D.C. since roughly 1789, and so he feels like, well, ultimately these institutions will prevail, and who am I to try to really shake things up and fight back? And this is one of the problems with conservative Democrats, corporate Democrats, whatever you want to call them, is they are fundamentally status quo tweakers. They are not real fighters. They are not real reformers. They color within the lines. And so you could tell by the reaction of this CNN host who called this a stunning position. Like, she also represents the mainstream media institutional thinking, where from her perspective, you have to be conservative with how you deal with these institutions. And if they say something, it's like this respect authority approach. But like, we all know that there are many instances of authority colossally overreaching, and what do you do in a situation like that? Do you just blindly respect authority, or at some point do you say, we're not okay with this? Well, I know what they should do. I know what they should do. And this is an issue where AOC is correct. She's saying ignore the conservative court ruling. Makes perfect sense, especially since there are contradictory rulings. But then again, now you fear also, when it goes to the Supreme Court, they probably will rule the wrong way, right? And man, how devastating would that be?
Could you imagine that? You would essentially have like a national abortion ban.
There will be any fight.
You would have like a workaround for that.
The Democrats, and it would be absolutely necessary from Biden, from the other Democrats. They would just send out a couple fundraising emails and hand-wring about it. But that ain't gonna be enough, man. That ain't gonna be enough. So knuckle up, get ready for the fight. You actually have to try to make things better, and you can't by virtue signaling in fundraising emails. If you want to see me and Crystal Ball interview legends like Noam Chomsky, Cornel West, and more, subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. $5 a month gets you the video version a day early. Remember, we take 0 ad dollars for this podcast. Or you can sign up on Substack for free and get the audio version a day later. Link in the video description box below.
Correct.
Jon Stewart has been on a roll. We've been covering some of his incredibly effective combative interviews with people like Larry Summers or right-wing attorneys general in anti-trans states, where he corners them, and it's pretty embarrassing for them. And this Defense Department bureaucrat who ended up sitting down with Jon Stewart for C-SPAN took a more aggressive approach in order to maybe stave off some of Stewart's gotcha moments. Her name is Kathleen Hicks. She's the Deputy Defense Secretary. But it came off as really condescending, arrogant, and lacking in any kind of accountability, because Stewart attempts to ask her about how the Defense Department has failed its 5th consecutive audit, There are billions and billions of dollars that go completely unaccounted for within the military and the Pentagon. They're consistently over budget, billions over budget for different projects, including, I believe it was like this F-16 project that's been, they're consistently paying more to the defense industry that they're contracted with. And so Jon Stewart is making this connection here. Maybe that's a bit of corruption, because the military budget never goes down, it only increases. Their relationships with Lockheed Martin and Raytheon continue to deepen, and there's not much oversight on the funds that go into the Defense Department, so a lot of that money can just be funneled directly into private defense contractors. Like, again, this last audit, 61% of its assets were unaccounted for. What does that say? And so Stewart attempts to get some sort of answer here out of Kathleen Hicks, and she was really not having it. All good. Pulling it up now. No sound? It's all good. It's okay.
Questions of somebody within a department of that size and scope.
I think you have a particular thing you really want to talk about, and you're asking me other questions. But I don't think it's unfair to ask me about the audit. It's absolutely the case that the United States military should be able to pass an audit, and we've got to be on that pathway to get there.
But don't you think that that does speak to the larger point that we're trying to get at, which is good journalism uncovers corruption? And
okay, I mean, good journalism does uncover corruption, but I'm not sure these two things are linked. An audit is not.
But they are.
Okay, so you need to explain to me, do you understand what an audit does and the degree to which it is linked to the question that you're asking?
I believe so.
Okay, go ahead. Give me your explanation.
No, I don't mind learning. So what I would suggest is that the audit that they have in the military doesn't really look at whether or not there's efficacy. It's just whether they got delivered the thing that they
it's quit.
That is any audit. That is any audit. That is true.
But generally, those audits aren't $400 billion for Raytheon and $1.7 trillion for a plane that doesn't seem to be doing. Like, there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse within a system.
Audits and waste, fraud, and abuse are not the same thing. So let's decompose these pieces.
Please educate me on
Sure.
what
So an audit is exactly what you just described, which is, do I know what was delivered to which place?
Right.
The ability to pass an audit, or the fact that the DoD has not passed an audit, is not suggestive of waste, fraud, and abuse. That is completely false right there. So
what is
now is a question of, it's suggestive that we don't have an accurate inventory that we can pull up of what we have where. That is not the same as saying we can't do that because waste, fraud, and abuse has occurred.
So in my world, that's waste.
How is that waste?
If I give you $1 billion and you can't tell me what happened to it, that to me is wasteful. That means you are not responsible. But if you can't tell me where it went, then what am I supposed to think? And when there has been reporting, I mean, this is not, look, I'm not saying this is on you and that you caused this, but I think it's a tough argument to make that an $850 billion budget to an organization that can't pass an audit and tell you where that money went, like, I think most people would consider that somewhere in the realm of waste, fraud, or abuse, because they would wonder why that money isn't well accounted for. And especially when they see food insecurity on military bases, and they see.
You want to talk about that, because that's a good. We should be talking. I mean, I'm trying to understand where you're trying to go, other than the dollars, which really bother you.
I think it doesn't really bother me. I think it's all connected.
Wait. Okay, so tell me that story.
Tell me that story. Just pausing it for 1 second to take a bit of a breather here and bask in this woman's abject condescension. And
I was told by AppleCare.
I mean, like, honestly, well, she's Karening all over the place, but it's also just jarring to see somebody say the dollars really bother you. They really bother you that a great majority of our billions of dollars that we get a raise for on a yearly basis, as we don't have a public healthcare system in this country, as we don't have free college for all, which costs essentially what the yearly increase in the Pentagon budget is. That's what it would cost to fund free college for everybody in this country, and they get a raise without any kind of discussion. Like, so it actually is a lot about the dollars, because for you guys, that's everything. You are always asking for raises because you need more money to defend this country, even though they're getting billions and billions of dollars in raises when we're not technically in active wartime. I mean, yes, the United States is, as an empire, consistently engaged in warfare. A lot of it is secretive. A lot of it is done under shrouds of secrecy, and we don't have enough oversight for it. And that works hand in hand with the fact that we don't have oversight on where this money is going. The reality is that it's going to defense contractors, and it's just this big pool that they're all swimming in, so they don't feel the need to account for it, because there is a lack of accountability with the Pentagon, the Department of Defense. They feel that they can do whatever they want without impunity, and that they will just continue to get raises from the House and the Senate and signed into law in the budget by the president, because that's what happens. And this is the kind of attitude that it engenders. When she asked him, do you understand what an audit does? And he perfectly recites it back to her, and she still gets defensive, and then conflates like what an inventory is with what an audit is. No, yeah, Stewart understands that the audit is not about the efficacy of the programs. He does understand that. You're talking about the same thing, you're just trying to obfuscate. But here we go.
Tell me how you're thinking about that.
When I see a State Department get a certain amount of money and a military budget be 10 times that, and I see a struggle within government to get people like more basic services, and then that department that got that, I mean, we got out of 20 years of war and the Pentagon got a $50 billion raise. Like, that's shocking to me. Now, I may not understand exactly the ins and outs and the incredible magic of an audit, but I'm a human being who lives on the earth and can't figure out how $850 billion to a department means that the rank and file still have to be on food stamps. Like, to me, that's fucking corruption. I'm sorry. And if that blows your mind, and if you think like that's like a crazy agenda for me to have, I really think that that's institutional thinking, and that it's not looking at the day-to-day reality of the people that you call the greatest fighting force in the world. So I get back to this idea of like, I'm not looking to pick a fight with you, but I am surprised at that the reaction to these questions are, you don't know what an audit is, bucko. Like, that's just weird to me.
Okay, on food insecurity, major priority for us. A lot of funds are going toward that. The biggest issues we have found, first of all, we have significantly increased funding on food insecurity, and we do think we are.
That's kind of crazy if you think about it.
We believe some of the challenges we face are not what you often think of as, food insecurity as hunger. They're really around, do we have food available, for instance, as people come on and off shifts? Mm-hmm. Is it healthy food? Those are the types of food insecurity issues we are seeing in and around our military installations. We have increased pay 2 times in a row here. We've done 4.6% pay raise last year. We've asked for 5.2% pay raise this year. We've also increased basic allowances and increased housing and pay and other allowances. So overall, we definitely think we need to increase the spending that we are putting forward toward our service members and their families. We're putting our money where our mouth is. Another big area is child care. Mm-hmm. Spending a lot more money on child care. That includes both child care facilities, and it includes benefit that allows folks to go out on the economy to get childcare and have that subsidized by the government. Those are all examples of ways we're trying to put money forward for our service members and their families.
Well, there's this, sorry. We have to turn off autoplay. But that really is an encapsulation of exactly really what Stuart was talking about, though. First of all, what did she say? 5%, something like that, for military families in this instance. We'd have to go back, but she kind of proves his point at the end, because if military
a lot of it was like
members are still
non-specifics.
feeling insecure food-wise with this increase, then that means that it's not getting to them in an efficient way. So that's the irony of her diatribe there, to make the Department of Defense look like it's treating its military members and staff well. The fact of the matter is that there are 61% of their multi-hundreds of billions of dollar budget completely unaccounted for. And yet those and the members are still not feeling secure. So how are we supposed to know? How are we supposed to know that those initiatives where they're trying to get food to their military service members and get childcare to them are actually getting to them, because they're consistently failing an audit? And why do they need increases if all of this money is sloshing around? Like, they could, with the 61% of the hundreds of billions that are unaccounted for, they could funnel a significant portion of that to their military service members and make sure that they have everything that they need. And yet we don't know where that money is coming from. The Department of Defense is the only major United States agency to have ever failed an audit, I believe. They have that distinction. So they continue to do it, though, on a yearly basis, because it's just a slush fund. And there is rampant corruption involved, as Stuart lays out there. It just is absolutely incredible. Kowalski from Nebraska said, we need Joe Snuffy to call in and talk about the submarines that have been overpaid for. Not trying to show for the DoD, but the F-35 critiques are a bit old. The latest updates and building rates of the plane is now the same as the F-16, which is a 40-year-old platform, oddly enough. It is possible that the massive amount of critique of the F-35 is what eventually fixed the programs. Personally, I was the one making the call with budgetary aspects of the defense bill. I would be pushing to building a very large merchant fleet. We've seen hurricanes be particularly disastrous to islands, and our capacity to assist them would have been a lot easier with a vast fleet of civilian ships of sample size to get into smaller ports. It's arguable that our merchant fleet is what won the United States World War II. That's a good point, Kowalski.
Alrighty, guys. Here we go.
So another
Bobby
Papa
Lee
Gut
has
video.
Apparently responded to the backlash.
This is truly
of
becoming like the
his-
Papa Gut waiting room.
Tijuana story. Oh my goodness. And yeah, I'm curious about it. Then somebody told me that like Ethan talked about it a couple of weeks ago, but he completely downplayed it. I don't know if that's true. We'll watch that either after this. I might make this a new video, but whatever. I'm more interested in what Bobby Lee has to say. Listen, man, I am at a point where I just scroll past everything. Every time I see Bobby on anything, I just scroll past it at this point. I just don't really have an interest in consuming him or his content anymore. I don't particularly care for him. To me, the story, we'll get into it as it goes, it just sounds real. I know a lot of people are, no, it's just a joke. We have to stop letting like it's a joke become an excuse for everything that we do, especially since that's not how jokes work. people don't just say that. People don't make things up for jokes, right? People might sensationalize some stuff, and so if you want to say, oh, it sounds really bad, but we don't know what's sensationalized, okay, that's your most, that's the best, that's the biggest downplay that you could get away with, is like, well, you know, I'm sure parts of it are real, but parts of it aren't real, because, you know, the jokes they emphasize, okay, that's fine. But to me, I hear somebody who tells a really disgusting story through this lens, and you can look at my full video. I'm going to put it in the description under sources too, but my original take. But he's telling this story. It's more than anything else to get ahead of it, because he was there with a bunch of other people who know of the story, and it sounds like he wants to tell it. So that's like, oh, well, I exposed myself. He gets ahead of it. He gets to control what's being said about it. So that's it. I think he's gross. The way that he talks about it's disgusting. So let's get this party started.
Let's start off this podcast a little differently, guys. Okay, right? What's happening? And I have to, you know, there's two versions of Bobby Lee, right? There's the podcast version, but I have to put on the real Bobby Lee version on for just this first segment, if you guys don't.
Oh, by the way, when he told the story, again, I'll have it in my description, he had no empathy in his voice. It was disgusting to me. It sound like, it doesn't sound.
Did
like
he actually
was,
like wait? Did he actually like expose himself, bro? What is up with like these fucking like the comedians too, man? Jesus Christ, keep it in your fucking pants, man. Like unironically, it's always like the fucking comedians that do stupid shit like this.
Stay sharp out there.
Jesus.
Fairgraves was a good.
Farewell.
It's always the fucking comedians, dude. It's always the fucking comedians. Just keep it in your fucking pants, gentlemen
Told a story from
and ladies.
years ago. And it's like, yeah, it was disgusting. The way he talks about it is like a joke. I just don't see any level of genuinity. And I don't think I'm wrong. I think you're coping, you know, because you like Bobby Lee a lot.
Mind? I don't mind. Okay. So I want to address this Tijuana story. There's a Tijuana story that I told on Opie and Anthony. Don't do this with your fucking thing. Don't do that. I told many, many years ago on Opie and Anthony, and you know, there's been an uptick, you know, an uproar about this story, and I've always wanted to talk about it, but...
Well, yeah, the uproar is because of him, because he keeps talking about it over and over again. And again, it just comes off as he's trying to downplay everything.
The people around me are like, you know what, you don't do anything, it'll die down, but I'm always like, yeah, but I can explain it, and people are always like, yeah, I don't think you should, because, you know, you don't want to you want people to focus on it, and... You know, this last couple of weeks have been so...
Isn't it interesting that the advice that he's getting... Jesus. He's only... to be honest with you, I only think that he's following... The only reason I don't think he's following the advice is because the backlash is becoming too great for him to just ignore at this point. Like, he's getting too much backlash for him to just be like, oh, I guess I don't have to talk about it. Like, he's at a point now where he kind of has to talk about it. Yes. Because he's getting, like, dumpster. I think he had to go private on like, Instagram or something like that. Like, that's how bad it's gotten.
Damn.
So, we're kind of, like, there. But isn't it interesting that the advice this person's giving, like, hey, don't contextualize a story about raping a child. Because that's what the story is. Right? Here's the story. Are you serious? He told us. He went to, I think, was it Tijuana? Right, and he went to an area where you can pay for that kind of stuff, and he picked out a girl that he says looks like Natalie Portman from The Professional, which is a 13-year-old girl. And then he paid to sleep with her, and then she started crying, and so this is what she looked like. And so he
wasn't Natalie Portman like an actual child in that movie too? Like she was actually like I don't think 13, 14 years old. I think she was like actually 15, 16 years old, but like she was still like under the age of 18 too. Oh my God, Bobby Lee, what the fuck is wrong with you, dude? These sick motherfuckers.
You know, fucked her. That's his words. And till he finished. It's a disgusting story about raping a child. So, yeah. It was gross.
So bad. I just need to say something, you know, and I'm not You know, I mean, I mean, it's easily explainable. And so let's start from the genesis of the beginning. Okay.
I think the genesis means beginning.
But what is the beginning of the beginning? What's the beginning of the beginning?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, yeah. So can I just say genesis of the beginning?
I will allow.
Thank you, Kalila.
Yeah.
So many years ago, I had to go to New York and play this club called Caroline's. It's world famous. John, why are you smiling? And
not the time, John.
not the time, John. Are you high? All right. And the first time I played it was okay, but the second time I played Caroline's, I didn't sell any tickets. So when you're on the road and you don't sell tickets, what they make you do is a morning of press. And it's brutal. It's like 5 in the morning to pick you up. You have to do morning news. You have to do just a bunch of radio shows. And when I looked on the schedule, it said Opie and Anthony. And I immediately told, you know, the guy that picked me up, like, I don't want to do that show. It's just not my brand. They're fucking edgy. It's like shock jock, you know what I mean, radio.
Scary.
It's scary. And if you watch, you know, Dad Fan on Tough Crowd,
oof, yeah,
right?
Seen that.
You see Rich Voss, you see Patrice O'Neill, and they fucking rip into him. And I feel bad for that, right? And in my mind, I'm like, I know that that's what it is, and I just don't know how to do it. So when I did it, I was drowning. Like, I didn't know how to do it, and I remember halfway during the show, I just stood up and I left. I don't even think I said goodbye. I just kind of stood up and walked out of the room because they were like moving the table to freak me out. And then there was a man with a bunny rabbit outfit right outside, like popping up. And every time I would turn around, he'd be gone or whatever. What is this? And also the type of, like, it was, you know, you have to imagine, it's the best comics on planet Earth at the time. You know, you have Jim Norton, Patrice O'Neill, Greg Giraldo, Robert Kelly. You know, and these guys are just like fast, edgy, shocky. And, you know, at the time I was just doing dad jokes and I just left. And I told the guy, I go, I don't ever want to fucking do that show ever again. It's just not my thing. So then the following year, I go back to Caroline's, and they go, you didn't sell any tickets. And fucking, you know what I mean? Opie and Anthony is on the fucking schedule. And I go, I don't want to do it. Don't make me do it. And they go, you have to, right? I mean, no one's going to come. And they have a big audience. So this time I was like, okay, I'm going to do two things with it.
I'm gonna make up a whole story. Is that what he's gonna say? That he decided he was gonna make up a story about what he did to this little girl? Wow. Okay. Based.
The first thing I'm gonna do is self-deprecation, because what happened before is like they make fun of you, right? And so I wanted to get ahead of it, and I was like, no, I'm gonna rip myself apart. And the second thing I did was I'm just gonna say the craziest shit they've ever heard, because that's what that show was, right? You know, you have to understand it was before cancel culture and the things that we're saying were, you know what I mean, at a high...
It was before cancel culture? Oh, come on. I feel like cancel culture is just like an excuse now. Like, yeah, it exists. I got canceled off TikTok, but like, knock it off, bro. Come on. Because I feel like that's the energy that we're coming into this with. Well, it was before cancel culture. You can get away with joking about raping children. It's like, oh, okay. Or story, not even joking about it. Stories about how you actively did it. Like, you're just gonna get away with that kind of silly, you know, that's the fun stuff. That's all the fun stuff, you know what I mean? Okay.
High level of shock, and I was just like, you know what?
Yeah, you ate like bull festival.
Yeah, I know. Absurd. It's absurd. Right. It was delicious, by the way. So, you know, at the time I had 2 jokes in my act, right? The first joke, and they would only work maybe 40%, 30% of the time. The first joke was, it's not as bad. It's like, you know, I went on a date the other day. She seemed pretty young. She looked like Natalie Portman. Pause.
Yeah.
From the movie Professional, right? Laugh. It's a switch.
Yeah.
That's what that kind of joke is.
But he said this joke multiple times. I'm not understanding. He said this joke on like 4 or 5 different podcasts. When was the first time he did it? Okay.
Dark. The second one, wait for the second one. It's way worse. Gulp, gulp, gulp. It's way worse the second one. The other joke that I can only get work 20% of the time was, my girlfriend's grandma died a couple of weeks ago, and last night we were making love, and she burst into tears while we were making love, and I did what any good boyfriend would do. I power fucked her.
Yeah, 20%.
Yeah, 20%. It's a harsh joke. It's fucking terrible. And I took the tears.
Don't you think there's a difference between, like, my girlfriend was upset because her grandma died, so I power fucked her, versus I picked up a 13-year-old girl because I thought she was sexier than the girls of age, and then when she was crying because she didn't want to do it, I power fucked her. Okay, whatever.
the fucking Natalie Portman joke, that joke, I made up this Tijuana, you know what I mean, story.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
You added 30 black Marines to
I know, I'm gonna get to that.
I've heard about this.
Right. So then, but in my mind, I'm like, no one ever talks about the second half of the story.
The crazy part.
The crazy part. They focus on the Natalie Portman, whatever. It's terrible. It's awful. Okay.
Yeah, of course they're.
But the second half is so crazy and easily it didn't. It's obvious it didn't happen. So let's just give you the run through of what the second half of the story is. I go back to Tijuana a week later.
Okay, this is sounding like we don't know Bobby Lay. Bobby Lay, like, kind of he's an edgy comedian. So it sounds like at the time, like he's playing like this joke up. Okay. All right. Now I thought this was like something that was like actually like fucking like that's what I thought. This is like some stupid joke, and Bobby like didn't think that this was gonna be like a thing that like that was gonna get him. You know what I mean? Okay.
Who's albino, dwarf, with freckles on his face, and orange hair, okay? And 3 of his buddies, they lure me outside of Tijuana, 15 blocks, where there's no street lights. I say three-legged dogs, right? And I'm just walking. Where are we going? Yeah. Why would I? They lure me into an alley.
Well, I'm pretty sure the second part of the story is that Bobby Lee went to go back to fuck that girl again, and then they found him and they lured him into there and beat the shit out of him or something, like cut his throat or something. And he says this in the context. Like, I think you should rewatch the original telling of it because it's. I don't know what to tell you. This just feels like a significant downplay, because that's the part of the story is like, yeah, I went back to fuck the same girl again, blah blah blah. Okay, whatever.
Right? And then these 4 people, they pull out a machete, they put it to my neck, right? But granted, also, I'm 20 years old.
And then this is what he said. He's like, oh no, I was, like, I paid for it. God made me pay for it because they slit my throat or something like that. Some fucking dumb bullshit. That's like his rationale.
You know, I mean, look at any photos of me at 20 years old. I'm just this tiny little guy.
Okay.
Machete to the neck. I somehow escape, right? Then I run 20 blocks in the pitch black because there's no lights, running. And I remember I said this joke. I was running like Carl Lewis. Because there was no Usain Bolt back then.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's
that
true.
It's true. Right. No,
Usain Bolt.
Right. And then out of nowhere, 30 black.
All black.
All black. U.S. Marines. They show up. They scare.
I mean, not Mexican Marines, right?
No, not Mexican.
Yeah.
And they show up and they scare the 4 guys. They chase after the 4 guys, even the little dwarf. You know, can I say dwarf? The redheaded albino dwarf with freckles on his, you know.
You can say that.
Yeah. And then these 30 black Marines, they walk me to the border.
I have a question. I need to know, what was the inspiration for 30 black Marines in your story?
Also, an albino with orange hair does not compute.
That's absurd.
Unless he dyed it. Actually, he could have dyed it.
Yeah, because you have to understand, I'm improvising. It's not like I have a laptop and I'm going, oh, well, like, what character am I going to write? No, I'm like literally just saying it for the first time out loud on a radio show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you can believe what you want. I just don't believe that. I think that the story is an actual, like, a joking recalling of him raping a girl, and I think that there are some areas where they are embellished. And, like, the 30 black Marines is the part of embellishment, but this is what comics do all the time, is they take a real story and then they will embellish on it. Those are the embellishments. I don't believe this. And then you get to go, like, a while later, you get to say, like, oh, no, I was just joking. The story doesn't exist at all. Okay. I just don't believe you. I mean, that's just a really... to me, again, it comes off that he had this story and he wanted to tell the story to get ahead of it so that somebody else couldn't tell a story and he had control over it so that this could happen. And listen, if you believe him, you do you. I'm just never going to watch him again. So, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, improv. And I remember doing the story.
It's not just one podcast. I know that, like, you guys want to believe it's not true. I understand that. It's a horrific thing that he did, and you want to believe that it's not real. And I get that. That's probably because you're a good person, and you just couldn't fathom somebody violently raping a child like Bobby did. But like he told the story multiple times. Again, I'm pretty like, to me, he was just using it as a way to get ahead of the story. You can believe what you want. I don't really care. I don't think you're a bad person for not liking Bobby Lee, but I think he's disgusting. I think that the story is real. I think it's a disgusting story, and it's inappropriate. So that's my, you have your opinion. So
people going, yeah, this is crazy, right? And I have to thank Opie and Anthony because I learned how to podcast through that show. I became a regular on that show. They all became really good friends of mine. I developed this muscle of being stronger and not as like, I used to collapse really easily. And I just learned how to do what I do now through that show, and I became friends.
Which is like absurd storytelling.
Yeah, it's crazy storytelling. I want to also give you guys an example of that, and I hate giving shit away. I was never molested by a guy with Down syndrome.
Surprise, everyone!
It was so true that I said on stage, right? And then I just started saying it, and people would laugh every time I would say it, and it just became a part of my origin story. You know what I mean?
And did it happen?
Like the Joker has a bunch of origin stories. I do too, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah. So it's like I remember my brother going. One time we were like driving to Koreatown, and he goes, "You were never molested by a guy with Down syndrome." I go, "I know." You know what I mean? Oops. And I go, "But you can't say anything."
But also, like 90% of your act, even today, is not real shit about me. You talk about crazy shit about me that's like not fucking real.
Not only that, like we've had guests on the show that said, "Hey, you told that story about us, and that never happened, or it's completely wrong." Right? And there's provable, moments, hundreds of them.
A lot of evidence.
But my question is like, I don't know, like it's pretty obvious that, at least for me, even before I knew you, like I'm going to Bobby Lee for comedy, not autobiographical nonfiction.
Yeah.
Like that's
right. But again, most people, most comedians will tell their stories about their lives, but through like comedic lens. So listen, I'm pretty sure this story happened. I don't know how much more of this we really need to watch. It's just going to be him say like, no. And obviously there's no proof this happened years and years ago. The part that I find most disgusting, is him raping a child. But more than that is the fact that he had he didn't care in his voice. And that's pretty much all it really takes for me. Again, you believe what you want. He's a comedian that's seeing the pretty much the end of his career. If this story is true, of course he's going to say he didn't do it. So, yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know how much more there's really to watch this.
But I do want to say, I understand the uproar.
It was a tasteless, fucked up joke.
Yeah, because at the time when I said it, I literally didn't think anything of it. It was just like almost like prerequisite. Is that the right word?
Yeah.
How do you say it?
Prerequisite.
Prerequisite. Right. It was like almost encouraged to say crazy shit. I never thought about it. When I listen to it now, it puts a chill down my spine. It's terrible because I changed with society, right? And I look at that fucking story and I feel guilt over it. It's fucking terrible. It was stupid to say it as many times as I said it, right? I've always been in relationships. We dated for 10 years, lived together. Sarah Hyland, we lived together. I've never done any of that shit because I'm not a weird dude in that way. I hate talking about myself, but, I'm relatively just a nice kind of guy.
Played Hogwarts Legacy 4.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
But but I understand the uproar. I understand, why people, are upset about it. I'm upset about it, and I punish myself over it. Every fucking second of every day, I go, "You piece of shit! Why'd you tell that fucking story? What are you fucking out of your mind? You're dumb." And and it's constant, internal dialogue. It's like a fucking nightmare. And but at the end of the day, the way I get out of it is like, I didn't do anything.
It's just not real.
It's not real, so I just always go back to like, it didn't happen, it's not real. And I just know that this is not gonna move the needle with people that think that I am a certain way. I'm not doing it for that, I think initially I'm doing it because, I just...
Well, yeah, of course he is. The only reason that he's doing it is because he's been getting so much backlash. He had to respond to the story finally. You are doing it because of that.
What's going on?
Again,
Damn.
I'm not going to believe him. I'm just not going to watch Bobby Lee anymore. It is what it is. You know what I mean? That's life. I believe that it happened. But you do you. But this is all a PR stunt. This is all like a PR thing. Like he got caught. So he's doing this.
Just needed to put the truth out there. And I also wanted to, and this, I don't want to get emotional, but I just have the best fans in the world. And I also have the best friends in the world, man. I love you so much. I love everyone in this room. And I love my.
Are they all as in like employees too?
During this whole fucking thing, they've been really crazy over this whole thing, and I love them, and I don't ever want to talk about it again. You know.
Honestly, I hope it dies here. It's just.
It's not gonna. I don't care.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be free of it. It's not gonna die. And I don't care. I'm not doing it for that. I'm just like, you know, it just got out of hand. And that's it. I remember 2 years ago, you know, that lady assaulted me on stage because of this joke.
Good.
In front of a packed room. She called me some crazy shit. And I remember Joe Rogan calling me after that.
So why not say it then? Why not come out about it then? Why wait until now after you got like you got hit so hard that you had to mute yourself, or you had to fucking go private on fucking Instagram or whatever? Yeah.
Okay.
You know, whatever.
Well, this thing went this video went a completely different way than I thought it was actually gonna go.
And Joe going, dude, remember? And he didn't talk about that. He talked about how crazy Opie and Anthony was back in the day, the kind of shit that we would say, and it was like okay to say shit back then. It was a different time. I'm not the same generation as Santino or Andrew Schultz or Chris Stefano. I'm way older. You know what I mean? I'm like a couple of generations. I look good. You know what I mean? I look good, and I'm still relevant. Oh yeah. But I'm still older than those guys, so I've seen different periods in comedy. I was around when comedy was completely dead and no one would go to comedy clubs. I was there during the uprise of it, and I was able to benefit during the podcast years. I was there during the shock jock years, and I've tried to bend and twist and conform to different eras of comedy, and I think I've done that for the most part.
And there really was an era where like you were celebrated for saying the sickest, the darkest, most atrocious thing, and that's what they were. It was atrocious, but like you were celebrated, you were invited back, you got all of the rewards for being like for saying the worst shit. So I can imagine like that incentivizes any young comic to be like, you know what, I'm gonna double down on what I said last year and make it even worse.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this was also back in the day before, like, before like the Me Too movement. And I know that some of the Me Too shit got a little crazy because, you know, nowadays socially online, you can pretty much get away with accusing a guy of anything. But back then it was like, it was okay to make jokes like this and like fuck around like this. And like an experience like this, people would feel more comfortable coming out with, you know?
Again, back in the day, it was pretty wild.
You do you, man. You guys believe what you want, but frankly, you know, support if you want to continue to support them. But again, it just to me, it just comes off like this is somebody who did a horrible thing and they joked about it with no empathy, and as a way to be like, oh, get ahead of the story, and then he could do this later on if it ever did come out. I was like, no, it was all just a joke, you guys. So whatever, man. You guys do you. I think that's pretty much all we need to watch. I don't really care about any of that other stuff.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, there's nothing else of like value in this podcast. He says he didn't do it. I'm just not gonna watch Bobby Lee anymore. I'm also not gonna watch this H3 thing. I don't give a shit. Yeah, that's it, man. I think it's gross. So you do you, guys.
The way I can move on is because I just know in my soul, in my heart, it's like that's not who I am. I would never do anything like that.
Yeah, I disagree.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. Buckle up, hit that like button, otherwise we'll punch you in the throat. And let's just jump into it, starting with suck my tongue. Those are words that I think would trigger my fight or flight response. But hey, the good news is that's not a phrase you'd say to a stranger, right? Also, definitely not a thing you'd ever say to a child, correct? Well, apparently with this news today, no, that is a thing you would say, and the who at the center of it is the Tibetan Buddhist spiritual leader, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Yeah, with an 87-year-old meeting with some 120 students at his temple, and a video of the interaction with this one boy in particular went viral on social media. It starts with the boy asking for a hug, but then the Dalai Lama points to his own cheek and says, first here, so the boy kisses his cheek. Then the Dalai Lama points to his lips and says, I think here also, and sure enough, lips, leading to this moment after the laughter has settled when the Dalai Lama sticks out his tongue and says, my tongue. Now, fortunately for my eyeballs, your eyeballs, also the child in this video, I can report that no tongue sucking took place. But the request alone, not to mention the case, I got the whole internet riled up with allegations of pedophilia flying left and right. But you had some actually defending him, saying that sticking your tongue out could be a form of greeting in Tibet. But following all of this, the Dalai Lama's Twitter account essentially tweeting out what looked like a Notes app apology, with the Dalai Lama's office saying he wanted to apologize to the child and his family for the hurt his words may have caused, but also adding, His Holiness often teases people he meets in an innocent and playful way, even in public and before cameras. He regrets the incident. And my reaction to this is no. You have some trying to dismiss this, pointing to cultural differences, right, linking to things like the Tibetan greeting. Sticking out one's tongue is a sign of respect or agreement and was often used as a greeting in traditional Tibetan culture. And according to Tibetan
it's weird too, because like this is like the first time I've ever heard of like the Dalai Lama like doing something like this. You would think that like a notable figure like this, something, you know, it would have been like talked about before, but apparently it could also be like, you know, covered up too.
stick out their tongues to show that they are not like him and aren't his reincarnation. But that doesn't explain the suck it thing. Now, he got close. That's fucking weird. Looking at this video, I don't care who the person in it is. I wouldn't let that person near a school or my child. And if anything, I'm kind of just surprised that it's taken this long to blow up, because this didn't just happen. This happened at an event earlier this year, and it's only now getting all this traction. In entertainment news, there's some big business drama in the creator space right now. With podcaster Ethan Klein of the H3 Podcast now reportedly suing Broadband TV, better known as BBTV. So BBTV describes itself as a creator and content management company, or as Ethan described it, a multi-channel network. With Ethan explaining, even though he's always been skeptical about trusting multi-channel networks, he said he actually had to use one to get paid from YouTube. And Ethan explaining this is because you're only allowed to have one AdSense account at a time, and Ethan made his while living in Israel, but he wasn't allowed to change his country, saying that made it impossible for him to get money directly from YouTube. So he decides to work with BBTV, so YouTube pays them first, and then they give the money to him. And this seeming to him as a win-win, because under his deal, 100% of Google and YouTube revenue was supposed to go directly to Ethan. And the only time that BBTV was supposed to get paid was when they set up a sponsorship read with an outside brand. But in a recent video, Ethan explained that he compared his pay stub to his YouTube analytics and realized, hey, my pay doesn't reflect that deal.
I noticed it was like significantly off. And as far as we could tell, they had skimmed $620,000 at least, right? That's just from what we can tell from specifically the membership money.
And Klein adding that what in particular pissed him off was the membership revenue.
These is people coming to us to show us their direct support. Like, that was the whole point of this program.
The timing and specific language are also key things to take away from this. For some background, Ethan explained that he had been working with BBTV since 2017, which notably was before memberships even existed. But even with that, because it's still revenue from YouTube, Ethan argued that it should fall into the same bucket as ads and he should still be getting 100% of that. But apparently when speaking to BBTV, they pointed out an other clause in his contract.
Now, these guys had the fucking audacity to come to me and say, well, if you look at this section, your revenue, and you look here, it says 70% of other net revenues. And they're like, well, memberships is other net revenue.
With them apparently claiming that they were in the right to keep the $620,000. But now you have Ethan saying, let's let the courts decide, because he's suing BBTV and pointing out that in the contract they define Google net revenue as including Google subscriptions, and even arguing that the definition of Google subscription should clearly include memberships. Ethan saying he noticed this 3 days ago and sent an email to BBTV, and claiming in that email that some of the discrepancies go all the way back to December of 2020, then saying it took 3 days for them to respond and send
I need 2 orbs of alchemy.
Okay. Today that he plans on publishing it so he can, quote, fully expose them as the thieves, bullies, and liars that they are. But he also explained that during that call, BBTV just maintains that they were in the right to take 30% of the membership revenue and they would not be giving it back. Which is why now Ethan's membership program is paused while he works with YouTube to get rid of his old AdSense account and make a new one, which apparently can be a lengthy process. But that's also not where this ends, because Ethan then went on Twitter to say he heard that BBTV has skimmed other creators of their membership money, with him then posting an update video discussing some of those new allegations and also pointing to a creator by the name of Kavos, who tweeted back in March that BBTV was delaying its payment schedule by several weeks.
My fear is that they don't have the money and that these guys are on the verge of declaring bankruptcy.
And saying he has the options for terminating his deal with BBTV and is even willing to pay a $10,000 penalty fee just to get out of it. But also, in order to unlink his channel from BBTV, they actually have to approve it first. With Ethan saying that his fears are much bigger than him and his company. Rather, he's concerned that if BBTV goes bankrupt, it could cost tons of creators lots of money. And with all this, of course, we've seen tons of people chiming in, a lot of creators, but specifically, it was interesting to see creators that actually work with BBTV also speaking out, people like Moist Critical, with him saying he's never had any issues himself, but
it doesn't seem like there's any basis for
for them to be taking that 30%. Should that make it to court, I don't see any world where BBTV can somehow make an argument that it falls under other revenue when it very plainly and clearly states that it is part of normal YouTube net revenue.
That's ultimately where we are with this. We're gonna have to wait to see what happens, but hopefully Ethan and any other creator affected by this are made whole, because this is fucking insane. Because based off of what we've seen so far, it seems like the situation is plain as day. And then the Super Mario Bros. Movie absolutely destroyed box office expectations this weekend, raking in $204 million domestically and $377 million globally, being the biggest opening weekend for any animated film ever, taking that crown away from Frozen. It even beat out Marvel's Ant-Man. And honestly, in no way am I surprised. And I understood there were concerns like, oh, are the bad reviews that were initially coming out, is that going to hurt the box office? But almost immediately we saw the difference between the critics review and the audience reviews. With right now critics having it at a 56%, the audience has it at 96%. And here's the thing, I can see a world where you go into this movie and you don't like it. You know what people find entertaining, funny, stuff like that, that's a personal thing. Like if you go into this movie wanting a Pixar movie with a lot of deep stuff that makes you feel, you might come out disappointed. That said, it still made my overly sensitive ass cry in a movie theater, which by the way, my wife filmed me. She thought it was endearing. I watched it back and I was like, I might want to end it all right now. I never want to show a vulnerable emotion ever again in my life. But if you go into the movie just wanting to enjoy it, understanding it's a kid's movie, it's great. My kids say it's their favorite movie of all time, which granted they say about every movie they just watched, but it's fun and it definitely left me wanting more, whether it be a Luigi's Mansion movie, whether it be a Donkey Kong Country movie. And when I see the top line for negative reviews reading, the whole package is a deranged mishmash of overstimulating elements. 1.5 out of 5. And it's fan service above all else. Yeah, and it's pretty fucking fantastic. Jack Black puts the movie on his shoulders. It was simple, it was fun, and that's all it kind of needed to be. And then, privacy isn't just a right, it's your first line of defense. So thanks to the fantastic sponsor of today's show, NordVPN, or more directly, NordVPN.com/Phil, you can easily help protect yourself from crappy people out there using your data for phishing attacks, getting passwords, or committing identity theft. You know, there are so many reasons to be protected by NordVPN. One for sure with us is the number of foreign websites we have to access to research to bring you the news. Or using the NordVPN proxy extension makes it a no-brainer when browsing those sites. Or because the proxy extension is a lightweight VPN that helps protect your privacy, bypass censorship, and keep you safe while browsing the internet or even playing browser games. It's also not only foreign news websites, lots of e-shops abroad offer products that you can't get here. And with the proxy extension, it's automatically there when my wife or I are shopping. It loads faster and it takes less resources when logging into an app. And NordVPN doesn't collect activity logs. Your business is your business. So protect your privacy right now and go to NordVPN.com/Phil to get a huge discount on a 2-year plan plus an additional 4 months free. That's NordVPN.com/Phil. It's all risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. And then in political news, we've got to talk about this Rebecca Jones, Ron DeSantis situation because it is a mess and looking way more complicated than it initially appeared. Right, so Rebecca Jones was fired from the Florida Department of Health back in May of 2020, with the official reason being labeled as, quote, a repeated course of insubordination, but according to her, she was fired for refusing to falsify Florida COVID-19 data. And since then, she's been feuding with DeSantis, including lawsuits, raids, public comments from DeSantis questioning her qualifications, name-calling, and ultimately more lawsuits. With all of that bringing us to the more recent events. Jones's 13-year-old son was arrested last week on charges of making electronic threats of a school shooting or terrorist act, with it being reported at that time that the messages were from Snapchat and included several memes making jokes about grabbing a school security officer's gun or shooting up a building full of people. Now, Jones claims that the memes were non-threatening and the arrest was a retaliatory action against her for filing another lawsuit, right, with her seeking to get her job back as well as missed wages and damages, and her sharing on Twitter that her son was taken on the governor's orders, and that's garnered over 20 million views so far, along with a reported $7,000 being donated to her whistleblower GoFundMe. Jones also saying specifically the timeline of the situation is suspect, saying the police didn't arrest her son until after she filed her lawsuit. However, according to Motherboard, the police only became aware of the messages on March 20th and immediately began questioning Jones's son. Jones also claimed on Twitter that an anonymous user infiltrated the chat and reported her son to the police, but Motherboard says that the police report doesn't mention any anonymous informant, but rather at least 4 students around her son's age. All of whom were reportedly concerned about these messages, took them to a teacher, and then were reportedly interviewed by police on March 21st, several days before Jones's son was arrested. Also, beyond just the memes, there were reportedly concerning messages specifically mentioning a school that the 13-year-old had previously attended, including, quote, if I get a gun, I'm going to shoot up HNMS, which apparently refers to his former middle school, as well as other threatening messages like, I want to shoot up the school, and I have no hope in getting better, so why not kill the losers at school? Now, Jones's big claim here is that those messages were not actually sent by her son, citing the Miami Herald, which says that the messages were sent by a different username than the one her son used to send the memes.
Help
Alira. Also reviewed the unredacted report that the Miami Herald cites and said that there seems to be a misunderstanding, saying that what we're seeing is the difference between a display name and the actual username. Right, someone can change their display name whenever they'd like, but the username for the account stays constant. And the police report reportedly only mentions one account, and the sheriff's office backed that up in a statement. However, Jones remains adamant that her son did not send the message, saying to Motherboard that the police report covered up that there were actually 2 accounts, saying that she read through her son's account and didn't find the messages in question. However, one of Snapchat's biggest features is disappearing messages, so that's not necessarily the slam dunk exoneration that she was looking for. And also, throughout this whole debacle, Jones has been accusing Elon Musk of aiding in the spread of conspiracy theories, as well as sharing threatening DMs she has received and calling out Twitter's terms of service for doing nothing. But ultimately, as far as what happens now, you have Jones's son back at home with an ankle monitor set to be arraigned on May 3rd, and I'll obviously be keeping my eyes and ears open to keep you in the loop. And then the US has a problem because there was just a massive leak, where this time a trove of intelligence documents, some of them marked top secret, being leaked online and making the rounds. And like any good spy story, there's a little bit of a mystery to it. But here's what we can say, right? The documents seem to reveal a lot, such as the fact that we seem to know a ton about the Russian military and its current state, as well as details about Ukraine's and maps of where possible air defense systems could go. Also, not only do we spy on them, but other allies as well. Though I will say on that part in particular, it's an open secret that everyone spies on everyone. Or what I've learned covering this topic is that international diplomacy is like a bad marriage. Like, everyone knows bad stuff's happening in secret, but people are like, I just don't want to know about it. But also, I'm going to do everything I can to know about it. But when it's revealed what's actually happening, people still get pissed off, understandably. Also, some of the other possible examples of this spying include checking on how interested South Korea was to help Ukraine monetarily or with supplies, or looking at a potential Turkish plot to get arms to Wagner, the infamous Russian private military company, as well as just the fact that our government has the capabilities to access and spy on most forms of communication around the world. But also, with this, you may have noticed I've added some distancing language to all this. And that is because it's actually hard to tell which of these leaks are legit or not, which is possibly part of the reason that the story is just being picked up by outlets, despite the fact that the leaks have actually been around for weeks on Discord, Telegram, and other social media outlets, with the US government confirming that some of the images of the documents floating around are real, but they also haven't specified which ones, right? Because it's also believed that many of the images are doctored and skewed to help Russia by either overplaying their capabilities or driving a wedge between the US and its allies. We're also right now not sure how the leaks even happened. The documents look like they came from someone who has access to Joint Chiefs of Staff information, which is very, very high up in the military, but it's also possible that someone on the staff was just negligent with the documents, especially since the leaks are based on photos of the documents that seem to have been left out. And for now, it seems like we're gonna have to wait weeks or months for more official information. The Department of Justice now opening an investigation into this matter. And then, people in the US were moving around a lot during the pandemic. What we now know is, in general, Idaho, Montana, and Florida had the largest population increases, with New York and Illinois seeing the biggest declines. What's especially interesting is that the state with the third biggest decline, it was Louisiana. Also, I will say that stat should be taken with a grain of salt because it's based on a percentage of the population rather than raw numbers. We also know that the migrations weren't uniform. For example, places like San Francisco County saw upwards of 7% of the population move during this time, while Kern County, where Bakersfield is, had relatively large growth. And in states like Texas, there was a clear geographic shift, with central and northern Texas getting way more people at the cost of western Texas generally seeing major declines, with the exception of the county next to El Paso, which had a huge population explosion. And while there are obviously a number of factors leading to these huge shifts, with two of the major reasons that are also connected to a number of the smaller reasons being things like the cost of living where you are, and the freedom that work from home brought to a lot of people. Like for me, I can do my job anywhere, and if I wasn't inclined to live in California, I could move somewhere where I could just do literally the same thing and make so much more money because the taxes would be lower. But then I'd have to experience all four seasons, and God knows I have one cloudy, rainy day and I'm sad for 2 weeks, which is also why all the unexpected rain in California, great for the drought measures, which infinitely is more important, negative for my mental health. And that's where we're gonna end things for now, but remember, my name is Philip DeFranco, you've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
The Department of Justice asked a federal court to block Friday's ruling that threatens access to a key drug that's used in medication abortion. That ruling came on Friday evening from a district judge in Texas who was appointed by Donald Trump. It would suspend the Food and Drug Administration's 20-year-old approval of mifepristone, which is one of two medications that's used together in the majority of medication abortions in this country. In fact, they make up the majority of all abortions in this country now. And that further complicates things. Another federal judge, this time in Washington State, issued a dueling ruling on mifepristone on Friday night. His decision, in an entirely separate case, bars the FDA from, quote, altering the status quo and rights as it relates to the availability of mifepristone. And now that we have these two contradictory rulings, the issue could soon land before the Supreme Court. In the meantime, there is bipartisan agreement among the likes of New York Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and South Carolina Republican Nancy Mace, who both say that Republicans are on the wrong side of this issue and the FDA should just ignore the ruling from the Texas judge.
Strange day.
This is an issue that Republicans have been largely on the wrong side of. We have, over the last 9 months, not shown compassion towards women. And this is one of those issues that I've tried to lead on as someone who's pro-life and just have some common sense. In the state of South Carolina, just a few weeks ago, we had some folks in the state legislature that essentially wanted to execute women who had abortions. So we've got some extreme views on this issue, but 90% of America is somewhere in the middle. And I think that that 90% would be okay with listening to the FDA rather than a judge who used an old law that was determined unconstitutional by the Supreme Court.
Governor Gretchen Whitmer is a Democrat of Michigan. Last week, she repealed her state's 1931 ban on abortion. She joins me now. Governor, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Hi, Allie. Good to be with you.
You have been fighting to protect abortion rights in Michigan. This was central to your re-election campaign last fall. Your state responded to the fall of Roe v. Wade with a ballot measure to ensure a woman's right to an abortion, and that issue drove voters to the polls who might not have otherwise even turned out. With all of that, this ruling out of Texas could affect the ability of women to get abortions, even in a place like Michigan where it's entirely legal.
Well, it's true, and it's really kind of stunning that we have one, a right-wing group picked an extreme judge, they cherry-picked him, and now he has substituted this wild-eyed opinion for what has been effective, safe medical care for women for decades. The people of this country are telling us over and over again, they expect these fundamental rights to continue to be there for future generations. You look at Kansas, Wisconsin, Michigan. In 2016, they were completely Republican-controlled states. Now there are 3 Democratic governors. The people have spoken. They expect these rights. Overwhelmingly, they turn out. So this is not a Republican or Democratic issue. This is an issue that the majority of people in this country expect to have been settled and want to have these tools in the event that a woman is in a position that she needs to make a decision about her future. And guess what? That happens every day in this country.
Ahead of the election in November, polling in Michigan showed that 43% of your state's voters said that abortion was, in fact, the single biggest issue motivating them to vote. On Election Day, voters approved this amendment to the state constitution guaranteeing a right to an abortion. How much was the threat to abortion rights a factor in you and your Democratic colleagues sweeping the state last year? How big a deal was that particular topic?
I think it was a big part of it. We had gerrymandered districts for the first time. That helped too. Voting rights was definitely on the ballot as well.
Governor?
I think abortion was central, right? I did roundtables all across the state, Allie, and it was when I was sitting there, a Republican woman who said, I didn't vote for you when you first ran in 2018. I've never voted for a Democrat, but I'm knocking doors for you, and I'm going to make sure that we pass this constitutional amendment because I'm furious that people are trying to take rights away from my daughters.
If this mifepristone ruling stands, and we don't know how this is going to go, it's all going to play out this week. If Republicans around the country get their way, or extreme Republicans, I'll put it that way, it's going to become more dangerous to be a woman of reproductive age in this country. How does someone like you, who's at the top of the decision-making food chain in your state, fight against that threat that it's not simply an abstract right to abortion, which is what many people thought when Roe v. Wade fell, but it's truly this threat you're talking about to bodily autonomy, safety of women who become pregnant, and decision-making that should be part of a woman's life on a daily basis?
Well, we're trying to anticipate where the next attack's coming from. I mean, this is not settled. This is not over. We amended our Constitution in Michigan, double-digit decision. I mean, it wasn't even close. And yet we know that with this Texas judge, a lot of those tools are now very much at risk once again. And that's why we worked with our insurers to make sure that they would not withdraw coverage for mifepristone. I don't know that other states have done that, but we foresaw where this was going. There's going to be a lot of work ahead. Now is not the time to check out or to make an assumption that these are settled rights, whether it's here in Michigan or any part of this country. This is still very much at risk, and there's still a lot of work to do.
Some of this is about extremism around abortion positions, but some of it's about extremism generally. This is something you have uniquely faced in your time in office. We are seeing Republicans around this country staking out extreme legislative positions on not just abortion, but Idaho. The governor's just signed a bill making it illegal to help a minor obtain an abortion out of state. Florida Republicans have advanced a 6-week ban that's about to be signed by the governor. Anybody who's read a pamphlet on menstrual cycles understands that a 6-week ban is effectively a total ban on abortions. To some people, the fall of Roe was couched in terms of letting states decide. And now what we're seeing is that this is like Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale. The stuff that's happening to women, particularly in the southeast of this country, is draconian.
Well, what do these guys stand for? You know, other than to take away rights from people, what do they really stand for? I think that's where my frustration is. Here in Michigan, we've expanded rights for the LGBTQ community. We have expanded workers' rights. We have expanded reproductive rights. We've made Michigan a more competitive state that is going to lure talent here. And these other governors and legislatures are trying to roll back those rights to target people. We got big problems in this country to solve. We've got to worry about national security, cyber attacks. We've got climate change. I mean, there's a million things we could be working on that all of humanity depends on us getting right, and yet they're waging war against their own people. It's crazy. And if this continues, I think that we are going to be very much a nation at risk, as well as the democracy that we've been fighting so hard to make sure continues and is safe, and voting rights. I mean, there's just so much at risk here, Allie. And I just cannot get my head around where these guys are going. We deserve better. We're leading here in Michigan. It's been a productive 100 days, and people are looking for a state where you can be who you are and have all the rights you've come to expect. Maybe you should move to Michigan.
Your Secretary of State, I'm from Ontario, so I think the argument about moving to Michigan is actually a really good idea. But your Secretary of State was sort of at the tip of the spear on voting rights, which was also a very, very big issue in your election. You were running against the top people in the ticket in the Republican Party in Michigan, had anti-abortion stances, were generally speaking election deniers, and had extreme positions on a number of matters. But I always wonder how the governor of Michigan handles the gun issue. You are a state that has a lot of hunters, a lot of outdoors people, and a lot of guns. Some of them are used irresponsibly. Some were almost used in a plot to kidnap you. You have taken action on guns just in the last week.
Yeah, this week I'll be signing legislation to require secure storage and background checks. And what the good news is? The overwhelming majority of gun owners support these pieces of legislation. This is something that crosses both sides of the aisle. I talked to my good friend Andy Bashir today. It's heartbreaking what just played out in Louisville today. This is happening every day in this country and only in this country. People on both sides of the aisle want some common sense laws to keep people safe. We're not taking away everyone's guns. We're just simply trying to mitigate the likelihood that we see more of these mass events happen. But gun violence plays out in this country every day in every community, and that's why this uniquely American problem, we have a duty to try to address it. The biggest threat to our kids is not books, it's guns.
So in your state, you're dealing with the biggest issues. It's a microcosm of everything we're dealing with in this country. Abortion rights, which you've sort of now solved a lot of until they get rid of Mifepristone. Gun issues, LGBTQ rights, and they all fall into the same category. They are topics that, broadly speaking, a majority of Americans support sensible laws on or sensible governance on. How do you manage this when you're actually having a real conversation? You've almost been blessed in Michigan by the fact that you haven't had logical debates with your opponents on these issues because they've staked out such extreme positions. There are conservatives warning people, including Ann Coulter this week, saying, y'all are going to lose if you keep staking out extreme positions. How much of that is important right now, that you are running against people who are not normal, run-of-the-mill Republican conservatives in this country?
Well, listen, I'd much rather have an honest debate on facts with someone who sees the world differently than me, than these conspiracy theorists and people that don't care about the democracy. They care about power and they care about controlling other people. That's not what this country is at our best, right? We have a duty to try to find common ground, to make space at the table for people who don't see the world the same way. And yet, right now, you saw what happened in Tennessee, where they didn't like two of the three people that were speaking out about the gun violence that played out there not long ago, and they just threw them out of the legislature. Now, one's already going to be reinstated. It looks like the other one will as well. Thank goodness. Thank you to the good people who are doing that work and know that they work for the people instead of the other way around. But That's very much what's at risk here. That's why these local elections and who your governor is and legislatures matters in your daily life. You want common sense gun policies, got to elect common sense gun policy people.
Yeah. Governor, good to see you. Thank you for joining us this evening.
There you go, Governor Whitmer, everybody. Dude, they can do a lot of like good things in like Michigan now with all the Democrats like in power too. They're just like passing bills like left, right, and center too. I need to just do a stream. I think that might be maybe not tomorrow because I kind of want to play video games, but maybe on like Friday, Saturday we do it too. Also, like GM's actually open today for Destiny, so we're gonna have to do GMs again. But I think it's just still a swarm.
Soda Poppin in DreamHack 2013.
Like to have Soda Poppin's autograph. You can just tweet me.
It's 5,000
yeah,
pounds.
it's kind of good.
There it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know, you're wet.
I'm gonna ask you.
That bench press 5,000
yeah,
pounds.
it's kind of good.
There it is. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I know, you're wet.
I'm gonna ask you.
Oh my God.
And it's back.
Streamer accidentally films girls hitting a car, triggering its alarm.
What a cab.
Can someone clip that, please? Please, 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 clip this, please. Clip this, clip this.
Tecton gets hit
Got
in the
him.
balls.
When I never said I would go on his stream, but he calls me 5 minutes before he wants me to be there, be like, "You said you were coming." When I never. And how'd that make you feel? I was pissed. Oh my fuck! And it didn't
We might have to come up with a different name besides Dick Town.
Oh
my. Oh, shit. I'm good, bro.
Oh no! The problem is. Oh. Yeah,
Just a normal collab stream in Japan.
Oh my goodness.
Alinity meets Alunity.
Right now. Your name is so similar to me. This is an actual streamer, chat. It's an actual streamer. Is this a coincidence or did you name yourself after me? You got a little inspired. Aw, that's cute. I'll take that. I'll take that. That's
9
that's
to
really cool.
17.
Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing great. Chat, I inspire people. That's crazy.
Canute gets his car keys stuck while trying to drop off his car at the mechanic.
No. No. Look.
At least the key is inside.
Queen 69's take on encouraging parasocial relationships.
Dude, it's so bad. I'm telling you, man. Sitting there telling you, like, it needs to be TOS. Literally, if streamers are out there saying that they love you and they love that shit, like specifically, like, oh, dude, thank you, man, I love you so much. That should be f***ing bannable, bro. Facts.
Fucking Quinn, dude.
It's encouraging
It's
some
a
weird,
wild man.
unhealthy parasocial relationships between the Twitch haters and their streamers. Instead of it going out and getting proper relationships, they're in like this weird shit where...
The AI can yell.
She can yell? I haven't done it yet. Grr, I'll show
What the?
You hear me?
Okay, okay.
Sorry, Vidal. Old habits die hard. Asterisk, wink, asterisk.
She can yell. Okay, good to know.
Escape the cringe.
This is actually pretty interesting. That she like taped herself like to the wall and let people like egg her. This is fucking hilarious.
Streamer gets 1 star, 6 minutes and 57 seconds, world record while attempting a 0 star.
Yes, dude! Oh my god! I did not expect to get 1-star record. Oops.
Stone Cold.
That's 657. That's a 657, dude.
Clary. This dude's been like breaking records like left, right, and center.
Put a snack in my mouth.
All in the park, they looking around trying to check me out. But not one of the 40 people is coming over to put a snack in my mouth. Yeah, 40 people trying to see what's going on while I embarrass myself on stream. But if any of you had a little snack, maybe like candy, I would have the cream. Wait, that's inappropriate. The kids in here. What did I say? I was drinking beer. Had to have a little bit of so much weight on my mind that I really live in fear. Now I really moving. Hope you're checking on. Hope that everybody loved this silly song. Yeah, and if you live in Denver, can you bring a snack over to my house before dawn? 40 pounds on my back. If you got food on you, can I please have a snack? I've been working all day. 40 pounds on my back. If you got food on you, can I please have a snack? I've been working all day.
It's hard to hear you.
God damn, that's actually pretty good.
It's hard to hear you.
That's fine.
I want to say comedian, but I know how to make something invisible, and I know how to float, and I know how to do a trick at it, and I know how to do a ball at it, so I'm really good.
Hey, my brother. Hey, man, I have no clue what you're saying, dude.
Oh, that's sweaty bills. But I'm really good.
Extra Emily gets egged after being too cringe.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Not disturbing. I think more cartoon.
Definitely extra.
I thought you were going to do like a scary voice or whatever. All good.
That wasn't scary?
No, I'm sorry.
No apologies.
All right, I'll be back.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go punch her.
No, grab an egg and hit it with it. I'm serious. Grab an egg and hit it with it. Yo, that was so cringe. Yeah. It's more funny than cringe, bro. That is so cringe. Those poor guys.
Watch our cringe pull to Emily, and I gotta take my anger out.
Hey, you know what that felt like? That's a dog.
Zoil's thoughts on XQC's take on disabled people.
Yeah, all I gotta say about this is like, if I had serious inheritable disabilities, right, these alerts got changed.
If you guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips, be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
But otherwise, I am in pain and suffering. Just rest in peace. Thank Diddy for the 12.
Rest in peace!
What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Okay, we're finally like catching up. Damn, I actually put in like a lot of videos. 14 videos. Okay, reacting to them all, baby.
So we just talked about the Mehdi Hasan versus Matt Taibbi debate. It was about the Twitter files. It was about Elon Musk. And the crux of it was Mehdi Hasan was flummoxed by the fact that Matt Taibbi is doing this Twitter files reporting, but he's sort of not criticized Elon Musk for doing just as much censorship, if not more censorship, than the previous Twitter regime. So in the back and forth, it looks like Matt Taibbi is really bending over backwards to not criticize Elon Musk. Well, immediately in the wake of this, Elon Musk does not return the favor. In fact, it's quite the opposite. And here's what happened. This is in the Washington Post. Twitter targets its rival Substack, forcing well-known journalists to choose. Matt Taibbi, who Elon Musk solicited to write the Twitter files, says he'll start using Substack's new Twitter clone. So Substack came out with this new feature called Substack Notes. And now, by the way, Crystal Kylan, friends, is done on Substack, just so everybody understands. So, you know, perhaps you could say my discussion of this, even though I'm going to go through the facts of it, it's a little biased because I use Substack, but I also use Twitter, and I've loved Twitter for a very long time. I've used it less and less recently. But Substack is doing like their own version of Twitter, kind of. And Elon Musk views this as, you know, an affront and unfair. And so Elon turned around and just totally dropped the hammer on Substack. So let me read you some of the information here because, again, this is classic Elon Musk, impulsive, went way too authoritarian. Matt Taibbi, who was chosen by Twitter owner Elon Musk to write segments of the controversial Twitter files, announced Friday that he's quitting the platform to protest new restrictions to links to Substack, a rival newsletter and social media platform where Taibbi is one of the most popular contributors. So they were so repressed that Substack would tweet something and nobody could see it. You couldn't retweet it, you couldn't quote tweet it. They banned posting links to Substack articles. He did the classic, like, same thing that happened back when the reporters were talking about the Elon Jet account. Elon just banned like a dozen journalists who reported on it back then. This is a very similar thing. Anything involving Substack, they were like, yeah, I'm just gonna ban it. I'm just gonna ban it. Wild. Remember, he also did this with like Mastodon and other social media accounts.
Yeah.
He like repressed their accounts for a while. Repressed doesn't seem like the right word. Repressed,
Suppressed.
isn't that like the Freudian, like, shoving your sexual urges down to not acknowledge them? Anyway, the split comes just days after Substack announced that it was starting a new service, Substack Notes, that appears to be a Twitter-like platform. Quote, it turns out Twitter is upset about the new Substack Notes feature, which they see as a hostile rival. Taibbi wrote in a Substack post he titled The Craziest Friday Ever, adding, quote, I'm staying at Substack. You've all been great to me, as has the management of this company. Beginning early next week, I'll be using the new Substack Notes feature, to which you'll have access instead of Twitter, a decision that apparently will come with a price as far as any future Twitter Files reports are concerned. In a tweet, Taibbi also announced his planned departure from Twitter. Earlier, Big Tech Alert, an account that monitors Twitter activity between Silicon Valley and media leaders, announced that Musk's Twitter account had unfollowed Taibbi.
Ooh.
Elon Musk is incredibly petty, incredibly impulsive. He burns bridges super fast. He takes any minor disagreement as a colossal slight. Here, Matt Taibbi just went to bat for Elon Musk in a debate with Mehdi Hasan, where he bent over backwards not to criticize him, and Elon Musk the very next day reacts by strictly limiting Matt Taibbi's account because Matt Taibbi uses Twitter to promote his Substack. But since now Substack has their own Twitter version, well, all bets are off in Elon Musk's mind. The split is an ironic development given Taibbi's role in the Twitter files, Musk's attempt to expose alleged collusion between previous Twitter management and the federal government to censor conservatives. Musk did not respond to a request for comment. Taibbi also did not respond to a request for comment. Disclosure, this reporter has a free Substack newsletter. Friday's events were the culmination of 2 days of turmoil between the two Silicon Valley platforms. On Wednesday, Substack announced it would be releasing Notes, which looks like Twitter and functions almost identically to it. The platform had been testing it for weeks, wooing high-profile figures away from Twitter. On Thursday, Substack writers discovered that they were no longer able to embed tweets in their Substack posts. Writers who tried were met with the message, Twitter has unexpectedly restricted access to embedding tweets in Substack posts. On Friday morning, Twitter began blocking users from retweeting, liking, or engaging with posts that contain links to Substack articles. Users also could not pin posts containing links to Substack to the top of their profiles. On Friday evening, Twitter began marking links to Substack as unsafe. Unsafe. Now, by the way, in the wake of all this happening, Elon Musk flat out lied about it. He was like, no, that's not happening. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not happening at all. It's not true. Everybody can see it. This guy is something, man. This guy really is something. He's very Trumpian in his loose relationship with the truth. Even Substack's corporate Twitter account was restricted, with users reporting that they were unable to retweet or quote tweet the handle's posts. Twitter had been a primary driver of traffic and growth for many large Substack writers, and many independent journalists were left reeling from the news Friday. Emily Atkin, who runs a Substack covering climate-related news called Heated and joined the platform in 2019, wrote a scathing post on Musk's decision, accusing him of censorship. Quote, hundreds of independent climate publications like Heated can no longer effectively share their work on Twitter because of Musk, who seemingly only did this out of retribution after Substack launched a Twitter-like feature of its own, she wrote. See, that's why Musk is one of the most annoying people on the planet. Like, he did this whole, when he bought Twitter, it was all about, me, bro, I'm a big free speech guy, bro, no big deal, bro, I love free speech, bro. And then, like, soon as he got the reins of power, boom, total reversal. He would do things that are censorious all the time, while seemingly being totally unaware of it, or knowing but not caring about the impact of what he's doing. It is another great example of it right here. So look, if you want to be this petty and vindictive, fine. But don't also cloak yourself in the virtue of free speech and free expression, because you don't actually believe in it. You don't believe in it. In March, Substack announced that the platform had surpassed 35 million active newsletter subscriptions across the platform, and that readers have paid writers more than $300 million through Substack. The top 10 writers on Substack make about $25 million annually. Jesus. Combined, the service has said, Substack takes a 10% cut of all subscription earnings from writers on the platform. Substack is part of a seismic shift in the media economy that gives more power to writers and creators. Substack co-founders Chris Best, Jiraj Sethi, and Hamish McKenzie wrote in an online statement about Twitter's new restrictions. Writers deserve the freedom to share links to Substack or anywhere else. The three co-founders said in a statement to the Washington Post, this abrupt change is a reminder of why writers deserve a model that puts them in charge, that rewards great work with money, and that protects the free press and free speech. Their livelihood should not be tied to platforms where they don't own their relationship with their audience and where the rules can change on a whim. So, look, Substack is one of those examples of a company that actually does try to abide by free speech. They really do. They have they have conservative writers on there. They have resistance liberal writers on there. There's lefties like me and Crystal. Again, we do Crystal Kyle and friends over there. And whereas Elon Musk is he's all talk. He doesn't actually believe in these things, and it's very clear. And then they go on to cite here exactly what we just talked about, where, remember, on that random day, he banned Instagram, Facebook, and Mastodon. And he threatened to suspend users who use the platform to promote their accounts on other networks. So he rolled back the policy after backlash, but this is stuff he does all the time, and this Substack thing was just as impulsive. Then he comes out and lies about it. So even Elon's top allies were out there like, dude, what are you doing?
One-handed
I think we
axe.
can put to rest, without a doubt, any sort of idea of, if somebody's a billionaire, bro, they're just like mega geniuses. They're just smarter than everybody, and they just like made it because it's a meritocracy, and the cream always rises to the top, bro. And you know what? They're the cream, bro. Put that idea to rest completely, because you could see how petty, vindictive, childish, and hypocritical this guy is. And look, I expect a reversal on this stuff relatively quickly because the backlash is immense, but don't let that take away from the fact he's done stuff like this a number of times. And as bad as the previous Twitter ownership was, I mean, these decisions are honestly way worse than what they did. They used that heavy hand of censorship too much, but Elon Musk uses it way more, it looks like to me, and in ways that you couldn't have even conceived of him doing it. But he's doing it. So anyway, there you go. Obviously, I'm Team Substack on this. I've used Twitter less and less, man. I really have. It's less and less fun. His changes have been terrible, even to the algorithm and whatnot. So, I mean, I guess I'm doing a soft pitch here for the Substack thing. I'm not using it, by the way. I think Crystal gave it a spin on the Crystal Kyle and Friends account. But, I mean, I guess go check out the new Substack version of Twitter, because it can't be worse than the hellscape that has now become Twitter. If you want to see me and Crystal Ball interview legends like Noam Chomsky, Cornel West, and more, subscribe to Crystal Kyle and Friends on Substack. $5 a month gets you the video version a day early. Remember, we take $0 ad dollars for this podcast. Or you can sign up on Substack for free and get the audio version a day later. Link in the video description box below.
I still think like that's
The
better.
video is called Anime Has Gone Too Far.
What? What? Why was this made?
What is the limit?
Wait, what's it called? My Life as Ukunai-san's Dog. Why was this made? It was made because they're wearing short skirts. And dogs are usually below that level. That's why it was made. I mean, I feel like everybody... Like, we pretty much could have guessed that one, huh?
Carved
What
one.
is the limit for anime?
There is
a medium that continually pushes the boundary of wonder. A place that welcomes all types of stories from all types of people.
Yeah.
There's no limit to what you can see here aside from your own imagination. If you can envision it, it can get made. But, like the inventor of a fart machine in a wind tunnel, have we ever stopped and asked, should it get made? Interspecies Reviewers, World's End Harem, Redo of Healer, anime...
I feel...
Oh,
there we
Redo
go,
or
that's a
Healer.
new
Do
one.
not watch that anime. That is some dark
Jesus
shit.
Christ. It just makes me think of Shy Lily. Oh god. All right.
He's been pushing degeneracy to a whole new level.
Okay. Yeah. So anyway, god damn. I don't think it's really that big of a surprise because people love this degenerate weird shit. Yeah, it completely feels like, yeah, this is a totally normal thing for people. They love that.
In the past few years. In a post-Redo of Healer world, there is little now that separates anime from hentai. Every day.
Not
I
wrong
mean, to be
about that.
honest, like Chainsaw Man was a bit of a convergence, wasn't it? I think it kind of was. Damn.
Still alive. Day, the line gets more and more blurry, so the question plaguing humanity since the beginning of time is, how far can anime go? Ladies and gentlemen,
As far as
I present
Netflix
to you
and Crunchyroll
my
lets
life as Inukai's dog. Anime has gone too far. But how could it? What could it possibly do? Well, you see, we have now ventured to a place for which there is no coming back from. Tread on the sanctity of something we should have never dared touch. Dogs. Not genetically engineered dog girls, not fantasy isekai dog people species, not some guy wearing a dog costume. Just dogs. Why did it have to be dogs? What did dogs
Because
do to
everybody
deserve?
knows dogs. That's why, because people know what a dog is. People have a dog, so like, yeah.
Jesus
like,
Christ, what is all this? Come on.
Of this, man's best friend, the purest thing Mother Earth has gifted us with. If you've ever
You know what? I kind of want to watch that show and see what it's about. I'm kind of curious.
Humans don't deserve dogs.
You
Here
don't
is the
trust
evidence
me?
to
How
prove
do you
that you
know?
are categorically correct. This is a cursed show I probably should have left to die in obscurity until I had a single terrifying thought that dwarfed any existential horror or Lovecraftian nightmare my mind could come up with. Somehow, somewhere, this is gonna be someone's first anime. So, to allow myself to sleep at night, I felt it
Yeah,
was
and then after a while, they're going to be a furry. That's right.
my duty to make a PSA to tell that person, shh, it's okay. It's alright. I can't promise that tomorrow's gonna be a better day, but I can promise you that we're gonna get through it together.
I don't like the presupposition of this video that the person watching it didn't like it. Like, why are we just assuming that the person watching the anime didn't like it?
I've committed to fully talking about this anime, but first I need to talk about today's sponsor, Higan Uruthil. I've never been more happy for a sponsor read in my life. In this 3D real-time combat RPG, players are tasked with reclaiming reality from a never-ending nightmare, like this show. Guys, maybe the anime man was onto something. Who actually needs to watch anime anymore, when you can just play it? Higan Uruthil throws you into its world and stories that's presented by gorgeous 3D anime-esque cutscenes with popular voice actors, including Yui Ogara, Mamiko Noto, Nana Mizuki, and more. more. You got someone like Issa, an absolute ice queen. I can already tell this girl exudes my energy. What makes me say that? No reason. The secret between Issa and her teammates are in my energy. What makes me...
Oh god. Wow. Man.
Say that? No reason. The secret between Issa and her teammates are in Higan Uruthil. Now let's talk about this gameplay. You have 3D real-time combat, high-quality 2D and 3D modeling, employing tactics and bullet time. These are just words. I don't need to say anything. Just have a look at how beautiful it all comes together with music that bangs. Look at how beautiful it all comes together with music that bangs.
Okay.
Do I need to say any more? Discover the story behind all these characters. Start your adventure with Higan Uruthil today by clicking the link in the description to download it. And you have a 100% chance to get the powerful SSR media. Also, you can use my code in the description to get my special rewards in Higan Uruthil.
What does SSR even stand for? How did everybody just agree that SSR is the best one? Like super,
we had a meeting
rare?
and you just weren't there to put your 2 cents in.
Somebody does a super rare.
That doesn't exist.
I feel like at that point, there's too many S's. Oh yeah, it's kind of like a snake. Yeah, it exists. Oh god.
Thank you very much for sponsoring me today, and with that, back to my life as Inukai's dog. Dog fact number 1. Dogs have 18 muscles to move their ears. In some ways, it's impressive that a show could give a man who's seen Redo of Healer, who likes Domestic Girlfriend, who's seen some of the most degenerate shit that's come out of anime, the chance to say, you know what, I think I have the moral high ground. The plot goes something like this. On some rainy afternoon, a guy wakes up cold and shivering on the streets. How did he get there? What is he doing? All questions that are unimportant because he sees his classmate and crush who takes him home, where he comes to the realization to the precarious situation he's in. He is a dog. When I first saw the basic premise of this,
this is just some fucking voyeurism, like anime. That's what it is. That's and that's what it's about. That's what it is. So it gets worse. What do you like? Is this supposed to be a surprise to me? What do you think? It didn't get worse?
Fast. Said to myself, oh cool, some dumb slice of life reincarnation story where a guy wakes up as a dog. I'm a seasoned isekai fan, I've seen worse. It can't be dumber than waking up as a sword or waking up as a vending machine. Maybe they'll tackle the human struggles of trying to live as a dog. Maybe the psychological effects of being stuck in a dog's body, having to navigate a society made by humans, having your daily survival be completely reliant on that of another human being. There's a lot of places this story could go. Surely it's not about a bunch of girls thirsting over a dog. I regret to inform you that my initial assessment was incorrect. Within the first 5 minutes of taking the dog home, the first thing Karen Inukai decides to do, yes, her name is Karen, which is very on theme because I'm about to call the manager, is get undressed in front of the doggo and bathe with it, naked. But okay, this isn't too bad. There might be some dog owners who feel comfortable removing their clothes in front of their dog.
I told you guys. Yep.
Fucking degenerate motherfuckers.
Yes.
The decline of Western civilization.
Showering their dog, sucking their dog's nose. Maybe this could be wholesome, if wholesome was spelled without a W. But it soon becomes apparent that the feeling towards the dog are a little devious. Oh yes, so very devious towards the dog. Oh yes, this is my coping mechanism you'll see right now. She takes her dog for a walk, but is feeling a little devious. Okay, I'll stop now. And almost immediately tries licking the pup over one for some meddling kids, gets way too excited photographing a dog urinates, then introduces him to a place called Coochie Cove. I've seen people dressed up in a red astronaut suit that are less sus than this girl right here. Now, if you think finding out a dog has more riz than you will ever do is sad, don't worry. That's actually one of the least depressing parts of this show. In no particular order, here are some things depicted in my life as Inukai's dog that involves a girl and a dog. Bathing naked, tail jobs, seductive feet licking, and a dog. Bathing naked, tail.
Oh my god. I need to watch this shit, dude. If you have an erection right now, something is wrong with you.
jobs, seductive feet licking, getting a dog to undress you, getting a dog to lick your chamber of secrets, enticing a dog with your chamber of secrets, giving a dog a ball gag, breastfeeding.
That's crazy. So they just went all the way with it. Wow. So it's not even an insinuation. That's nuts. Okay, and then what?
What have we become? How did we get here?
Some of these acts are in the anime, some further on in the manga. Yes, that's right. I read further into the manga. Don't ask me what force compelled me to do so, because I still don't know myself. Maybe I wanted to see how much worse it could get. Maybe I'm learning deep down inside I have masochistic tendencies. Maybe I was waiting for some divine intervention, because if I could ask a higher power anything, if there was one thing.
It's like, if like, how is this madness gonna end? Like, one day he wakes up as a normal guy and, you know, now she's his girlfriend and they live happily ever after. I have a feeling that doesn't happen.
I would like to know, why in God's name is the art for this manga actually really fucking good? Dog fact number 2. No two dogs' noses are alike. Many people have drawn comparison to Chainsaw Man, because like Chainsaw Man, the dog is named Pochta. Now, Chainsaw Man's Pochta has joined the short list of the highest commendation you can get in an...
Oh, people love this thing. Even though it was only there in the first episode. Oh yeah, they think he's great. Or it's, I don't even know if it's a he or what.
Anime. Being a good boy.
Yeah.
Pochta, that's a good boy.
It's a good boy.
Ein, that's a good boy.
Yeah.
Bond, that's a good boy. Nina, that's a good girl. Unikai's Pochta is not a good boy. That's a bad boy. Bad boy. One could argue that in many ways, Chainsaw Man is just a day in the life of a dog. Here's Denji, who woofs for his owner, goes on walks, becomes one with Pochta. He got that dog in him. Then there's Inukai, woofs for their owner, goes on walks, and becomes one with Pochta. But she does. She got that dog in her. You may be thinking,
no way. No way. Dude. Oh my god, that is amazing.
Inukai is the outlier here.
Wow.
The freak who loves a dog a little too much. But of course, the show had to
brings her
introduce a
friends
full-on
over.
cast
Yeah.
straight out of the watch list of your local animal services. There's the tsundere, Nekotani. As your resident tsundere ambassador, we do not claim Nekotani. She can go somewhere else.
Oh my
Tsunderes can be
God.
violent, unless those violence is towards dogs. The shy Usagi, a girl so down bad she makes the average Genshin player look like a functional member of society. Not just limiting it to dogs, she decided to force herself on a poor table, which depressingly adds inanimate objects to the growing list of things that have more riz than weebs do. If I had $1 for every anime girl I've seen do unspeakable things to a table, I'd have 2, which is $2 richer than I want to be. Well, unless that's what you're into, I suppose.
I am the table.
Then, of course, completing the trilogy is the yandere, Inukai herself.
I am the table.
Then, by the way, cat ears. Like, you think that you thought that it was gonna forget that? Absolutely fucking not. Nope.
They know what you like,
Of course,
you
completing the
fucking
trilogy is the
perverts.
yandere, Inukai herself. We can already agree. Do not stick your dick in crazy, especially the kind that this crazy wants. While the rest of the world was asking, what the dog doing? Inukai was more concerned with, who? The dog doing? Dog facts number 3. Dogs may be able to,
Oh God!
Oh, no.
Dogs may be able to fall in
If by
love
some
with you.
miracle you still don't know if you should subject yourself to 12 episodes of this, I've made a simple flowchart for you to follow. First, ask yourself, do you like dogs? If your answer is no, do not watch this show. If your answer is yes, do not watch this show. If you're looking for some kicks in life, here are some alternative suggestions I recommend over watching My Life as Inukai's Dog. Skydiving, mountain biking, ordering the extra large portion in America, tweeting out chains.
No, see, I don't know, maybe this guy isn't from America, I'm not sure. Nah, if he knew how it was, you actually, if you order the extra large hot dog, you just get one really long hot dog, you don't get 2 half-length hot dogs. Yeah, he's in Britain. Yeah, see, he don't know that. He needs to go to Sonic. Become a real American.
in America. Tweeting out Chainsaw Man is mid, setting your notifications to vibrate, then putting your phone in your pants. All non-dog related activities that get the heart pumping.
That would actually be a good anime, like a girl who's addicted to like using her phone as a vibrator, and she does it by farming hate on the internet. And then getting notifications. That's a really good idea. Somebody should do that. It already exists? Oh, shit. Never mind.
This is something that should be left behind in the bowels of time. In fact, as of this very moment, I am working on a time machine so I can go back and get us back on the right timeline. Because what hope is there left for humanity, knowing that a sentient human being wrote this? Then more sentient human beings made the conscious decision to greenlight this into an anime. And throughout that entire long process, not a single person stopped to ask themselves, what in the biblical fuck have we done? On the day of reckoning,
I love how, again, there are people that like to fuck dogs. This show is for those people. Now, you can make an argument that they shouldn't have a show. And I would agree with you. I don't think they should have a show either. But let's not pretend like this show doesn't have an audience. To fuck anything. No, I mean, I'm just saying, like, look, it is what it is. I love how everybody's trying to pretend like, oh, wow, I can't believe this is real. Of course it's fucking real. Like, what do we all have to be? What, you guys just joined the internet yesterday? You forgot about Mr. Hands? Come on. It's always been like this.
When humanity stands before God Almighty, waiting for our final judgment, there, standing between us and salvation, will be Inukai's dog. On that day, we will have to look up at God and tell him that this is what humanity has done. This is what mankind has led to. The souls of all humans will beg and plead not to be forsaken, not to be rejected from the gates of heaven. But in the end, all we can do is repent and ask for forgiveness. Forgiveness from God, forgiveness from each other, forgiveness from our dogs, which is more than we deserve. In conclusion, I'm a cat person now.
I fucking bet. Holy shit.
Good shit, man.
My life. Oh, there's another one? Oh, I bet there will be. I wonder how many people watch this show. You know what's really fucking upsetting, and I think it's gonna be a real black pill for a lot of people, is I bet this show is popular. Never underestimate humanity's strive to bring their fucked up kinks to life in some way, shape, or form. I knew someone who spent 2 years learning to animate specifically for the purpose of making a single porn video. 2 years. What's funny about that is, like, he literally could have just waited a few years and done it with ChatGPT. Yeah, he wasted his fucking time.
However, Trainwrecks had a nuke ready to go. Someone could have sent Destiny an email about it. Perhaps someone who might be involved, but that's okay. But that seems so retarded to me. Someone give me a TLDR. Come on, man. What is this? I'm gonna.
Okay, that's it, folks. I think I'm definitely done. Almost 10 hours of streaming, late night. I need to get some sleep. Okay, as always. See you guys later. Yeah, I think we can like start the next stream with that too. We might do like actual like political coverage though. That's the only thing. I actually do want to watch that Jon Stewart piece on C-SPAN with that woman from the Department of Defense, because he really is on a roll. All right, as always. Stay frosty, touch grass, and God speed. See you guys next time. Oh, and I will be streaming on Kick tomorrow. It's gonna be Kick on YouTube. I'm gonna actually figure that out now.